It's your milky for fronting now for me. Hold on for me, I no go to me corny. And if you're milky na fighty, I saw me to look. Gelato honey, oh baby, smile deep. Baby, kona. Waka when you enter Malicha. Baby, kona. Will you give me sugar, wala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa. Girl, I'll be foolish if I don't let you indulge me. Your lips like poison, I'll take my chance with you. You're in denial, I'll show you I'm loyal. You want that bomb way down like tsunami. Would you hold me down in the corner? Waka when you enter Malicha. Baby, kona. Will you give me sugar, wala. Macho Mona Lisa, 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 Macho Mona Lisa.
She want them from, like if I one time, now she come from I think too long, she want to test in my cockara. My dear, make I tell you, I know they want day to like say me I supposed to go holiday, but I want to stay. She thought I was lazy, so baby don't play me. When I hear her, she be screaming my name, driving her crazy. She want it on a daily, she call me on the phone, say she want to know if I come back again. If I come back again, I give her like I'm a Yankee kid. She make her go. I'm a Yankee kid.
It's 3 a.m. and I've been drinking. I see you were texting Uber, you up, you know what I'm thinking. I know it's late, yeah, but I've been needing you. Got me in close, girl, you're something like a drug that I've been feeling. Please keep the lights on, don't light those up. We could vibe with our clothes up. Hand me low till we doze off, yeah. Early morning, you're my coffee. Hope you don't think I'm finessing you. I love you cause you're so simple. Yeah, you classy but still freaky. Always come when I'm calling.
She thought I was lazy, no good this logodo. Body they draw me like a bono. Body they rising my don't know. I say color you brocodo, no good this logodo. Jelly they bossy my bololo. Can make a salute your commando. Girl, if you balance Diego, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back keep it connected, and I can follow your cresco. Tunde dan the cresco, pay for your waist, and I go pay for your lace, a day for your waist. Tunde. Diego, I give you paper. No go do me Diego, my Maradona. Girl, if I lap your sueto, I'm a farisa. Girl, your back keep it connected, and I can follow your cresco.
You gon' know all of the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings stay for my yard, And like a that, you go be, you go see, you go feel because the blessings fall on my yard. Blessings fall on my yard, That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. Too many problems. I finna run away, but I will go solve them. Too many bad men and not enough friends. Lord save me, don't wanna lose my conscience. I just wanna dance under the sunset. Make nobody stop my enjoyment. Oh, no. That's why I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha. I sip my alcohol. I don't wanna reason bad things no more. I don't wanna go back to where I did before. Make nobody stress me, not disturb me, cha.
Every little thing you did do to me, you did sweet to me for body. She your loving fee follow me. Wow, 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 wow. Get your bullet, make I go crazy. I'ma get see you sure for me. Say make I withdraw money. Oh, no good and great. Make I carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust, I fit to contain. And your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting, come for low. Overloading, I'll be overloading your bank account. Money plenty, tell me the amount.
Don't tell me love it tastes like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin in my wallet like this. Wisdom in my knowledge like this. Follow God, I know they follow man. For you, I might have to consider trips to LA taking photographs. She signed by me, then it's an autograph.
Live to die another day for you, baby. Quit my Casanova ways for you, baby. The only time that you say that you hate me is when I take the last slice of pastry. Now I'm on the run. Loving you till kingdom come, but you drive me crazy. Send someone, still my billboard baby. Man, no get taxi, they be. You dey, I mean like by me. I just wanna be there when you need me. Baby, now your matter, I dey sing all day, yeah. Overdosing, body overdose. I'ma say you carry overload, and you know you bad like commando, yeah. Oh, man, no good and great. Make I carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust, I fit to contain. Your body in a package. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, your love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting, call for low. Overloading, I'll be overloading your bank account. Money plenty, tell me the amount. If you see her no man, tell him she be the one, no. Cause I know in my heart and my soul. If you do me jeje, me self I could be follow, baby. Oh, if I enter your motor, pim pim pim, I could make you to shout, pum pum pum, pum pum pum. Oh, me I know to like you for my. So now you I want show my mama. Cause I'ma put you in a brand new bima. She go like be my shima.
Than the ocean, on your skin like a lotion. Loving you is my devotion. Give you girl full potion. Oh my beautiful addiction, with a sweet vibration. The two of we is a vision. Anytime I slip your name I dimension. So tell me girl where you there? Just me I go let the fire blaze. Anytime you want your ways. Watch out the man them they grace. Hey man, tell me where you there. Girl, I've been loving you for days. Anytime you wind up your waist, all of the man them they grace. Baby, I dey colo for your love. Colo. I dey mad for your love. Baby, I dey colo. I dey colo for your love. Colo. I dey mad for your love. Baby, I dey colo. Your love, your love, your love, baby, I dey colo. Your love, your love, your love, baby, I dey colo. Come give it to me, baby.
Platinums. Nini Sasa. Me, I'm giving thanks to the Creator. Your mama born you well better. You ma come fungo to net. kinavyo pepe kimweta onana body sanyonga makiliti odi na gonga za mendichi usinichomeka kidonda na spiriti mimnyonge taumia baby you got me falling in love Mona Lisa, my teaser. Hope you might be reason your body give me fever. I done the shiver when you hold me tight. When you my
baby, I dey colo for your love.
Colo, colo.
I dey mad for your love.
Baby, I dey colo, colo,
I dey colo for your love.
Colo, colo.
I dey mad for your love.
Baby, I dey colo, colo,
your love, your love, your love, your love.
Baby, I dey colo, colo,
your love, your love, your love, your love, your love. Come give it to me, baby.
Baby, I dey colo, colo, eh. Colo, colo. Baby, I dey colo, colo, eh. Baby, I dey colo, colo, eh. Baby, I dey colo, colo, eh.
Mrs. Diana B on this.
You're my sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet love. You're my sweet, sweet love. You're my sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet love. You're my sweet, sweet love. You're my. Nitamfungua penzi lako. Mimi mateka mama. Call me a prisoner. Na basi nifunge na pingu zako. Wewe ndio jela mama. Call me a prisoner.
Hii mapenzi imedumu kama perfume ya warrior. Imeprove sio softi ni bondia. Wezi angusha hata kijaribu kudandia. Hii ndio sweet love, wachana na hizo bandia. Umenipea watoto na itwa mami. Na bado una joto la mimba papi. Tena ukani launch kamsani. Diana B vuruga mitandao ya jamii.
My sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet love. You're my sweet, sweet love. You're my mama. You're my sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet love. You're my sweet, sweet love. You're my.
Walikushomini mzee unichore, lakini hukumeza presha kachi bude. Ukawacha waonge, wajione. Ukapandisha mapenzi kalongi ya mkongole. Hii love ni hodari, imenijenga utadhani matofari. Sweet love zuchu huita sukari. Kitu freshi si kitu fokudhari.
Oh, kwa baby, ekango lilikanye. Mungu lilikanye. Tukatiane. Kwa baby, osa kuko kwa ukangone wendo mwanduke wembebo kana baby. Sweet love, sweet, sweet love. You're my sweet, sweet love. Kana baby, sweet love. Wendete, sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet love. Nena kuwe baby, baby. Kwa baby, ekango lilikanye. Mungu lilikanye. Tukatiane. Na kwa baby, osa kuko kwa ukangone wendo mwanduke wembebo kana baby.
debaixo do teu nariz. Vai ser chato ficar à tua espera, a contar as estrelas, esperando um telefonema. Das 0 às 6:30 dói, como dói. Esperando na janela dói, como dói. Não sou eu que vou fazer a outra sofrer só por capricho. Então um simples prazer, então leva essas flores pra ela e diz a ela que é a mulher mais bela. Diz a ela que é a mais bela. Assim não há mágoas nem há sequelas. Mostra o quanto amas ela. Assim não há mágoas nem há sequelas. Só ligas quando estás sem porto. Esse teu amar já não faz bem aos nossos corpos. Embriagados por essa paixão incerta. Mas hoje digo que isso não vale a pena. Não sou eu que vou fazer a outra sofrer só por capricho. Então um simples prazer, então leva essas flores pra ela e diz a ela que é a mulher mais bela. Diz a ela que é a mais bela. Assim não há mágoas nem há sequelas. Mostra o quanto amas ela. Assim não há mágoas nem há sequelas. E diz a ela que é a mais bela. Leva essas flores e vai pra casa. Não percas tempo comigo. E diz a ela que é a mais bela. A mais bela. Vou entrar neste jogo. Não quero entrar neste jogo. Não é o que quero pra mim. Tu podes ir, tu deves ir. Vai ser melhor assim. Deixa-me ser sincera.
Sugar cane sweet, but your love is sweeter. So below juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I get the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, so you come gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin, now you don't talk. Got me like a thief in the night, long jaw. But you know, say, all of my niggas, them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin, now you don't know. Taking it a break, at me, I know the rush. Maybe, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me. Yeah.
Show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see. And let me see the woman that is with. I put a couple $1,000 on your wrist. What's on your wrist? Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do some kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause Baby, make a fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make a sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh, girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you, yeah. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love.
Señorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this love will not be just no April Fool. Yeah, girl, some more, you mean say 5-star boomba, nyata kaba kaba miaka tamina ngobe. Oh my, I need my boss, my mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. I mean, if you wanna give it up, I go trap boomers for your love, baby. All of the guys, they want you, they don't know that I got you. And they never been what we been through, 'cause you're my obsession. When I put you in a right skirt, shawty come and ride in my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a
girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I can't see reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you come pass up. Man, them so far to find your love.
Decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Montego Bay. When I decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Montego Bay. I don't do drugs, woman fuck, but I'm not mad though. I'm just pyro. Ole low bum jet, that's my darling. Why so serious? Life's not hard though. I'm daydreaming, I'm just thinking. Tell me about job, you were dead joy, yeah. Let me change fuck, but we ain't shame. I ain't shame, and too fame. When I decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Montego Bay. When I decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Montego Bay. Me, I have God, I never panic. Them devilish, them satanic. Rise the AK and watch me run like Sonic. Always by myself, they don't understand me. She give me neck quick, no time for Netflix. And she got her eyes on me like Fendi. She gon' let me do her and her bestie. Gonna let me do her and her bestie. Me don't want no friend from them. Me don't want no help from them. When she from them. When they help them tell. That's why me don't want from them. Me don't want no friend from them. Me don't want no help from them. When she from them. When they help them tell. That's why me don't want from them. Yeah. I decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Montego Bay. When I decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Montego Bay. I don't do drugs, woman fuck, but I'm not mad though. I'm just pyro. Ole low bum jet, Akuma Jale, why so serious? Life's not hard though. I'm daydreaming, I'm just thinking. Let me buy job, he was just joy. Let me shake five, we ain't shame, I ain't shame, and too fame. I decide to run, I'll run away. Somewhere far away. Go Monte, go back.
Choosing the right web hosting is like choosing the right place for your website to live. You can share servers.
www.djshinsky. Overdose mix, mixed by the...
Sobolo juice mixed with a little ginger. Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Match on your chin, now, girl, don't talk. Got me like a thief in a night long jaw. But you know, say, ain't no more lost them ball. Nothing you go ever need at all. Match on your chin, now, girl, don't know. Taking it a break, at me, I know the rush. Baby, if you want me, catch a rebel, my miss with me. Yeah.
Show me a jigger, let me see. Let me see, and let me see the woman that is with. I put $2,000 on your wrist. Mama, they can't touch you. I ain't never see this kind, babe. We do so kind things, make me feel some kind way. You know I'm not just tryna get laid, cause I know some kind chicks do it for the right pay. Baby, make I fire you with my machine gun. 16 rounds, I be King Kong. Girlie, make I sample you my brand new song. Baby, love.
Oh girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love.
Senorita, mamacita, body bad and the craze for your features. Nice to meet you, Jimmy Sika. Only wanna deceive on my future. Oh, I wanna teach your body a thing or two. If you know the things we do, this loving will be jump no April Fool. Yeah, girls from mama, you me second 5-star boomba, nyata ba, kaba miaka tamina ngobe. Oh man, ni my boss, mama. All of my guys are thugs, but you know I'm rude though. I mean, if you wanna give it up, go trap boomers for your love. All of the guys that you want you, but they don't know that I got you. And they never been where we been from. Show my obsession when I put you in a right skirt. Shawty come and ride my backseat. Would you tell me what you want, what you fancy? Waiting on my ride like a taxi.
Girl, I wanna be with you, but you know they got enough time for me. I wanna live with you. I got the reason why I can't let go. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love. Girl, you never know, say you gon' gas up. Man, them so far to find your love.
Every little thing you do to me, you sweet to me for body. She your loving feel follow me. Wow. Get your bullet, make her go crazy. I'ma get say you sure for me. Say make her withdraw.
Mr. Vibes on Vibes.
No good and great. Make her carry your luggage. I define you for this. For this, I no trust I fit to contain. Your body in a baggage. So you know, see, I'm falling for love. Overdose me, love they overdose me. Now you, I want me love you, waiting for follow. Overloading, I'll be overloading. all my guys, them know me. Since '06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, only lonely me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know peace. I dey low key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly.
But I see it in slow. Oh no, and you see my lifestyle, I got G's in the dope. See many people there outside where they feed man's oboe. Oh no, and me I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. My girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chat ticket if I want it. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not capping. Can you see the pool, I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I get for the night. Happiness. If I broke, now my business. I'ma show you go right. All I get for the night. If you be the reason why your papa want to jealous me. If you want to take them serious, I do top speed. No be to resonate, I'm on a different frequency. I don't think it's necessary. I be done with somebody that could do like me. When I be like Musala coming up the right wing, I cut through your defender, you know need to tell me. I'm a finesse. You know send me a must not. I go carry go. If me I got money past you, if you're not careful, finesse. You know send me a must not. I go carry go. If me I got money past you, if you're not careful. If I broke down my business, I'ma tell you go back. All I get for the night. If I broke down my business, I'ma tell you go back. All I get for the night.
This is Dave, head of marketing at a ketchup company about to use Grammarly to handle a tight deadline.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially up I and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down at mile 2. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? Girl, I am wayward. Be like not the only way forward. Your vibe looking like 2 planets. You're not from the same world. Alright. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear if it's break up. Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially up it and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on the bed. What if I do? Say she want the banana. He dey make a go bananas. Shawty wanna go Bahamas. One day, he dey make a lose balance. Put down for me, come farmer. If you be yo, I be the farmer. Child, I get day on Ghana. Let the money be to you, be cool, man. If the vibe negative, my dear, don't bother. I be the pipe, I be the plumber. Don't worry, I be your controller. Come with your girlfriend, need your match, your my weight, oh my dollars. Come chop up money, come palace. Child, like you day on Ghana. Let the money be to you, be cool, banana. She want the banana. It dey make a go bananas. Shawty wanna go Bahamas. One day, it dey make a lose balance. Put down for me, come farmer. If you be yo, I be the farmer. Child, like it day on Ghana. Let the money be to you, be cool, banana. You wanna kill her, she be giving me wine. I go drop her, me she enter my eyes. In a bedroom, I me be the supplier. I go stop on them, no retire. You wanna kill her, she be giving me wine. I go drop her, me she enter my eyes. In a bedroom, I me be the supplier. I go stop on them, no retire.
Follow DJ Shinsky on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at DJ Shinsky, and download this mix at djshinsky.com.
Say she want the banana. It dey make a go bananas. Shawty wanna go Bahamas. One day, it dey make a lose balance. Time for me, come farmer. If you be yo, I be the farmer. Child, I get day on Ghana. Let the money be to you, be cool, banana. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She says she no one leave. She tell me, Ruga, me I want to spend the rest of me life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris with the creme de la creme. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh. She really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you clarity won't be me. Scrubbing me down, them I won't be me. Ice on me, looking fresh and clean. Definitely put me eye patch on me. Take my vanilla cold stone in my villa. Me one drop your sativa on cold. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Men don't get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot.
This is my account balance after I installed a tool that pays to watch videos on my phone. Each of these notifications.
I'll be good on you, I'll be on the phone all night long. Don't be smart when you do it to me, oh no. I be on my business, shawty, but you be on my mind, shawty. MLM, follow my honey, kiss me to the cellular, kiss me to the phone. Can't you see I'm into ya? Can't you see I'm again up so, yeah you won't capture my soul. I'm again up so, make you want umbo. I'm loose, even better done the para. Nothing Josie, I'm in Josie. Won't call it for one Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. I thought our mom was loaded. You can fuck up, but I'm on duty, but I'm on low-key. They want do me, they want do me, but they want. When you won't want me, I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, I just flew from Miami. Peru, para. I'm loose, even Peru done the para. Pour out the bottle, I wanna level up. When I'm with you, I never get enough. Slow wine, I'm not in a rush.
If you want me to ginger, give me the kokoro. My touch, I be your love. Anywhere I go, just come up with my bum, my love. So they do like ball.
If you want me to ginger, give me the kokoro. My body be your love. Come make I show you my banana. No, they do like ball. Make a touch upon it. Make a rub, make a love, make a rub, make a touch upon it. Make a rub upon it. Till I go lotion, I'm a rub upon it. Like fine wine, say you sweet when you wine her. Me, I don't feel leave when you wine her. As long as we go there, I'm on a me go pay. Yeah, we go day nice. If we enter the place, I go day nice. I go fiki, I go rewind. Say now me go be the DJ, I'ma feel nice. Yo. Say my party no they stop to the daylight. Before you run, go the shot, you make you think twice. If not smoke, you want smoke, say we day tight. I'm on my love go, say we live nice. Yeah.
If you want me to ginger, give me the kokoro. My touch, I be your love. Anywhere I go, just come up with my bum, my love. Oh, they do like ball.
If you want me to ginger, give me the kokoro. This your love will get me for my body. I want light my with my lighter. This your color no be fake. Oh, my banana, oh my banana, don't chop my banana. Show me power, people. And let me love my life. It's in my life, it's in my life. My Sudan. Cause you dey amazing, your body amazing.
Coupe, Azonto, Zanku, Legwalk, Amanda, Cafe, Obaye Banku. Yes, boss. Ghana, Shayo, Ashewo, non-stop, aye la vida, loca.
leave us. Set up. Boca, Igbo, Chufunta, Wedon, Sika, Laja, Ego, Yagon.
If you sit down, stand up. It's about to be a party. Get on the dance floor. Up in the bomb, better kill it to not get. Maybe what you did, I'm a very man, baby.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'm you to kill me, shot. Just wanna be my lady. Or not miss a good to fat. Yeah. But then I'm gonna come in there, I'm a super born young fat. And I drink a candy and they do my tone. I'll bet you and the boom boom chap. Mama, can we call sassy? Baby girl, are you coming to the party? Come close, I don't feel say me Illuminati. Forget the boy, they make you Bugatti. Mama didn't trouble Nasi. But the Sika they make you Ayase. When I'm me and one man, the Shemu Kasi, to move on to see I am Kumasi. 247 with the chase that bulla. You know how we do anytime that we pull up. Fresh girl song, Charlie Massa no pura. Ace of spade with a sock like cooler. Big boys, slave queens, rooftop, Bloomba, broke boys, fake jeans, two thoughts, too bad.
Hustler, second day, I be the bumpy, get a ninja, Jump life, not they think twice. But anything, man, I know they look price. Gone are the days where the girls be the front, they be no light green, they don't show me green light. They be no things I go, now they don't enter big palava. All the girls, they want jump in my cassava. Same way one kid, they jump banana. I can suffer, I want you to have a set. Nissin, but go out in the set. Zanku, Legua, Ghana Ninja, Network.
Coupe, Azonto, Zanku, Legua, Amanda, Cafe, Obaye Banku, yes boss.
Ghana, Shayo, Ashewo, non stop. Aye la vida, Yoka, you only live once. Set up.
Boca, Igbo, Chufunta, Wedon, Sika, Laja, Ego, Yagon.
If you sit down, stand up. It's about to be a party. Get on the dance floor. Up in the bomb, better kill it to not get. Maybe what you did, I'm a very man, baby.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'm you to kill me, shot. Just wanna be my lady. Or not miss a good to fat. Yeah. But then I'm gonna come in there, I'm a super born young fat. And I drink a candy and they do my tone. I'll bet you and the boom boom chap.
It's perfect.
Them say you know what you do, where you do them trouble. I'm a grown young fan, I'm gonna open a trouble. I face in pain, over jump. I'm gonna over jump. I face in pain, over jump. I'm gonna over jump. Them say you know what you do, where you do them trouble. I'm a grown young fan, I'm gonna open a trouble. I face in pain, over jump. I'm gonna over jump. I face in pain, over jump.
What else?
I'm gonna over jump.
I be them one of the figures say we no go do. If you now we do one with the skin pain. What's the work of them? I say now who be you? Nako pana dumti with them maintain. Stand up movie say woman me pressure. Just a canon kwana come and I'm from. Now so Jehovah name me protector. Yeah me baba you know so for shen come and she run a young tongue. Oh windy. Yeah we best go criminal me to spin text. Charlie we be critical thinkers. Yeah what you can be go to kwana come singlet. But I follow what me to her last year. But I feel the one who me a queen law. The thing I mean if I so na me book club yet. And I say we came on a who me a Charlie came for cause every video.
Them say you know what you do, where you do them trouble. Feel my fan, I'm a grown young fan, I'm gonna open a trouble. I face in pain, over jump. I'm gonna over jump. I face in pain, over jump. I'm gonna over jump. Them say you know what you do, where you do them trouble. Feel my fan, I'm a grown young fan, I'm gonna open a trouble. I face in pain, over jump. I'm gonna over jump. I face in pain.
What else?
Over jump.
Yeah.
I'm gonna over jump.
One time for your skin pain. The devil always wanna see me in pain, but the blessing will drive you insane. Who cause me a repra, must I do lane? Or sorry, I don't have one in the shiny team. My brother on the day, they must a laptop. Yeah, they make a home, but so you me film. I feel where they may have a last stop. Fire, we go past up. Rolls Royce, Phantom. fresh boy, handsome, money bag, Hamburg, Trinidad, all the way to Frankfurt. Who the man? Come talk. Come and see the girls with the catwalk. Charlie me shiva no be small. More than mountain and fire to so nobody go fi stand top. Shaggy.
Them say you no go fi do where you do. Them shogo. Feel my fair. I'm a gone your feet. I'm gonna over na jobo. I face in bing. Over chop. I'm gonna over chop. I face in bing. Over chop. I'm gonna over chop. Come on, let's go. Them say you no go fi do where you do. Them shogo. Feel my fair. I'm a gone your feet. I'm gonna over na jobo. I face in bing. You know my niggas in the track, yeah. I'm gonna over chop. Feel my fair.
A long time. Yeah. Ujame ya will be after me welcome. Walk up to my samba biom na you are welcome. Not just a camina bubu me well done. But I can get the wukume, cause the way I help him, I think in this over the patrol. Dog and forget it. What could this keji? Uncle ye, I wanna wash a honor. There were penny me, what the papa made the mom, and Bobon, what can I miss when Shamo? Cut up in the wood, I don't do I didn't suafra. Menawati, now would I come a copia? Yet to me, frame, yes, a sack, now away, and Sisiana me pump and a honko fodia. Yes, so was a whoop a baron. When you're number one player, who's the whoop a G wagon? Hey, what do you have one favor? Found quite some saw her. I saw her. Mr. Found quite some saw her. I saw her. Suppose a whoop a baron. When you're number one player, whoop a G wagon. What do you have one favor? Get it in my brother. What you mean, my keys and my mayor and I will call the group and I will cast it. The Jimmy Nameton when I would even send him with a challenge on the yasse. Minim na we here to yinka say we jam and on after that was happy. Chale forgetting a watch it. Why not within another 10 years? Now when you beat the walk of a ton to dig it. Money how could I don't shed tears? Baby.
Oh yeah. Every day, Munyama many many, men so I want to party. So don't be lazy, Charlie, you must be happy. Enjoy the party. Cause all the pan made each of you. Osasi so na be inside. I fear the Vimbina ever. Ain't the empty, oh, be a matty impression. your girl, cause we don't give up. We know the fear, shell it, and we look fly. Oh, pepe, sweet vibes, yeah, yeah. Ballers, pele. Me and the guys, we there for one corner, oh, corner, oh, corner. Hide your lover, oh, lover, oh, lover. From the fire, fire, oh, fire, yeah. Me and the guys, we there for one corner, oh, corner, oh, corner. Hide your lover, lover, oh, lover. From the fire, fire, oh, fire, yeah.
We got our eyes on the ghost in the corner. Eyes on the ghost in the corner. We got our eyes on the ghost in the corner. Eyes on the ghost in the corner.
We live in la vida loca. Holiday, here we come. My guys are fear to enter the DM of Megan Thee Stallion. Cause we are young, we carry on, oh my God, I bet you are feeling this song, we know the fear, shell it, and we look fly, oh pepe, sweet vibes, yeah yeah, ballers, pele. Me and the guys, we there for one corner, oh corner, oh corner. Hide your lover, oh lover, oh lover. From the fire, fire, oh fire, yeah. Me and the guys, we there for one corner, oh corner, oh corner. Hide your lover, lover, oh lover.
Yeah. Obiana, yeah. What the crowd being on it? DJ Breezy.
DJ yo. DJ yo.
Black Onion.
Chrome wide. Kejizika. You need me girls. Yeah, what want it? Chama confirm it. Enti ya papi. TSC chrome wide and DJ yo. Yeah, what want it? TSC chrome wide and DJ yo. Yeah, what want it? TSC chrome wide and DJ yo. Yeah, what want it? Be outside. TSC chrome wide and DJ yo. Yeah, what want it? Be outside. TSC chrome wide and DJ yo. Yeah, what want it?
Atika, yeah, Jinemu. I mean, now, Papa, what you pay? Yeah, Jinemu. Free night, call space to space. Make friend, on friend, I get. When you the ladies in me, Ethiopia.
I was open for the order. I've been on your grab in the book, when you need Osoro, at the ball. If you have been on your machine to Pesha before, complacing the doors to me, Bobo. Also, was open my enemy to the visit the Yajuman and my jacket here. Be we boy, me, but I was your medical, me, Korea. I was open my enemy to the visit the Yajuman and my jacket here. Be we boy, me, but I was your medical, me, Korea. Sometimes for your money, my order. Obano, on your eyes, my baby, me, she will cancel a full metal. Or so many for me already, order. I've been on your crab in Bokia Bobo, when you need Osoro, at the ball. If you ain't been any much to Besha before, go bless in the doors to me, Bobo. Go bless in the doors,
Your baby, una gonna be. Oh yeah, me baby, me so me any honey. Why am I DB? Friend no grow for me.
Menya bibi ni besia Mamenya niya Amemede makumenyina Bama no Baby I made
You're welcome. Please have a seat. Thank you very much.
That I got the opportunity to serve in my department in the University of Education Winnipeg Integrated Science Department as the general coursework. Then during my time of being the general coursework, I sometimes educate myself and then skip some lectures just to attend to the university students in my class. The chair
About 3 minutes. Go ahead. Yes. Why are you
the chair stipulated in the Usag Constitution, Article 45, said anyone who filed for the National Executive Portfolio should meet a 7-member committee to be vetted for the said position or portfolio. So the chair being here this evening or this afternoon, I can't really tell the time because so this afternoon, I'm here to meet the 7-member committee to be vetted for the position of the University Student Association of Ghana president. Thank you.
Sure. You're welcome. You want to head all university students in Ghana. That's the idea. Could you tell me 3 challenges university students are facing currently?
Thank you very much, the chair. The chair, one of the challenges that I am a student, the chair, so personally I also face that. Pour my heart so that you know much about how.
What exactly about accommodation did you want to say?
The chair, the issue about accommodation is that some landlords, especially the university students that are renting outside campus, the landlords maltreat most of their university students, which I think is a very big challenge.
Isn't that more about welfare than it is about accommodation?
It's about accommodation, limited accommodation in some university.
So the problem with accommodation is that there is limited accommodation.
Yes, please.
In most universities?
Yes, please.
In most universities. Good. Problem number 2.
Thank you, the chair. One of the challenges that I also factored.
Could we have some silence, please? Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The chair, due to the free senior high school policy, a lot of senior high school students are now into the university system, which has created a lot of population in most of the universities, which has made the facilities.
So what is the problem?
The main problem is the limited facilities to contain most universities.
You think that's a problem university students are facing currently?
So currently, university students.
The question is, do you think that is a problem university students are facing?
I believe the chair.
Good. Problem number 3.
The chair. The problem number three, sorry, is that I have found out that most of the university students. During my campus story.
You have the verb used. Okay. You should have said you have found out. Thank you very much.
Found out.
Yes, found out. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much for the correction, the chair. The chair, most of the university students are struggling to pay their own school fees. So the chair, most of them are not aware about some scholarship opportunities that is available for them.
And you think that's a major problem that university students are facing? Scholarship opportunities?
Yes.
You think scholarship opportunities is a major problem university students are facing?
I am not saying the major problem is the scholarship opportunities.
Getting scholarship opportunities is the problem.
Opportunities.
Okay. Now, you want to head university students in Ghana. What is your plan if you have identified that these are the problems they are facing?
The chair, thank you very much for the question.
Can you try as much as possible to be brief?
Thank you, the chair.
Yes.
I'll try my best to be brief.
I know my questions are good. I acknowledge that you like them. That's why you're thanking me.
Thank you.
Let's end the thanking you and answer my questions directly.
Okay, the chair. The chair, thank you very much for the question.
No,
okay.
I'm not doing that again.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead and answer my question, please. I've listed them down. I'll guide you. First, you said limited accommodation. What is your plan?
I'm sorry for saying thank you, but then
let's ignore that and move forward. Yes.
The chair, in my policy, I believe that there are most of the real estate companies that are ready to come on board to construct hostels in the available lands or in some universities, but then we are not getting people to mediate that.
So what is your plan?
So I plan that when God willing, which I believe that God will, that I get the opportunity to be the president, I would have the negotiation, which I have even started some. I have a friend who is part of the real estate agencies, which I had this conversation with him, and then he assured me that they have been doing that for some time. And whenever we are ready, or I get the opportunity, he's ready to facilitate that for us, where they will be constructing the hostels in the campus, and they will be using it for some time, according to the agreement with the management of the university. They will use it for a number of years. So after using it for the number of years, the hostel will now belong to the institution.
So I understand that your plan is to facilitate the building of hostels by some real estate companies in the universities.
In collaboration with the...
Let me finish.
Thank you.
In universities that have accommodation issues. Is that it?
Exactly.
Good. But the problem here is that there are certain universities that do not recognize the authority of USAG. Do you know that?
Kindly come again.
Now,
Kindly.
why would a university like, say, KNUST let USAG come and determine who was coming to build hostels in their school? Do you see the problem here? So how feasible is this?
Thank you very much, the chair. The chair, my main focus is to seek the front line of university students. So my focus, I want to put it on me as a task to make sure there is equity among university students.
What has that got to do with facilitating for hostels to be built
the
in
chair,
universities?
maybe I don't really know, but then maybe the person in charge there has no idea about real estate coming
But
on
you
board.
do.
But I do, so because I have been in touch with one of the managers for some time, so I have a fair idea. Maybe the president or whoever is in charge.
Have you bothered to find out if these universities have actually made that effort to try and get these companies on board to build, operate, and transfer hostels to them?
Thank you, the chair. The chair, during my...
Have you? Is it yes or no?
Yes, I have. Yes.
And what was the results of your what did you find out?
The chair, during my campus tour,
What did you find out?
I found out that most of them have no idea of my plan bringing on board.
What's your plan?
My policy.
Not your policy. The idea of getting real estate companies to build hostels in their schools. Have you found out if they have already made such efforts?
They have no idea about how to even start.
The universities have no idea about how to
negotiate with the real estates, because after
the universities have no idea about how to negotiate with real estate companies on how to build hostels in their universities. Is that what you're saying?
My discussion.
Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying, the chair.
But what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that I met the SRC president of...
The SRC president is not management of the universities.
Thank you very much, the chair. But I believe that the SRC president is in part
so
of
if the SRC president has no knowledge, does that reflect on the university?
Please, the chair, the SRC president becomes a member of the committee board of the management.
The university council, you mean?
Thank you very much.
Yes.
God bless you. The university council.
Yes.
He becomes a member, so he has fair idea about what goes on.
And the SRC president told you that the university management has no idea about how to negotiate with real estate agencies or real estate companies about getting them to build hostels in their schools.
So
is that what you got?
Yes, please.
That's what the SRC president told you?
Yes, please.
Which SRC president told you that?
Thank you, the chair, but for the sake of security...
Security? No, but this is facts. This is something that is out there, so that we can also try and help that university.
The chair, if I mentioned someone's name, the person might not like his...
Let's move on. You mentioned limited facilities. What's your plan?
Thank you, the chair. The chair, limited facilities like...
Go ahead.
Thank you, especially libraries, lecture halls. I think...
What is your plan?
My plan is to negotiate with the real estate, because I had a lot of conversation with them and they are into both lecture halls.
Who will build and who will pay for it?
So that they will undergo a conversation.
They will build those facilities and who will pay for it? With the hostels, we're building, operating, and transferring.
Okay.
But with these facilities, they will build and who will pay for it?
Thank you, the chair. So it's going to be part of the policy when they help.
See, they will build and who will pay for it?
Come again, the chair.
When they build those facilities, who will pay for it?
The facilities, especially some.
If they build a lecture hall, who will pay for it?
Especially some private schools.
When they build it, who will pay for it? That's my question.
The school will pay.
The school themselves will pay for it.
In the subsidized pricing.
So yours is to negotiate for them to build, and then they pay for it. They pay less for it.
Yes,
is that the plan?
It's also a medium for the real estate to sell themselves. So I believe they will be bringing the prices down.
Very interesting. Now, getting scholarship opportunities. You think that's a major problem university students are facing? What is your plan?
It's one of the major problems.
What is your plan?
Thank you very much, the chair. My plan is to negotiate with. I have a very good negotiation.
What is your
plan? So
plan?
my plan is to go ahead and negotiate with stakeholders that have.
Which stakeholders?
The chair, we have a lot of stakeholders.
Which stakeholders?
Example, like MTN will be ready to.
MTN is ready or would be ready.
MTN is ready to support.
You have had that discussion with MTN, and they have made you aware that they are ready to sponsor you, because I know they already do it. So I want to understand what you mean by there aren't enough scholarship opportunities, so you are going to negotiate with stakeholders.
Thank you very much. They do it, but most university students have no idea. Most have no idea about how it operates. So I believe when I create a desk, scholarship desk, that I get.
So are you creating the desk to just give information, or you're going to help students get the scholarship opportunities?
I'm going to help university students get the scholarship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Susu.
Mr. Odoy, how are you doing?
Thank you, but the chair, sorry to correct you. The name is Odoi.
Odoi.
Yes, the chair.
Okay. I will be taking you through some current affairs, trending issues. So tell us, what is currently trending? What trending issues do you have?
Thank you very much, the chair.
But keep it very brief.
Thank you.
Very concise as well.
Can I take my water?
You want to take water?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, the chair.
Are you ready?
Yes, please.
Okay, so tell us.
The chair, first of all, the current news in Ghana is about the Minister of Water and Sanitation, okay. Honorable Cecilia Dapa, that is alleged that her money has been stolen, and also the bill of LGBTQ++ bill raised in Parliament.
Go ahead.
A bill has been raised in Parliament, so and then just this.
What is the name of the bill regarding the LGBTQR+ or whatever? What is the name of the bill?
The chair, I read it just yesterday, but it has skipped me.
Just for the purpose of this vetting.
No. I mean, yesterday I went through, but it has skipped me. If I try answering that, I may not be correct. So please, let's proceed. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, I'm done. So this morning I read in the news that sorry, the chair. I just recall one. So this morning I got to know that a man has been killed in Eastern region, one of the villages, and it's all over.
Okay. Now, what is the mandate of Usag?
Come again, the chair. Thank you.
What is the mandate of USAG?
Thank you, the chair. The mandate of USAG.
Mr. Odai, please. Thank you, the chair. Stop.
The chair, the mandate of USAG is to seek the welfare of the university students in Ghana. Thank you.
Now, you seek to lead USAG. Has your institution paid its dues yet?
The chair, my institution hasn't paid yet.
Why?
The chair, university students in my institution are not paying their fees. I think most of them are now struggling to pay their fees, where we get the dues before paying the USAG dues.
So you mean you've not had any activity as an SRC?
Our school is struggling to have activities. The chair, one reason too is that...
then you see, I put it, you do not have any business leading USAG. If that is the excuse you are given. Because look, this association rides on dues. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if you become the president and these excuses are given, how do you operate?
Sorry, the chair. The chair, please, one of my policies speaks about that. I found out that university students hardly pay their dues, and then through my
university student, I'm not talking about university students here.
Sorry, the member institutions,
yes,
and university colleges sometimes hardly pay the dues, in the sense that sometimes they feel when they pay through online, it doesn't really make sense. So I believe that I am bringing
when is that what you have realized?
Through some conversation with some institutions.
They feel USAG is not relevant.
Yes, please.
Okay.
They feel that they are not seeing the impact in USAG activities.
So what has been your response to
yes,
them?
Please. So I told them that when God willing I come on power, what I'm going to do is that I will be...
do you agree with their views?
I don't agree with them, because personally I've been part of USAG and we have been doing a lot of activities.
So what has been your response to those who hold the view that USAG is irrelevant, for which reason they wouldn't be paying the dues? And so, mind you, I take this to be a very serious statement. You are a former SRC vice president, and making such statement means there is a high level discussion, okay, with either your SRC president or student leaders. Do you agree with me?
The chair,
is that the case?
I am not currently the SRC president.
I said you are a former.
Yes, the chair.
So why are you saying you are not current?
So
I said former.
I have less power over the current SRC.
I am not holding brief of it. I'm saying that you made an emphatic statement that people are of the view, but after your engagement you realize that they hold the view that USAG is irrelevant, for which reason they are not paying the dues.
So Chair, I want to help in that so that the payment of dues...
So what has been your response to them?
I believe they are wrong.
So what are you going to do to mobilize resources when you eventually become the USAG president?
So I believe that they have personal issues, but how to come on board has been a problem, since most of the national executives are scattered. I mean, some are in Kumasi, some are in Temali. So I believe when we bring a policy, when I bring a policy that is decentralization policy.
Decentralization
policy, where I will be securing offices in all regions in Ghana.
How? Office for what?
For USAG. In all the regions in Ghana, maybe Volta region, there will be an office for USAG.
Operated by whom?
by me.
My brother, get serious because, I mean, you have to be realistic.
The chair.
How do you run your office? Where is Usag's office? National office.
Across City Campus. There.
So that is not enough for you. You will not be roaming across all the 16 regions.
The chair, it will delay processes.
Okay.
I think that is one reason why students now lack confidence.
So will you be omnipresent in all these offices? Because you mentioned that you were going to be running them.
The chair, I want to faster
so I'm asking,
accelerate it.
I'm asking whether you'll be omnipresent in all these offices.
The chair, if I believe if I have representatives in these regions, things will faster and our association will move faster than how we
Do you know there's currently a policy from Dr. Anderson?
I know.
What do you know?
I know that there are reps in all the institutions.
So how different is that one from the regional officers you want to appoint?
Thank you, the chair. The chair, I believe that if God willing I get the opportunity, I'll be having a project in almost all the schools or all the institutions. Assuming I am having, I will be having driving license campaign where every institution will be getting.
Is that part of your policies?
It's part of my policy, the chair. So assuming I have to send the license to voter region, where all the institution around voter region have to come for their license, I cannot be going around like that. It will delay processes. But when I send it to the office at the central voter region there, every institution will get access to it easy, which will fasten or it will accelerate movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Michael.
The chair.
Okay. Your CV. When I pick your CV, the first thing I see, when it comes to your email, what do you mean by www.mikeodoe? What's the meaning of? Is this an email or website?
The chair. Respectfully, I have some small mistake on that CV, which is why I did that correction. I wish you allow me to present this.
And when did you do this correction? I'll make this.
The chair, we have been given time to submit the form,
okay.
So the time was limited. I think during my making sure I get to submit it on time.
Do you understand the position you are going for?
I understand very well, the chair.
Yes, I'm expecting a very high level of responsibility from you. If you are submitting a document as a president, you even need someone to go through this document for you before you even submit in the first place because of time. So, did you have someone go through this document for you?
Personally, I went through several.
And this is on the first page, your email.
The chair, for the email, I even have it here the same way, but I am still learning.
I am not impressed. I'm sorry. Okay. What's your understanding of interest and skills?
The chair, like I said respectfully, there is a mistake on that.
So it's not just this.
Yes, the chair, I wish you allow me to submit this one.
So you are trying to tell us that what you have there, we will not find any fault with it?
The chair, I can't tell respectfully.
Can you help? Oh, don't worry.
What's your understanding of interest and skills?
The chair, please, you are taking mine.
Is it on your CV?
Mine,
so you should know what is on it.
Thank you.
Please answer me. What's your understanding of interest and skills?
The chair, thank you.
What's your understanding of interest and skills?
The The chair, my understanding about interest is that something that I love doing and I wish to learn more on that.
And then your skills are?
Skills are things that I am very good in it, and that's.
So with the email, you still have www.my here?
The chair, yes, please. I am still learning respectfully.
Come on. As a presidential candidate, your email, you are still learning. Michael. So what's the correct email, please?
The chair, respectfully, I am still learning. If you
No, I'm saying, what is the correct email? It's not supposed to be a website. So what's the correct email?
The chair, if you could help me, I'll be grateful.
Help you?
See, it's like your telephone
Mr. Tesode, what is your email?
Mike Odwe at 2020 at gmail.com.
That is your email?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so why is it that when you were writing it out, you added www?
After here.
Is it because you think that is how it should be written?
The chair.
No, is it because you think that is how it should be written?
The chair, that is how I let. Yes.
That's what you think it should be.
Yes.
And that is what it is. You see the way you mentioned, you see the way you told me your email addresses. That is how you write it. You don't add hypertext www. Nothing. It's just the email at whatever. Is that okay?
The chair,
good.
Thank you very much.
So which skills do you possess? Skills, yes. Personal skills for this position. Why do you think you have these skills, therefore you qualify for this position?
Thank you very much, the chair. The chair, I am a very good listening person. I am very good in critical thinking, problem solving, and then I am also good in working with numerous people.
You are good at something.
Yes. I'm good at. Thank you very much.
You see, now your CV is confusing me here because I have this, I have that. I don't know which one to go through. So when you say here you have interests, and then you have problem solving, public speaking, creating new ideas, cooking, communication skills, good listening skills, motivation. Like, I'm struggling to understand what you mean by interest, and then you have all these things under it. Please, you need to pay attention to what you put under what. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, then also, what do you mean by native? You have here Ga Adangbe into brackets native. What's your understanding of native?
Thank you, the Chair.
Please, I've been asked not to thank the Chair again. Any more thank you for amount to 10 cents.
Chair, I'm sorry. How my mother brought me up.
It's fine. What do you mean by native, please?
Chair, the local language I speak. That is why I made it native.
So you mean to say you are a native speaker of the Ga Adangbe language? Is that what you mean?
The Chair, the language is the native.
Is that what you mean? See, when I ask you questions, I want direct answers instead of the explanation you're trying to give me.
Okay, the Chair, I get it.
Into brackets means you're a native speaker. Is that it?
Yes, the Chair.
Okay. Now that makes sense. Okay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michael, I pick your document and I'm struggling to find any achievements on your CV. Can you tell me about your achievements? Why you think you are qualified for this position?
Thank you, the Chair. The Chair, I started my presentation when I came here by telling the House that I had been the General Cross Rep during...
Don't explain, just mention it.
Chair, I was able to secure, together with my SLC president, I was the vice, so together
Don't
with...
explain that.
I was able to secure scholarship opportunity for my institution. We were able to also organize capacity building, and also we were able to organize free skill to university students and driving license for university students. Yes, please.
5.
Yes, please.
I want one last one.
Chair, I was also able to. Chair, we were able to factor some skill students, and we supported them.
I'm not impressed, Michael. Please, when you say, look, going through your policies, you have, you've not explained your policies here, so I'm finding it difficult to understand. Please explain to me what you mean by senior high school tour.
Thank you very much, the chair. The chair, can I use myself as an example?
Please.
Thank you very much. The chair, when I was in senior high school, I did science in the senior high school. So getting into the university has been a problem for me. I really don't know the kind of program to choose. So it has been a problem, and entering...
Do you think as a USAC president, it is your core mandate to focus on senior high school tours? Then what does NUCS do?
The chair, I think, yes please, I think it's my mandate because my focus is on the university level, but before you enter into the university, you have to be sound-minded, know the kind of course you are choosing, so that when you get there, you have a...
So don't you think this conflicts with NUCS mandates?
The chair, NUCS is for all the institutions, all the schools.
Exactly.
And
USAG is for what?
Universities.
Exactly.
And my focus now is on the prospective universities.
So if you say tour, what do you mean by tour?
My focus is on the prospective university students, final year students that will be entering into the university.
In which of the
students.
schools?
And we will be going to, I personally bring in this policy. I will make sure that we do it in a regional base where we will organize seminar for final year students and train them. I am not doing it alone. I will bring university lecturers.
Just in your region, how many senior high schools do you have in your region? This policy is not feasible.
So I can, the chair, kindly, we can also do it by zona, where we organize this and bring university lecturers on board.
Okay, did you factor the amount that will go into this policy?
The chair, I factored that.
You factored this?
Yes, please.
Touring all the senior high schools in Ghana. How many senior high schools do we have in Ghana?
Thank you, the chair. I believe that if this thing, this policy is implemented,
no. I'm asking. I get you. How many senior high schools do we have in Ghana?
The chair.
You think you can tour all the senior high schools in Ghana?
The chair, I believe I can do that.
Hey,
How
many do we have?
The chair, my focus is using the zonal level.
How many do we have?
The chair, the number has skipped.
Okay, that's
How
fine.
How many universities do we have in Ghana?
The chair, we have 52 universities.
52 universities in Ghana, or 52 universities member.
You are talking about member institutions for you, sir.
I'm talking about member institutions.
And now you want to know the number of...
The chair, my focus is on member institutions.
So if that's your focus, please, you and I can attest here that this policy is not feasible. Do you still go by it that it's feasible?
The chair, I believe it is feasible.
So you did a thorough research about it before putting it on your policy.
The chair, yes.
What's the budget for this store?
The chair, I believe it will not consume that much.
What is the budget?
In the sense that I will be bringing most universities. This is a medium for the universities.
So what is the budget? I understand. What is the budget?
The chair, the budget for this
will be
7,000. The chair.
7,000 to tour the whole.
The chair, the reason is that, yes, the chair, I wish you allow me to explain. The chair.
Before I hand over the mic to Honorable Alon, but are you aware, when you had this policy in mind, are you aware that major public universities in Ghana already do this? I can speak for KNUST. I know KNUST reaches out to a number of universities in the Ashanti region to educate them on how to even fill their forms, what programs to choose, what's the cutoff point. Did you bother to find out? I know UCC does it, Winneba does it, and NAPUG does it. So how did you bother to find out if this thing already happens? Because it looks like you want to do something that already exists.
The chair, thank you very much.
Did you
Yes,
bother to
please.
find out?
Yes, the chair.
And what's the outreach wasn't to enough universities? Is that it?
The chair. At the same time,
was the outreach not to enough universities? Was that the reason why you're looking at doing the same thing?
Yes, please.
So why not reach out to those specific senior high schools, but think about all senior high schools in Ghana?
Chair, I believe that when I do it in equity ways, everyone will be affected.
When you do it in what ways?
Equity.
What do you understand by equity?
That is balancing it where everyone
Exactly. So the balance is universities already reach out to senior high schools. Identify those senior high schools that they reach out to against those that they don't reach out to. Then you use your platform to reach out to those schools that they don't get to. But to say you want to, could you get me new questions? But to say you want to tour all senior high schools, sit down. But to say you want to tour all senior high schools in Ghana, that's a Herculean task. You have 9 months and your focus should be, yes, I understand. You want to think of the future of USAG whilst you think of the present USAG. No, thank you. You want to think of the future. It's a brilliant idea. It's quite visionary to say you want to think of prospective university students. I agree. You want to help them when it comes to making choices with regards to coming to the university. I agree. But the way you want to go about it isn't feasible. You will end up focusing on prospective university students and ignore those who are university students, whose money you will use to run the association. Think through that policy.
Chair, thank you.
Think through that policy. That's it.
I appreciate that, and I will think through. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's not great. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
All right, sure. I understand that. I'm fine, thank you too. I understand that your mother brought you out to save us, all of us. So at this moment, I'm pleading. I have just 10 minutes to score you over 100%. 8 minutes. So please, let's work together. I understand your mother brought you up, put a thank you away, and answer my questions specifically. You understand? Because these are general questions and some carry very heavy marks. So take note. If you choose to be thanking me, I also choose to be scoring you. So take note. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So just a few remarks, then I'll move on to my substantive questions. You make it. You'll be making an emphatic statement that you've been mixing lectures to attend programs. And understand in your school rules and regulations that when you miss lectures for 3 times, you can be suspended or sacked. But you were mixing lectures to organize programs. When the chair asks you questions, that was your response to it. Secondly, you make another emphatic statement that most landladies and landlords have been maltreating students, and this is on record. You have not done any research to come up with this fact. So I'm also advising, for my questions, if you give me answers like this, you should be understanding the results that you're going to get. You understand? Good. So do away with all this emphatic statement, because I know you've not made any research to come out with these figures. You understand? Good. All right. Let's move on. Now my first question. What is the aim of education to you? People have been making a statement that education is a scam. To you, what is the aim of education?
The chair. I believe that the aim of education is to build individuals and to improve their thinking. And
please, my question is you, not individuals. You, to you.
Kindly respect.
The question is specifically to you, not to anybody. You. What has been the aim of education to you? Tell the university students.
The aim of education is
to you.
To me.
Yes.
I believe that the aim of the education system is to improve and impact into the nation. Bring changes and impact into the nation.
You still don't understand that you are making my work very difficult.
Yes, we brought to you, so I got confused on the way.
What is the confusion here?
It's because I was trying to...
You, as Mr. Odoi, what is the aim of education to you? You personally. Why are you schooling?
Thank you, Deji. The aim of the education is to put more knowledge into me so that I will be fit well into the society and also bring an impact into the nation.
Okay, let's move on. You have a policy document and you provided your mission statement. I don't want to go into it, the vision statement. What is the vision and mission statement of USAG? What is the vision statement of USAG?
The chair, to seek the welfare of the university students in a view of improving quality education to enhance personal and national development.
So how does your mission aligns with that of USAG? You are aspiring for the position of president, and all your documents that you submitted doesn't align to the duties of a president or what you are coming for. How does your mission statement aligns with that of USAG?
The chair, I will be bringing strategic.
How does your mission statement aligns with that of USAG? How does the two coincide?
My mission statement is focusing on seeking the interest of university students first before any other thing. And then I believe it aligns with USAG, since USAG is also seeking the student front first before any other thing to improve quality education and personal and the country as a whole.
I'm not very convinced with the answers you are giving me. Regardless, we can move on. And the biggest room is the room of improvement. Okay. You also mentioned going around registering students on driving license. Have you heard of the tech drive policy from the government? Have you heard of tech drive?
Yes, the chair.
What is it about?
The chair, I have not read deep into that.
You said you've heard about it.
Yes.
When have you heard about it?
The chair, I heard it, but I have not gone deep into it.
I suggest to you that you have no idea about it.
The chair, your question was, have I heard about it? And I said
yes. So what did you hear about it? If you've heard about something, you should be able to speak a little about it. What is it about?
Tech drive.
Yes, what is it about?
The chair, it's about driving.
Please.
The chair, I cannot specifically...
Don't throw dust into our eyes. You have no, I have no idea about it.
I have less idea, thank you.
Okay. What does it mean for you?
The chair...
I'm coming. It's a question, I'm not done. What does it mean for you to have a commitment to diversity?
Kindly go over the chair.
What does it mean for you to have commitment to diversity?
The chair, I wish you can reframe your question again.
Do you understand diversity? You are coming
Yes,
to lead
please.
a lot of
Diversity.
universities
Yes.
with different school rules and regulations. So, what does it mean to you to have that commitment to this diversity?
Thank you, the chair. The chair, I believe that if I have the student at heart and seek the interest of the students, university students, I believe that I will seek the interest first, and then no matter how the policy of the mother institution is, my focus should be seeking the interest of the university student first, making sure I bring strategic policies.
Very well. Very well. That's fine. Excellent. What are standing orders in a meeting?
Thank you, the chair. The standing orders are.
You're still thanking me till now.
The chair.
Once I've cautioned you.
I apologize for that. Duly apologize. The chair. Standing orders are signs that is made during submission in the gathering or at the Parliament House.
Can you demonstrate some of the interventions during meetings?
Kindly come over, the chair.
We have interventions we use during meetings. Can you tell us some of them and demonstrate them to us?
Intervention of kindly intervention.
I don't know how I can explain it. Have you chaired a meeting before?
Yes, please.
During a meeting, we have interventions that we use during a meeting to guide the meeting. Can you tell us some of these interventions?
Okay, the chair, we have a point of information.
Can you do that? Demonstrate that for us to see.
The chair, the point of information.
Any other?
Point of order.
Can you do that? Let's see. Any other?
The chair, I didn't do.
Okay, very well. My last question to you. You want to be president of Usag. This is a practical question. We want you to demonstrate to us how to chair a meeting. Usag Council meeting. We are your audience, colleague executives. Demonstrate to us how to chair a meeting. You are the chair, so chair the meeting for us to hear. Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I want one of you to start our meeting with a prayer.
In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for making it for this gathering. Today our meeting is going to be very brief, and then I want everyone to put his or her phone aside because this meeting is going to be a very important one. Yes, to start. Thank you, Rachel. To start, I believe you all know that we are here together for one objective. So I am pleading on everyone here to start or to bring an idea in this agenda. There are some issues that are popping up that I am bringing on board that we all discuss here and bring a conclusion to that. So I will start from I'll bring the issue agenda, and then I'll start from the ladies, the madam with the lenses. Yes. So the agenda is about.
You, as a president, you organize a meeting. Hello. You organize a meeting without any reading of the previous meeting minute. You didn't even talk about the agenda. And in the university, you know we have diversity of religion. And you ask somebody to pray. So if I'm a traditionalist and I start pouring libation as a form of prayer, these are the things you should be mindful of. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Co-chair, please don't start my time now. Mr. Tete,
Chair.
I have a set of questions here, and I'm to ask you within 8 minutes. If you're able to finish answering all the questions, that will determine your marks. If you go with a thank you, Chair, trying to explain yourself unnecessary, and I don't consume my questions here. Automatically, do have in mind that you don't have anything on the score sheet from my end. Chair, you can start. Question number 1. How many chapters are in the Usag Constitution?
Chair, we have 11 chapters.
Thank you. Which part of the Constitution can we locate list of member institutions? Which part of the Constitution can we locate the list of member institutions? Third schedule. A portion of, okay, let me skip that one. Which part of the article in the Constitution talks about membership?
Membership.
Which part of the article in the Constitution talks about membership?
Article 15.
Wrong, Article 4. Usag is a permanent block of which association?
NUCS, National Union.
Thank you. Under which chapter talks about the directive principles of Usag and how many articles are under this chapter?
Kindly.
Under which chapter talks about the directive principles of Usag and how many articles are under this chapter?
Chapter 8.
Wrong, Chapter 2. Chapter 2, clause 5, 6, and 7. Which chapter talks about the structure of Usag and name the article with the structure? Which chapter talks about the structure of Usag and name the article with the structure?
Chapter 13.
Wrong, Chapter 8. Name the article with the structure.
The article with kindly come again.
Now, name the structure for me.
The structure of
Usag.
The structure, we have Congress, Senate, National Executive Council, National Executive Officers.
Give the panel the article that states the quorum of Congress and Senate.
Come again, the chair.
Give the panel the article that states the quorum of Congress and Senate.
Article 13.
Article 10 and 14. Which article states the composition of Senate?
Composition of Senate.
Which article states the composition of Senate?
Article 15.
Article 13. Which article in the Constitution can you, as a president, invoke to call for emergency meeting? Which article in the Constitution can you, as a president, invoke to call for emergency meeting?
Article 9.
Article 15. The Constitution has given NEC the mandate to assisting the national executive officers in policy drafting of the association. Which article and which clause?
Kindly come again.
The Constitution has given National Executive Council the mandate to assisting the national executive officers in policy drafting of the association. Which article and which clause? Article 18, clause 3. And automatically I put it to you that you never went around consulting any National Executive Council member in drafting this one page of policies. Give me, according to the order in the Constitution, the structure of National Executive Officers. Give me, according to the order in the Constitution, the structure of the National Executive Officers.
The President.
The President.
The General Secretary. The Coordinating Secretary. The Treasurer, the Financial Controller, the International and Diaspora Relation Officer, the WUCOM.
Remaining one.
The Press and Information Secretary Council.
Who is the current patron of USAC?
Honorable, Mrs. Angela.
Get the title correct. Who is the current patron of Usag? The title is really important too, because that title, Brother Bren,
Honorable, Madam Mrs. Angela Atta Ofori.
Dr. Angela Ofori Atta. Okay. Which article gives the association the mandate to appoint patron? And who is to appoint patron? Which article gives the association the mandate to appoint patron? And who is to appoint patron?
Article 17.
Article 20. And who is supposed to appoint the patron?
The patron is to apply.
The patron is to apply. Which part of the Constitution states that?
The government. The government is to.
The government. The association that you are seeking this committee to pass you, for the delegates to mandate to vote for you and give you the mandate to lead the association. You don't know who is supposed to appoint the patron for this association.
The president.
Senate is supposed to appoint patron. So, Mr. Tete, if I put it to you, I'm not going to suggest to you, I'm putting it to you that you are not fit to lead this association. If this committee mistakenly pass you and delegate decide to give you the mandate, you are going to collapse this association like some associations that I know that is about to go down the drain. And so left for me, I will plead with you that step down with your dignity intact and let those that the committee think are fit, let the committee pass them. Let the delegate decide and give the association to them, because if we make a mistake by passing you and delegate also decide to make a mistake by voting for you and give the association to you to lead, you're going to collapse the association. True or false?
Mr. Chair, false.
False. Mr. Odai, you said you are going to implement, Coach, do I still have time?
Yes.
You said you are going to, this one-page policy. This one-page policy, you said you are going to implement this one-page policy with the dues that member institution will pay. What moral justification do you have to go to any member institution asking them for dues for you to implement your policies? Meanwhile, your institution have not paid it dues.
The chair kindly come over here.
What moral justification would you have as the association president going round member institution asking them to give you money, pay their dues for you to use the dues to implement these policies? Meanwhile, your institution that you are coming from have not paid the dues. And your grassroots president, who is now acting as president, was at Senate meeting at Somenya when NEC took a decision that we pay dues ahead of Congress. 2 NEC members are on this panel. And we can attest to the fact that your grassroots president, who is an acting president, was there and was part of the decision.
The chair, I believe that is the main reason why I want to win this.
Coach, I'm sorry for
bring this policy of centralization.
I'm giving you 24 hours ultimatum before this committee publish its results. If favor locates you and you will pass this vetting, your results, I will pay your institution dues and I will make sure that we sit on your results and we disqualify you. Do you agree with me? And so if you want this committee to pass you, I'm giving you 24 hours ultimatum. Go convince your institution to pay its dues. Today is Sunday, by close of Wednesday. If by the close of Tuesday, if you have the money today, see, all the committee members have agreed with me that Any president who walks into this room without paying dues, we will sack the person. And that 2,500 Ghana cedis, ye Adana Kope. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate it. And I'll make sure just after here, I'll press on my acting as a president.
You do it before coming.
Chair, I've started the process while fasting.
Hello.
Hi.
Let me take my glasses off so you can see my face.
Yes, I like your.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. The chair, she wants me to see her face, so I said I like that.
I have 4 questions for you. So let's do it quickly. Co-chair, let's go. How would you foster a collaborative and inclusive environment within the association to promote teamwork and achieve common goals?
The chair, kindly come over the question.
I should come over. Okay. I'm coming.
The chair, kindly go over the question again.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's better. How would you foster a collaborative and inclusive environment within the association to promote teamwork and achieve common goals as the president of the association?
The chair, thank you for the question.
I'm the secretary of the panel.
Please, I'll implement a manual document where the manual document is going to list every officer's duty, where every officer is going to be guided by the manual document. And personally, I have done some before during my time of serving as the SRC Vice President. That was what I used. So it was helping me do the coordination and monitoring very well. So day by day, I get to know what this particular officer did and what he is lacking. Then I prompt the person. So I believe the implementation
of the purpose of your constitution if you are now developing a new manual by which your executives are going to be working with?
Mr. Chair, there is a difference between manual documents and the constitution. The constitution.
Let me get the difference then. What is a manual document?
Mr. Chair, the manual document purposely guides the officers and the list the duty each of them will be having. So with that, the officer knows that these are my duties, and it guides them day by day activities.
And you think that is not in the? You think that is not in the constitution?
The constitution is a general one.
Please? Can I have a constitution, please?
The chair, the constitution is the general one that.
What do you mean by general one?
That guides
executive officers, chapter 4. The president shall 1. Be the chief spokesperson of USAG. 2. Coordinate the implementation of decisions of the National Executive Council, Senate, and Congress. 3. Represents the USAG on NOCs, bodies, organizations, and associations within which USAG is invited. Chair all meetings organized by the association. How specific would you want this to be?
Thank you, the chair. That is the constitution.
How specific would you want this to be? So in your manual, what would the president do?
The chair, this manual is going to be more detailed.
Yes.
Speaking
so how
on the
specific would you, in your manual, here, this is what the constitution says you will do as president. In your manual, what will be the duties of a president?
The chair, being a spokesperson for chief spokesperson for USAG.
Calm down. We're having a
being
discussion.
the chief spokesperson for USAG, I will be implementing the policy. I will coordinate and implement policies. So my policy, I believe the committee has to go about it. So it is going to give every individual executive.
Now you're just putting English words together. You're not making any sense. You want to put together a manual when there is a manual already.
That is the constitution, but this manual is going to break the policies down, what we will be doing, activities and projects that we'll be having during our 1 year or annual tenure of being.
Every association has that. That is your year-long plan. That is what you do when you come into office. How is that a manual? Did you understand the question?
Yes, the chair.
You did?
I believe there's a constitution and there's a manual.
Did you understand the question?
Yes, please.
What do you understand by the question? She asked earlier. Or you focus on the question?
Yes, I wish she comes over.
Then why did you tell me you understood it?
I understood it, but then I can't directly go over what she said.
Let's move on. How would you rate the current administration on a scale of 1 to 10?
The chair.
I'm the secretary.
Madam Secretary.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, the current administration has been doing very well, and I will commend them.
Rate
the chair,
on the scale.
The chair, like I'm
1 to 10. I didn't ask you to give me what they've done, what they haven't. Just rate them.
The chair, I can't rate the current administration. I believe they are doing very well.
So rate them. If they're doing well, rate them. Just give me a number.
Well. They are doing well.
So I want a number.
I believe rating has to be done with scaling in a way. And I don't have
0 to 10. Just give me that.
The chair, I can't just mention a number since they have been doing very well and they are still on par.
So then we should allow them to continue. You don't need to come and take over them.
The chair, the constitution is saying
we'll amend the constitution so that they can carry on.
Until the constitution is amended, they have just annual intervals. So I can't rate them. I wish they can get more years. They are doing very well. But yes, I'm here because the constitution is saying they have annual tenure be in office.
Now you want them to continue.
If the constitution says continue, I think I would wait for the time they will be. They'll be tired when I come.
Then the constitution has been amended. I inform you. So go for your 2,000.
Does it mean that when you come to power, you will change the constitution?
I will never change the constitution that way.
Okay. As a leader, as a president, what is your tolerance level towards delegation?
Kindly reframe the question.
Should reframe the question.
Paraphrase it a bit.
Understanding the question as part of answering it. What is your tolerance to delegation?
Okay, the chair. Is it Madam Secretary?
Your
answer.
The chair, I have a very good leadership skill.
I'm listening.
The chair, I will be monitoring every activity.
Tolerance level towards delegation. Okay, let me break it down since you've asked me to.
Thank you.
As president, you can't be everywhere at the same time. So you are supposed to what? Delegate some of your tasks and responsibilities towards your other executives. First and foremost, do you believe in delegation?
I believe.
At what level can you delegate certain responsibilities to your executives?
The chair, I am someone who believes that working with people can bring a positive result, and then I can't do it alone. I cannot do it alone.
What measures would you implement to ensure transparency and accountability in financial matters and resource management within the organization?
The way you are running.
What did you say?
I said the way she was so fast.
I said to lower her pace. Don't say the way she was so fast. It is not yours to determine how we should answer the question.
Oh, I'm sorry for that.
What measures would you implement to ensure transparency and accountability in financial matters and resource management within USAG?
The chair will bring effective leadership.
Effective leadership, that's what you're bringing on. To ensure transparency.
Effective monitoring of each executive. Yes, please. I'll make sure day by day, I make sure I go and see what happens within each office.
But you'll be available on a lot of occasions.
The chair, I will be working with each and every one executive. So now we have mobile phone. I can just make a call and prompt.
And you trust the response from a mobile phone?
The chair, I will make a step.
How would you handle conflicts and disagreements within the association? And what strategies would you employ to promote resolution and harmony?
The chair, I will call the two parties together.
What if there are three?
I'll bring the three on board.
Four?
To hear about each side. I may hear about just one side and conclude which doesn't really make sense. So I believe that if I get to know much about what really the matter is, then I discuss with them and then we bring a solution to it. They shake hands, then we bring peace.
See, as a leader, I have a time, so I'm going to just speak on two things. As a leader, you are a pace setter. You need to be able to put yourself in an angle where before your executives come reporting someone to you, they should know that you are just and a fair person. Or you have that level of discipline to handle them, that maturity. She gets me. So when you set the precedents, subsequently, you wouldn't need to do what? Match. And on the issue of delegation, you need to be able to ensure that you can trust the people you're working with to be able to what? Relieve some of your duties to them. And it's not every duty you're supposed to do what? Delegate. So there has to be a level of measurement to what extent you can delegate and to what you can give and who you can give certain responsibilities and duties to. Okay?
Thank you very much.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Mark. Thank you, the chair. Mr. Doyle.
The chair.
Can I save some water?
Thank you, the chair.
I want to get a trap. If I were you, I would have taken it. What I'm giving you?
Yes, my throat is even dry.
Mr. Odoy, are you an artist?
Artist in which form? Kindly break it down.
Which forms of artists do you know?
We have pencil artists and music artists.
So which of them do you think I'm asking you if you are?
The chair, I believe you know what you are saying better than I do. So,
are you a music artist?
The chair, I am a multi-talented person.
Are you a music artist? Are you a music artist?
The chair, I don't.
Yes or no? Not any explanation. Are you? Yes or no?
The chair, I am not a music artist.
So no. Are you a pencil artist?
Yes, the chair.
You are a pencil artist.
Pencil artist.
So you have drawings too, your own self.
Yes, the chair.
Where do you publish them? Where do you show them at?
The chair, because of my choke activities, I don't really post it online because people normally call me begging me to do it and I don't have time to be. So I have some on my personal laptop.
All right, that's fine. The reason why I'm asking this. All right, so Mr. Odo, you said you are a pencil artist, you draw and all of that, and you have a lot doing already. And so people, if you post them online, people will call to worry you.
Yeah, people normally call me.
They will normally call to worry you, to draw them and all of that.
Yes,
then that means that I believe you don't have the luxury of time to handle the role of a USAC president if you have no time to even draw for people for money.
The chair, drawing is not my main focus. I am focused on serving the front line of university students.
Even when you can earn a livelihood. So are you to say you are coming to monetize the office of the USAC presidency?
The chair, the pencil art has been part of me. I can draw it at any time, but it is not my business. It's not my field.
So your business is getting into offices to make a living out of it?
My business is to serve and then serve the front line.
I ask again, are you a music artist?
Actually, I can do music, I can compose music because of my multi-talented style.
Do you rap?
Actually, I rap.
Good, because you have stated here in your hobbies for a CV, you are applying to the office, the highest office of the University Students Association of Ghana, and you have included in your hobbies that writing music, writing rap music, singing, drawing, reading. I'll come to the following ones. Does that not make you an unserious person to have outlined such hobbies for a highly respectable office as such as the presidency for USAC?
The chair, first of all, I changed the CV, which, but the chair, I believe that singing doesn't make it unofficial.
That is fine. That is to you. But do you think that has any merit to be on this CV for the honor panel to read, to base on this, to grant you the permission to go through the vetting?
Respectfully, the chair, I changed the CV.
You have submitted these documents, so to me, I will peruse all of them. And even the ones you have brought also has the same update. Well, it also has the same thing there. What is there on there? So the new also has drawing and singing there. And cooking. The new one you have brought, if you want to go on that, also has singing there, which I am talking about now. Has drawing there, which I spoke earlier about. It has cooking as your hobby for the office of the president. Are you coming to cook for Ghanaian students?
I believe education doesn't really focus on academic. And,
so if therefore, is this the only interest of yours that you can attribute to your office of a USAC presidency?
No, that is not the only one.
So why did you choose to put only this on your CV? For such an office?
The chair, respectfully, I am still learning. So personally, I believe that if I have multi-talented skill, I can be able, I have in my policy free skill for university students. So I believe if I have multiple skill, I can know where to.
It's good to have a multiple skill, but then whatever it is that you put on your CV as interest or hobby should be in relation to whatever it is that you are coming to do in this office. So you have no interest in anything leadership, anything personal growth or development, nothing or whatsoever, but you have interest in cooking.
The chair, I believe that if I have multiple.
All right, I'll come back to that later on. By the way, justice for one.
Justice for all.
All right, so you have here that you are part of the Student Legal Society, and you even won an award as an innovative student. What did you do to get you such an award?
The chair, I was the only person, and since the chair, I was the only person that had the opportunity to win an election at the SLC level among the society. So the society called me and they awarded me.
So just because you won an award, you won the election as from the University of Education Universe. So last year's the Student Legal Society, like the students bar, like lawyers on campus. That's a situation that nurtures students lawyers, which sometimes I was a member of. So because you just won an election, that makes you an innovative student as part of SLES to win an award. Is that how low the standards of SLES have been reduced to?
After winning the election, that's not the only reason, but after winning the election, we have inspired not only the association but the university students as a whole. So they called me, and then due to the hard working that we have been providing to the university.
So it means that there is no innovative stuff about this award. Just for simply winning an election makes you innovative, and for you inspiring people. So any other motivational speaker amongst you who might also be able to win an award can become an innovative
speaker. I was able to organize legal orientation for the association.
You organized that?
My SRC president and I, it was a collaborative work that we did.
Which one was that?
The legal orientation.
That's fine. The chair asked you initially when you came here that what were the 3 challenges that Ghanaian students are facing? If I recall to you, this stated about lack of accommodation, lack of facilities, and also lack of scholarship opportunities. Am I right?
Yes, the chair.
But if these are the 3 main pressing challenges or problems facing Ghanaian students, and you as a USAC president, incoming, probably that's if after you pass this veto, you have outlined in your policies and none of these even features in it. So it means therefore you're not coming to even solve the Ghanaian students' problems, which you have even outlined to us. Because none of these are part of your policies.
The chair, it is, everything is there, the chair.
How is everything here? Because even with these policies, you didn't even explain them, you just stated them.
The chair, I believe that if I am able to organize the safe drive policy, where we will,
the safe drive policy?
Safe drive policy is a 3-in-1 policy where we are going to equip students into extensive driving license and driving tutorials, where university students will now get the skills of being known to driving. They will now be good.
So simply you want to help Ghanaian students get a driving license before they graduate.
Yes, please.
Right?
And then when these universities, not before they graduate, but even within the school, during school time, most of them are drivers, taxi drivers that during that time, during school time, they make small money for themselves that will help them to also pay their school fees, buy slides and other activities.
How do you intend to do this?
So I intended...
With even over 52, about 52 universities belonging to only USAC, how are you going to achieve this?
The chair was able to start the negotiation, and I met some universities that are into driving license and then driving schools. I met with some management of the Kesben University, which are into driving.
You're going to contract Kesben University driving
I met with
for all the universities in Ghana.
And not only Kesben University. I was able to meet All Nation University management, some of the management. So I discussed with them, and they...
Right, hold on. This just tells me that this policy of yours is not going to be fair and equal to
it's
all
going to be fair and
let
equal.
me not dig too much into this to make it look irrelevant to your side, okay? So let's continue. Hello?
The chair is going to be fair.
Hello. Try one. Yes, let me not dig too much into this policy of yours.
Okay.
This USAC safe drive term, okay, please.
Okay.
If not, I'll rather use less before you, okay? And I don't want to have that to do with you.
Thank you.
What is this USAC decentralization? Just in a sentence, just that, so that I can move to my next question before I leave. Please.
USAC decentralization.
Yes.
Is just talking about we securing offices all over the regions in Ghana. We have office in each region where university students with issues report directly to the regional office, and then we combine them.
So are you going to build these offices, or are you going to rent them? And are you going to staff them with administrative staff?
The chair.
And you're going to pay people to be in there? How much do you think this will cost you to set up just an office? How do you think? Hello?
The chair. I believe this will cost nothing. because the chair, during my tour, I met with some presidents that were telling me almost all the region. I met some presidents that said they have empty spaces, empty offices, that if I believe that I can implement this, they are ready to secure them, give the office to us to operate. So I believe this will not even cost much, and I pick a rep from some institution that will operate in these offices. The chair, with this, even it will help us pay our dues, and it will help in the payment of dues to facilitate, because I'll release a communicate where every institution
Okay, thank you
is
very
to
much,
pay
Mr.
the
Odoy.
dues.
Thank you very much. I think you always want to over-explain things that we ask you, and it makes you commit to more issues that I can punch holes, but I don't want to go there. Now, just in case you pass this veto, and just in case delegates do vote for you to become the next USAC president, and you leave office, what do you want to be remembered for?
The chair, kindly go over there.
Just in case you pass this veto,
Hopefully.
and just in case the delegates do vote for you to become the next USAC president, and you're done with your tenure in office, what do you want to be remembered for?
The chair, I believe that if I implement the capacity building,
Okay, sorry, yeah, go.
implement capacity building where each and every individual student partake in this capacity building, it's going to build the.
So you want to remember that you were the president who organized a capacity training
Not only
workshop?
that, I was in the.
Just say, what do you want to be remembered for? So that when you are mentioned Odoy, something comes to someone's mind. What is it? A legacy project.
I want to be remembered that I am the only person that initiated the USAC real estate project, where USAC will be able to facilitate the construction of hostel facilities in campuses.
Mr. Doy, it's been a wonderful experience talking to you, getting to know what you have in mind for the University Students Association. I'd advise that should you win, or should you qualify from this stage and win, do some homework before you think about the policies you want to implement.
Thank you very much.
You're dismissed.
Thank you very much.
Yes, you signed your CV. Please give your CV to an expert to review it for you. If you don't sign CV, most of the things, the arrangements, it's personal. So please go. This is off record. Go and work on your CV very well. Okay. It will help you get a job. Oh.
You wait. Who's that about? Somebody can
All right.
You're spending 2 hours. No.
I'm looking at the
You need to be
I'm
available.
Yeah. How many hours did we spend? 2 hours. 2 hours.
This one.
Oh, and three. Yeah, you give me about 3:20 something.
It's 1 hour, 1 hour 30 minutes.
Your bed.
Yes.
Menya me baby see me Ethiopia. Unya wudi afa wutu bo adri. Me kura me die about ting be de. I think I'm in the crina my finger. Yari see a ginger daddy cross your bet to the finger bunting. Cross your bet to the finger bunting. So cross your bet to the finger bunting. Ting 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 bunting. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. TSC Chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. TSC Chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. TSC Chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. Yeah, bunting. TSC Chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, bunting.
Friday night, yeah, chicha be a mouth. What's your hallelujah? 3 a.m. Come on, Muslim now, want it. Morning gas in your swording. Trap a Miami, my 18. Or Brady Kess, I'm a massage. My life for Muslim and code. For when you best in a co. Kokuma me fine, I'm in bow. Brana, you want us to go. Aye, Mama, Mr. Claudia, I'm in Tessa. Nafe, Asambaya, 17, Oshisa. Pretty girls, Sam. Brana, you want us to go. Aye, Mama, Mr. Claudia, I'm in Tessa. Nafe, Asambaya, 17, Oshisa. Pretty girls, Sam. I have who to start a muda. Dear to say you know me muda. I dear me by a friend who can. Or chilling me what I'm who. 20 seconds by a tuba. Messi down my catchy muda. See can you start going on me? Ah, la 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 la.
Yeah, I want it. Yeah, I want it. Outside. TSC Chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, I want it. Outside. Yeah, I want it. Yeah, I want it. TSC Chroma and Tijayo. Yeah, I want it.
Come back to anyway, we outside, wash it till shed them. So happy. Come back to, come back to. Mashishema Namenya bibi ni besia Mamenye niya Amemede makumenyina Mamano Baby I made dream to minsan munkobi mo Mepeyina Ami baby I made dream to minsan mechili munkobi mo Mepeyina Kana me yama o Odonu kofu pinsase Mosima modonu kofu pinsaso Efibo wasembade Akukuduli na wuka senti wasembado Baby I made dream to mensani mechili na munkobio Naka selo wantase Ami baby I made dream to mensani mechili munkobio mo Mepe ina kana me yama o You do love kitchen. Mafia with pepper soup, you know, you love chicken. In your book, you do love kitchen. I mean, mafia with pepper soup, you know, you love chicken. Chief of Roy, it's off Roy, fancy, natty. Echicho, that's what you know, I say. Most of my soul, me more, boy, romantic. Other would in a kumemo, okay, you romantic. Me that could boy, I'm a be you know your nonsense. When they told them, I say the facts, yeah. Other no coffee beans, I say. Most of my mother no coffee beans, I so. If people was embodied, I could do na book a sainty was embodied. But baby, I made dream with humans and matching a munkobio. I can't sell one task. I mean, baby, I made dream with humans and matching a munkobio. Pepe ina, can't me a mao. Masembika Obanyeni Nana Malabaka, Yabanana Milika Visa, one in Yana Wanaba. Simple, Obido, I don't be. Ah, other way don't be. Ah, Obido, I don't be. Ah, other way don't be. I mean, I'm me jamming you most of the shame of oh, this, oh, that, and none of it to be that. My chema, still what I say.
Spiritual mix.
Oh, don't go for being sassy. Most of Mamma don't go for being sassy. If people was
Swansea Bafo Emmanuel. What's your first name?
Yes, please.
Okay. Welcome, Emmanuel.
Thank you, sir.
How are you doing?
I'm very great, by God's grace.
Okay. Emmanuel.
Sir.
Can you tell us a bit more about yourself? I can see your CV, but I'd like to hear from you. Can you tell us a bit more about yourself and why you're here today?
My name is Emmanuel Swanzibafo. I am currently the SRC president of the University of Energy and Natural Resources in Sunyani. I was born in Takrade. I had my basic education in Koforidua, the capital of the Eastern region of Ghana. I furthered to the Ghana Secondary Technical School, also in Takrade, for my senior high school education. And GSTS, as we put it in short, is where my whole leadership journey started. There, I got the chance to serve in various leadership roles. And I believe the kind of exposure I have there has further deepened the skills I have been able to accumulate now, which is what is helping me currently in my capacity as SRC president of the University of Energy and Natural Resources. I'm a very dedicated and committed individual, and in whatever course I commit myself to, I deliver to the fullest. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Whatever cause you commit yourself to,
I deliver to the fullest.
You deliver to the fullest?
Yes, please.
I see. Now, you were president of, SRC president for University of Energy and Natural Resources, right?
Currently the SRC
Oh, you're
president.
currently the SRC president?
Very well said.
How did you do as SRC? How are you doing as SRC president since you haven't handed over yet?
Come again with your
How would
question.
you rate yourself as SRC president?
How do I rate myself?
How would you, yeah, what would you rate yourself?
On a scale of?
Say 100.
I'll do 70%, Mr.
70?
Chair. Yes, please.
Really? What do you think you have done to merit that 70?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. When I was campaigning to the masses at the University of Energy and Natural Resources to...
Swansea, I want straightforward answers.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. So we have invested heavily in the area of infrastructure development. As you can
The
see,
SRC or the university?
The SRC. In our institution, the SRC is really much a partner in development. Our university is not so much of an old institution. It's a very young institution. So even as an SRC, we find ourselves investing hugely in areas where on a normal day you would expect
What infrastructural investments have you made?
So I speak of the finishing of a cafeteria project at the normal campus of our university. I also speak of a certain recreational facilities development project that is being undergone. We call it the Inner Village project.
Underway, you mean?
It's underway. We also have renovation of some dilapidated summer huts project also ongoing. And then
for a young institution that has dilapidated summer huts, is that unquestionable?
It's very questionable, sir. I totally side with you. There were issues with that particular project at the time it was being done. That was something.
I don't think that is something we want to go
very
in.
well
Yeah,
said.
let's move on.
Very well said. Now, aside that, I think with the infrastructural developmental projects, those are the ones I can actually speak of. The cafeteria
and the recreational center you're working on.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then currently there's also, we are almost through with procurement processes for the commencement of a conversion of a study room into a library. we have a very small library that's able to accommodate just about 40 students at a time. So the SRC is embarking on this project to augment the space we have now so that a lot of students can have access to.
Why are you falling short 30 points?
Come again, sir.
You rated yourself 70 out of 100. Why are you falling short 30%?
All right, sir. So there are other things students expect from us that we haven't been able to achieve to the fullest. So in my CV, I make mention of a certain reconciliation exercise with Vodafone Ghana for tertiary data bundles that students had been, should be given. I think for some time, their SIM cards had been deactivated. We went all the way to Accra to negotiate with them. And I think some SIM cards were reactivated, but to date, we haven't been able to finish up with a mop-up exercise.
You've made progress, haven't you?
Yes, please, we have.
Okay, let's move on to USAG. So you've made certain achievements as SRC president for UNAIR, and you think you can do a better job with USAG? Is that the idea?
Very well, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You want to lead all university students in Ghana. Could you tell me 3 challenges university students are facing currently?
Mr. Chairman, currently university students in Ghana are faced with the challenge of hiking hostel prices. This takes a national coverage, it's all over. The second issue...
Is that the case in your university?
Very well, sir. We are also battled with that same problem. Aside that, university students today are also faced with the challenges of inaccessibility to academic funding support. And so there are a lot of scholarships available, but how best the students can be able to access it is now a problem. Also, there are issues with...
There are lots of scholarships available for students?
Yes.
In Ghana?
To my estimation, I would say that a number of them available in Ghana, both private sponsored and then government sponsored.
But students don't take advantage of them, is that what you're saying?
Don't take advantage, no, students take advantage of them, but they are very limited. I mean, the kind of opportunities, or let me say the number
of
students...
If I understand clearly, Mr. Your name, is it a compound name, Swansea?
Yes, please, it's a compound name.
Emmanuel, if I understand you, is it the opportunities that are limited, or it's the students getting on the fact that students know about the opportunity or the information on those opportunities that's limited? Which is it?
Respectfully, sir, the opportunities are limited.
Okay. And then the third one.
And then currently, this particular one does not take a national coverage, but it is happening in certain universities. That is the encroachment of student powers by university management.
Encroachment
of student powers by certain university management. And so I speak of the University of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I speak of the University of Ghana, where currently there are issues with JCRCs, operationalization of JCRCs and the likes.
I see.
So I call it encroachment of powers by...
So you think the university management is encroaching the powers of the university students?
Yes, please. In my best of understanding, that is how...
In the best of your understanding?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's tackle your challenges one after the other.
Right.
Hiking hostel prices. Do you have a plan?
Yes, please.
What is the plan?
To me, I believe there should be a deliberate government policy to tackle the whole thing. I won't be here to talk about the rent control.
There should be a deliberate. That's not your plan. That's the suggestion. What is your plan?
So my plan is to ensure that there's a deliberate government policy to tackle that particular problem.
You would sponsor a bill in parliament, or what's like? I want to know.
In my capacity
yes.
as USAC president,
yes.
we will begin that campaign.
A campaign?
Yes, a campaign.
For hostel prices to come down?
No, for a deliberate government policy on hostel pricing. And if you allow me to explain myself, I think there will be a better understanding.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with that, currently, pricing of hostels is done just anyhow. A number of hospitality facilities around. But to me, I believe that those that are affiliated to educational institutions should be governed by certain regulations. We are in a situation where any hostel manager or manageress built and then they name any price at all they actually want. To me, I believe that this problem wouldn't, or let me say, to me, I believe that this wouldn't do so well as far as educational freedom is concerned. Because let's say if I am coming all the way from Bogatanga in the Upper East region to school somewhere in the University of Ghana, which is in the southern sector, I would obviously need a room or some sort of thing to stay in. Now, this is the case where my parents are able to sponsor my fees, but because of the high rate of accommodation facilities, I'm unable to go to school. And so for me, I believe that we should be able to push various stakeholders. Now, stakeholders here, I speak of the government of Ghana, principally university management, and any other stakeholder that has anything to do with education or tertiary education in Ghana to come on board as a united front so that we can push for deliberate policies that tend to actually regulate the pricing of hostels in this country.
That's a very interesting plan. Limited sponsorship opportunities for education. Yes. What's your plan?
Now, Mr. Chair, you bear witness with me that even with the yes. Okay. So you do, sir. You do, because I know you are up to date on issues, and so the issue of the capping of Get Fund and the likes, you are very much aware, because the current administration, which obviously you are a part of, did a very good campaign on that together with the National Union of Ghana students. So the point I'm trying to arrive on is that even with the few scholarship schemes we have available,
you said there were a lot of them, didn't you, earlier?
So I think I corrected that. You helped me correct that.
So there's a number of them.
Come again, sir.
So now there is a number of them, not a lot of them.
No, I think you corrected me.
So now we're settling on the few ones.
Yeah, so I am building a point. I'm even saying, I am now saying that there are just a few of them. We need a lot more of these opportunities. But even with the few we have, there's a certain attempt to deny a lot of students access to them. So I speak of the Get Fund scholarship, for instance, where now there's a certain attempt to cap the whole funding, the amount of money or the facility that is appropriated for the disbursement of those scholarships. So to me, I think that is a very big problem. I also think that government should be able to invest more into some of these scholarships. So I speak of Get Fund, the scholarship secretariat scholarships. I also speak of other scholarships that are provided by state enterprises like Cocoa Board. I speak of the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation scholarship.
I think I understand what you're trying to say. In your earlier submission, you said that governments or public and private. Don't you think we're putting too much pressure on the government to sponsor education? Because last I checked, regular students' fees are subsidized, for lack of a better word, for university students. So if I go to KNUST and ideally I'm supposed to pay 10,000 cedis for my education for the year, because I'm a regular Ghanaian student, I pay 2,000, 3,000 for my fees. Why are we talking about opening up scholarships for students, the government, which is sort of subsidizing the fees for regular Ghanaian students, to open up, that same government should look for money to pay for education for university students?
Mr. Chairman, the case I am making is backed by science and data. We all understand that, and now currently there's free SHS, so that has opened up access to senior high school education, for instance. Because if you compare the numbers previously to this time, you realize a lot of students have had the opportunity to be in school because of the free SHS policy.
Yeah.
In the same vein, if a similar thing is done at the tertiary level, we can have a lot of people having access to tertiary education.
Is it your plan to advocate for more scholarship opportunities for university students, or to advocate for free tertiary education for university students?
The conversation around free tertiary education, I think...
which is your plan?
No, please. I am talking about...
Which is your plan?
Come again, sir.
Which is your plan?
No, that is not my plan.
Which is your plan?
Oh, okay. Sorry, sir. My plan is for government to introduce more scholarship opportunities.
The government?
Yes, please.
I think you can be more innovative than that.
Well, sir, aside that, we can also look at the contribution.
I think you can be more innovative than that.
Come again, sir.
I think you can be more innovative than that. That's where it ends.
Okay.
Let's look at your third challenge for university students.
Okay. Sir, please, my
encroachment of students' powers.
Yes. So, sir, the third challenge is what you have just mentioned, and for me, I think that university management in some institutions are capitalizing on the fact that students behave sometimes when it comes to things around students' governance or things around students' activities or student social events on campus. They are capitalizing on that to, should I say, seize us from being able to actually have a certain kind of an academic environment where students are also able to express their views, where students are able to.
Is this an observation, or you've actually had interactions with some leaders from these universities to come to this conclusion?
Okay, sir, please, I've been able to have some of these interactions with leaders of some of these institutions. And to me,
and the conclusion is that their powers have been encroached.
Yes, their powers have been encroached because even though there are, should I say, interventions the universities have come up with, and they don't necessarily, for example, call off the JCRC systems and the likes. But I feel like it doesn't really give students, unlike previously, it doesn't give students at this time that opportunity for them to actually have a feel of the whole students' democratic architecture and all the things around having to be affiliated with the hall and the likes.
I understand where you're coming from, but in a situation where you mentioned KNUST, so I'll use KNUST as an example. There are two students who sit on the university council in KNUST.
Yes.
You don't think they are making enough efforts, and so you coming in will be a better solution to them? What is your plan? I just want to know what your plan is.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
so in as much as those two student leaders on council, I think you speak of the GRASAG and SRC reps on council.
Yes.
They are pushing it up there. But I believe we are at a point where USAG as a national association should take interest in issues that happen
in
individual local level, but in a very careful way, because every institution is governed by rules and regulations, and they take similar dimensions. The last time I had the chance to view an excerpt of the student's handbook of either the student handbook or the one of the documents of KNUST, I realized there was even an indication that the university only recognizes they only recognize the SRC and GRASAG, and that they do not recognize the existence of any other association.
Not the existence, the authority.
The authority.
Yes.
Thank you for the correction, sir. So, for me, I think that we should have a user that takes interest in issues that happen at this local level. So in my institution, for instance, students sometimes are battled with issues of not even getting chairs to sit on when they go to class. I think there should be a certain user that would be able to champion an agenda where they try to draw government's attention to some of these issues that students are actually compelled with in their various institutions. So that is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, my interest, let's quickly run this up so my colleagues can ask questions. My interest is in the fact that you want to help. What's the plan with the encroachment of student powers?
Okay.
And currently, which universities are we talking about? University of Ghana,
and
then KNUST.
And the KNUST.
And you think that's a major challenge?
Who to me are the fathers of, I would say, student democracy in Ghana.
Okay, and you think that's the major challenge?
Yes, I would say the major challenge is the hostel issue. Come again, madam.
Go on.
Okay, so the major challenge is actually the hike in hostel prices.
No, I asked you to mention 3.
Yes.
So you mentioned them in the order of how you prioritize them. Okay. I agree. I just want to know what your solutions are to these problems. You clearly you had one for the hike in hostel prices. I wasn't so convinced about your solution to limited scholarship opportunities. Okay. But I just want to hear what your solution is to the problem. Or you don't have one now?
I have a solution.
When it comes to the encroachment of student powers, that's what I want to hear.
Yes,
so
we
can hear from the others as well.
Sir. So the solution I come up with is that, you see, I was talking about the fact that USAG should take an interest in that. So
you don't think USAG has already taken interest in that?
USAG has already USAG already has
The current USAG president is a product of Kenya State.
Yes, please.
You don't think he has taken an interest in
He
what
has
is going
taken
on?
an interest in that,
Okay.
obviously. But to me, I think the resolve that these institutions have actually arrived on.
Have you bothered to find out what is going on currently with the issue of JCRCs in Kenya University?
Yes. So the last time I had a conversation on that,
With who?
With one of the leaders of, I think, Kathanga Hall. Now, what I heard was that now the conversation is around the students or the first years who would be admitted in the next academic year having to elect their own leadership amongst them, so that the existing plan or the existing idea where continuing students rather are in charge of the Home of Affairs, so that the current plan where continuing students are actually at the Home of Affairs as far as the JCRC, operationalization of the JCRC is concerned, is actually abolished. So now that is what has been.
But have you taken consideration of the university's perspective? Because the problem stems from continuing students influencing first years to cause chaos whenever things get out of hand. And so the university is saying, we won't allow continuing students lead JCRCs because JCRs are limited, or the halls on campus are only for first years. In Kenya University, that's how it is. So why don't the students choose leaders from themselves? That's also democracy, isn't it? Yes. They're not saying they're going to appoint. They're saying they should choose leaders from themselves. So have you taken that consideration from the perspective of the university management?
Yes, please, I have taken that consideration.
And you think it's flawed?
Not entirely flawed, because...
It's not entirely flawed?
Not entirely flawed, sir.
It's not entirely flawed?
Not entirely flawed, sir. Because in as much as...
So, quickly, in which regard is it flawed and in which regard is it not flawed?
So, it is flawed because now university authorities are now telling us who should actually lead us.
Yes, because all university associations they are all subjected to the university status.
That is true, sir.
Yes.
That is true, sir. But in the past, we were determinant for ourselves as to who and who we want to be leaders.
Also subjected to the university status.
But now, so, Mr. Chair, are we saying that now, once you become a continuing student, you are not affiliated to any hall?
In Kenya University, that's how it is. When you're a continuing student, you're no longer. In fact, for the past 4 years, no student is affiliated to halls. You just sleep there. You're not affiliated to any hall. You check on your ID card, there's nothing about affiliation. I'm wondering if you have done enough research about this.
Yes, sir.
Because the reason why I'm saying this is, you have spoken about university management encroaching the powers of student leaders, and about how USAG is taking an interest, meaning you're going to engage the management of these universities.
Yes, sir.
I have had a very privileged opportunity of being in both sides of this situation. And I'm trying to think how you would move to Kenya University and tell Kenya University management that they are interfering in students' governance, when the basic rule is that whatever students do is still subjected to the status of the university. And that's the same thing University of Ghana will tell you.
Very well said.
So I'm wondering how this problem you have stated is going to be solved. And okay, Honorable Mensah.
Thank you very much. Swansea.
Madam.
Hello. Mr. Swansea.
Madam.
I'm looking through your policies. You have about 9 policies that you want to implement. Please, which of them is your priority?
Madam, please, I would say the very first one you see in there.
The very first one, Usag Campus Tour.
Yes, please.
When Mr. Chair asked you about challenges facing university students, don't you think that should be a priority first before the Usag Tour?
Madam, if you would give me the chance to...
I've given you the chance.
To talk about the first policy, right?
Yes. No, he asked you about current issues facing university, that university students are facing.
Yeah.
And then your first point was, has to do with hostel facilities, prices.
Yes.
So you didn't think that should be your first policy here?
Well,
Since
I was just identifying what the key issues are. Now you find Usag campus store
yes.
in there as the first policy because of the vision I come up with.
So it is not to come and solve issues
Not
pertaining to
necessarily.
facilities.
He was asking about the current pressing issue, and that was what I was trying to address. But
Okay.
on the Usag campus store,
Okay.
what we actually seek to do is that we want to strengthen our base as an association. When I talk about base here, what do I mean? The average university student from an accredited university or university college that has been ratified as a Usag member institution is a member of Usag. Now, the big question is whether all students in these institutions have an idea even about the existence of Usag as an association. And for me, with the case study I have done in my own institution, I realized that not so many students are so much aware of USAG's
So what's the
existence.
implementation plan of this policy?
Thank you, madam. So with the implementation plan, we look at how Usag visibility can be on these campuses. And for me, I think this is one thing the current administration tried their best to begin. Because during my handing over a ceremony last year, for instance, the Usag president was actually around. I mean, the current Usag president was around. He was able to deliver a speech.
So what
on
are
behalf
you
of
going
USAG.
to do?
So what we seek to do with the Usag campus store is to, like I said, enhance our visibility on campuses. So going to various campuses, we look at how we can organize certain forums and, or let me say, conferences.
So are you looking at all campuses?
So it would be very unrealistic to say we'll look at all campuses. At least we'll be able to visit some campuses.
Is this a new policy or you're continuing something that's already been done?
I would say it's a new policy because, sir, please, I would say it's a new policy.
It's a new policy?
Yes, please. I would say it's a new policy. Because
so
of
you're not aware of what this current administration has done?
I'm very much aware, sir. But
Okay.
aside what I have even said, Usag campus store as a policy is important because it also gives us the opportunity to engage management, I mean key officials of this institution, people, officials like the top management, the deans of the dean
But
of
have
students
you
of this
have you actually had a conversation with the current president about some of your ideas? Because if I'm to understand, I'm not saying your idea is a bad idea, of course. Continuity is a very good thing. But from the way I look at it, you're just continuing something he's already started.
Well, so that
because
is why...
Okay. The whole point, before you get to do a program in a member institution, management must be involved.
Sure.
So that is where the engagement of management goes on.
Sure.
Then there's the engagement of the students.
Sir, please, I think you would bear witness with me if I say that yes, in organizing programs in member institutions, like let's say what happened at the Christian Service University, where His Excellency Sosu was formerly president. Like I think that was a breast screening exercise somewhere. You will bear witness with me that the Usag president didn't necessarily have chance to engage like the key university
Are
officials.
you sure?
But
Is that what happened, Susu?
Obviously, we always leverage on.
Did the president didn't get to meet the management of your school?
Respond to that.
Yeah,
Yes, what happened was that it was a project that was spearheaded by the WUCOM. And so I took it upon myself to engage management and discuss that with them. But of course, the president had the opportunity to visit my campus and engage the president of the university, the dean, and all other stakeholders.
Is that not engagement of the university?
Yes, but it was on a different topic.
No, but then regardless
But of course,
that,
yes.
the engagement was
done. It was done. Yes,
Okay, sir. Please, with what I'm talking about.
I just want you to understand that
Okay.
what you're saying here isn't new.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yes, please.
What you're saying here isn't new.
Okay, sir.
You're continuing what somebody has already done.
Okay, sir.
Mr. Michael.
Swansea, madam.
Swansea. Goal 6. Leadership retreat for NEC members.
Yes.
Wait. Goal 7. Usag VCG Tewu UTAG Forum. Goal 5, the USAG Info Shop. Goal 3, USAG National Policy Influence. I'm finding it hard to make difference with regards to these policies. I see them as just being engagement, forum, Senate, leadership retreats. I feel like these are things that are already going on. So what are you bringing on board?
What do you think?
Okay, madam, thank you. There may be things actually going on already, but these are specific things that we actually seek to do to, like I said, strengthen our base.
So are you saying they are not doing better?
No, madam, that is not what I'm saying. I am saying that because they are doing it and it is reaping, right? We actually have to invest in them the more. Because now I keep talking about strengthening our base for national development. All the things you see in there are linked to how USAC as an association can actually contribute to the nation's development. So if you would give me the chance to give certain explanations to...
Okay, maybe someone will take that. But on goal 8, sorry. On your 8th policy, USAC Senate reforms, you said the Swansea Barfour-led administration will invest heavily in security presence at Senate meetings. Have you witnessed any Senate meetings that brought about any discrepancies or violence or anything?
No, please, it has never happened.
So what do you mean by investing heavily in security presence?
So these are preventive mechanisms. Although they haven't happened, it doesn't mean it can never
So
happen.
you mean to say at every Senate there will be policemen around?
In fact, I didn't even have to limit it to just Senate meetings. I mean, all USAC gatherings, including...
I'm just reading what you
Yes, so I am just adding up to say that I didn't even have to just limit it to Senate meetings. So I'm talking about security presence. And then there's a point where I even talk about identification tax and what have you. You remember, if you engage the current president on this matter, he will bear witness with me that at our very recent next meeting, I gave up that suggestion. Because when we go for Senate meetings, for instance, there's nothing to show that I am either an observer or a Senate member, or I am from this place and this is my mission here. So there's no form of identification. These are all security measures we have to put in place when we embark on such gatherings. So I am only saying that they are preventive mechanisms, and if we have all of these things done together with security presence at places where we have these senates and congresses and what have you.
As president, where will you invest most?
Madam, please, you're asking where I would invest most?
Yes.
Amongst all the...
Yes, amongst all the areas that you want to touch.
Madam, please, I would still maintain my support on what I said earlier on about the campus store. Because, you see, I built a point that a lot of students do not even know about the existence of USAC. So I understand the point Mr. Chairman actually made, that obviously before a program or an event is organized on a member institution's campus, engagement with the university management is actually being done.
So
and
what?
I think,
okay, I get you.
Yes.
At the end of your tour, what do you want to achieve?
So what I want to achieve is to get all university students to be aware that USAC as an association is in existence. Because currently, with what we have, it begins to look like it's only the next Senate and Congress, senators, NEC members and congressmen.
How many months do you look at doing all this in all these universities?
So, in one academic year, we should be, I just want to be realistic.
One academic year?
In one academic year, we should be able to at least get somewhere. I won't say we'll be able to achieve it entirely in our administration. But
okay, I get you. What's your budget allocation for this campus store?
As I sit here, I would not be able to tell you that this is the true amount of money we need to be able to embark on this policy, respectively.
Okay, I won't go into that. My last question. What's your principal?
Again, your campus store thing. I'm saying this is something that already exists. You see, the tour is to do what? To visit the universities and organize forums and tell them there's something like USAG?
Not necessarily.
Don't you think organize what is kindly available, the organization of programs with USAG's name on it, is enough to let students know that there is something like USAG? Because before these programs start, the executives of USAG are there. They're given an opportunity to address the students. And that is where they can tell the students that there is an association called the University Students Association of Ghana, which you are part of because your institution is a member. Why do you have to make it look as if there should be something separate, where you just draw up your plan for the year, select specific schools, and on an ordinary day, we won't have vetting in AJUMAKO. Would have been somewhere in Accra or Kumasi or something. But because the president thought it wise that the people of AJUMAKO should have a feel of the University Students Association of Ghana, that's why we're here today. Do you understand the idea?
Yes, please.
Good. But think through that policy.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. My last question. What's your principal focus of the association?
What's my
principal focus of the association?
Is it what the constitution says on my
No, your principal focus. I'm asking you that question because under your last policy, you said a Swansea-led administration will contribute to their attainment by embarking on projects that are directed to the cause. 1, no poverty goal. How do you seek to achieve no poverty goal?
Okay, madam, with the no poverty goal, one of the elements that are that currently causes poverty, for example, in our country, is the fact that a lot of the youth we churn out from our institutions do not really have any, should I say, strong ideas when it comes to entrepreneurship. And it's more like our education structure has been designed in such a way that it is too much of a theoretically based one. And so I speak of how USAG as an association can invest heavily in getting our members trained with certain skills. And it's one of the things that we actually look up to, how best we can collaborate with certain organizations and the likes to, for students to actually have added on skills before they exit their various universities where they are pursuing their degrees or diploma programs and what have you.
What do you see as your biggest challenge in this room? In this room, as a president, what do you envision as your biggest challenge?
Madam, please, I think it would be the issue about inadequate resources, to be specific, inadequate finance to be able to accomplish all the things I have stated in the policy document.
I won't ask you how you're going to solve it, but you told me that you raised funds. Right. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
All right, thank you very much. Please, can you mention your full name again to the committee?
Emmanuel Swansea Bafo is my full name, sir.
Emmanuel Swansea Bafo.
Yes, please.
But when the chair asked you, you started Swansea Bafo Emmanuel. That's what you mentioned earlier.
Well, if I said that, then I was wrong, sir. Because my first name is supposed to come first, especially if I'm mentioning the name, it should come first.
In fact, I like your composure of answering questions. I'm impressed. Keep it up.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Is when it comes to education. What is the aim of education to you?
The aim of education, I would say, is to impact
to you. What is the aim of education to you? Please answer the question specifically.
The aim of education is to impact knowledge on the people.
To you as a person.
As as in my personal understanding
Exactly,
about.
that's what I'm asking. What is the aim of education to you? The question is to you, not to USAC members. To you.
Sorry, sir, that is exactly what I am doing.
Go ahead.
Unless I'm not, I still don't understand what you mean.
Your personal, you as a person, what has been the aim of education for you?
Okay, the aim of education for me has been to gain knowledge in the area I seek to actually specialize in, so that I'm able to practice someday as a professional in that particular specialized sector. That has been the aim of education to me.
So without education, you can't acquire what you just said?
Yes, please, especially if I want to be a professional. Without education, I can't get to that level.
So people, there's nobody in Ghana who is not professional by not attaining education. Is that what you're saying?
So, yes, that is what I'm saying, because if I talk about professionals, I speak of, I'm talking about professions, okay, where you actually need a certain training to be able to practice.
Okay, very well. Let's move on. All right, so you know we have a lot of educational regulatory bodies in Ghana.
Yes, please.
Yes, can you tell us how many we have?
Sir, please, I can't tell the number.
Okay, I've heard of JTEC.
Yes, please.
What is it about, please?
Okay, so JTEC in full means the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission. It is a commission or a body under the government of Ghana that exists to regulate the operationalization of tertiary institutions in the country. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all right. You've heard of Get Fund?
Yes, please.
Can you let us know why Get Fund was established?
So please, Get Fund, as the name goes, a Ghana Education Trust Fund, was established to enable governments appropriate facilities, especially for the development of educational infrastructure in schools.
What level of education?
So please, I think second cycle, which begins from senior high school upwards.
Okay, so tertiary education, let me correct you. Tertiary education. Okay, it was established to promote tertiary education in Ghana.
Thank you for the correction.
All right, so let's move on. What is your vision as a person, Swansea? What is your teaser?
Teaser?
Yeah, for this race.
Teaser, you mean
your slogan,
my
whatever,
slogan,
yes.
So, a progressive agenda, selfless leadership.
Okay, so what is your vision?
Sir, my vision for office, right? If I want to be clear.
As a person?
My vision as a person is to impact society wherever I find myself. And that is why I take so much interest in applying the inherent skills I have in me to help society wherever I find myself. And currently, throughout my educational cycle, at least as far as my senior high school days, I have availed myself to serve in various capacities.
You like really expatiating a lot, but be specific, please. How does this vision aligns with that of USAG?
Okay, thank you very much.
How can we marry the two together?
Okay, so I would say, what is USAG's vision? Basically, USAG exists as an association that mobilizes various Ghanaian students in both private and public institutions. I mean, coming together as a united front to push for issues and things around their common interest. And so with what I said as my vision, I think that I am able to come on board as a USAC president with this kind of, should I say, with this kind of passion I have to be able to speed up or to be able to contribute my quota to us attaining what our true values and
you are indeed an SRC president. You really like to talk plenty. Let's be specific. I've said that several times.
Very well said.
Yes. I will have more 3 questions then. Okay, I can give you the microphone to you. Okay. You've heard of the COLA allowance?
Yes, please.
What is it about?
That's the condition of living allowance. I think that was being pushed. The cola allowance, I think, was being pushed by one of the unions.
How did you define it?
Condition.
No.
Cost of living. Thanks so much for the correction. Cost of living allowance. To be frank, it has actually escaped me on which of the trade unions were pushing.
But what was the percentage that was promoted by the government?
Which was?
What was the percentage?
Sir, please, I can't recollect.
You can't. Okay.
But I remember there was that kind of a national.
Yes, it's fine. Okay. As a president, you have to have a bit of knowledge about each office.
Okay.
Under USAG. Okay.
Yes, please.
Can you tell us what an impress is?
An impress. Yeah. So please, an impress is an amount of money that is made available for official administrative issues. And so in office, at every point in time, there's a certain amount of money that has been that is available for unforeseen expenses or day-to-day expenses of the administration. Thank you, sir.
What will make you fail as a USAG president? My last question.
I think as a person or as a leader who believes in teamwork, what will make me fail is having colleague executives who would not avail themselves to perform their roles as the Constitution mandates them to perform or to do. Thank you very much. That is the
so if your colleague executives are not working, it will make you to fail.
It will make me fail because I'll find myself in a situation where there's so much on my neck.
But you know there's possibility of this incidents happening.
Yes, there is.
So you are telling the university students that if it so happen, you are going to fail.
No, so just like I am saying that if it happens, there is a possibility that I will fail. But obviously, when it happens, there will be interventions to ensure that that loophole is not left, that I don't find myself.
What are the interventions governing a meeting?
Okay, so we have point of order, we have point of information, and then point of correction, sir. Thank you.
Taking the microphone from me, so it's fine.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Hello, Swansea.
Hi, madam.
How are you?
I am very fine.
There's been a lot of hype around you through this election. I'm hoping you prove yourself worthy of that noise. According to the USAG Constitution, you are in charge of appointing officers that are going to help you achieve your set goals and responsibilities, right?
Yes, madam.
So it is presumed that you know their functions too, right?
Yes, madam.
So state 3 functions of the treasurer.
Okay, thank you. So the treasurer is responsible for keeping proper records of the association's funds. And the treasurer is also a signatory to USAG accounts. And the treasurer is also responsible for dues collection from member institutions.
I'm telling you are telling lies. The treasurer doesn't take dues.
Okay.
But it's fine. Sure. What is your level of tolerance towards delegation?
Madam, please kindly be clear with your question.
You're telling me my questions are not clear.
No, please, madam. I just want to have a better understanding.
What is yours? As a USAG president,
okay.
You've been an SRC president.
Yes, please.
Because in your document, I see the dean. You're still. I see the VC of UNE.
Yes, please.
As your reference.
Yes, please.
You're a big man. That's off record.
Off record.
So there's been instances where you've not been available at certain meetings. You can't be available everywhere at every time. So what is your level of tolerance towards delegation? You know, there are leaders who want to be everywhere.
Madam, I am a very tolerant leader. Currently, we have our SRS Week celebration coming up next week. Tomorrow, we are having the lunch and summit. We are receiving dignitaries, including the president of the National Union of Ghana Students. Here I find myself. So the question is, who are those working out there? It is the very able executives I have there. In my absence, Dennis Amenya Krompe, who is my SRC vice president, takes up the role. and is able to deliver to its fullest. Thank you.
And you'll be held accountable for whatever outcome they give you.
Yes, please. I will be very much accountable.
Can you discuss a situation where... Okay, let's go here. How would you handle conflicts or disagreements within the association? And what strategies would you take up or employ to promote resolution and harmony?
Thank you. With the little experience I have had with conflict resolution, I think when issues around that pop up, you need to have a clear-cut plan. So there are cases where, as president, I can be able to resolve some of these issues. There are instances where going in as the main mediator wouldn't make a good idea. And so you look at introducing a third party to actually lead those negotiations or those reconciliation or arbitration processes and the likes. And so in the event of any conflict, or like you put it, in the event of any conflict, what I do or what I would do is to look at which of the strategies I would adopt, whether to go in myself. If I am going into solving it myself, I look at how engagements can be had with both parties, so that you look at the center stage of the whole disagreement that went on, and with seeking advice from other people, I think that I should be able to arrive on a strategy as to how both parties can have the issue resolved.
In your profile, you made mention that there's been a clarion call on you.
Yes.
A call.
Yes, madam.
On you.
Yes, madam.
That's giving yourself some level of relevance.
Sure.
What is your drive for taking up this race?
Madam, I made a point that as an
What is your conviction on leadership?
My conviction.
Yeah, what drives you to want to?
The quest to serve. That is how I'll put it. Now,
you can still serve as a follower.
Yes, I can serve as a follower, but becoming the top man gives you the opportunity to impact more, because here I have the authority.
There are people who are not presidents, but they still make a lot of impact.
Yes, like I've been in those situations before a couple of times. I am not the leader all the time. I find myself in other organizations.
So what if I put it to you that you're just here to make much more money? Because I heard you made a lot of money from you there. You're still making a lot of money.
Money?
Yes.
Wow. I don't know where you got that info from.
So you're calling me a liar?
At this point, I'll say you're a liar. Respectfully. Because if there's any, well, I don't know about my predecessors, but if there's that one SRC president in the University of Energy and Natural Resources who has not been so concentrated about money, I think that should be me, because that hasn't been my focus. I believe, or let's say I hold my reputation so dear to the extent that you will never find me wanting in anything that has to do with financial misappropriation or embezzlement. Madam, it is one thing I hold so dear. And for me, I think this is not just where I want to end it. Coming into office, I just have a month and some few weeks to leave office. There has never been a single scandal that has to do with financial misappropriation.
So how would you ensure transparency in terms of financial situations? That is where
as USAG president.
As USAG president.
So, madam, the procedures or the processes are clearly indicated in the Constitution. Yeah. The structure of USAG is such that as president, you should be able to manage a very transparent and a very, should I say, an association that has very much high integrity. And so you just go by the structures of the Constitution and you are good to go. So the conversation around USAG having to present the year's financial spending before Senate, the conversation around having an audit committee who should not be limited, or who should not have any limitation as far as assessing financial records and transactions and what have you. Once I comply by all of those provisions in the Constitution, I am good to go. Thank you, madam.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
Coach, please don't start my time now. Mr. Swansea.
Sir.
You are a member of NEC, USAG NEC, true or false?
True.
Please, can the association have its dues now?
No, please.
Why?
Because I don't have the money.
Were you at the last Senate meeting at Sweminger?
Yes, please, I was.
Were you at the NEC meeting?
I was at the
What was the decision of NEC?
The decision of NEC was to have at least all member institutions, even if not to pay their dues in full, pay in installments. So a certain portion be paid.
Is it ahead of Congress or
ahead
on the day
Congress,
of Congress?
Ahead of Congress, sir.
Congress is just 2 weeks away
from. No, not 2 weeks.
Not 2 weeks, less than 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Less than 3 weeks.
Less, yeah.
And you have not paid your dues. So when, I want this to be on record, when will the association receive your dues? Say it so that everyone can bear witness. So on the day, the deadline that you set for yourself, if you don't pay, then we can hold you responsible.
Sir, please, respectfully, I may not be able to give a deadline because by this time we should have actually paid our dues. After the next meeting where those discussions were had, we put in various mechanisms to have the dues paid. But there are 1 or 2 issues with financial constraints and the likes as far as our university administration and the likes is concerned. So we have put in the effort. Currently there's a request before the Office of the Dean of Students. I have signed a letter together with my financial secretary for part payment of the dues to be done, but we just haven't received the monies. So until that is done, I am unable to have the dues paid.
Okay, so are you going to make a promise to the executive that you pay your dues before the day of Congress, or they should expect it on the day of Congress? Say it on record. I just want it to be on record.
Sir, please, we'll pay before Congress.
You'll pay before
I
Congress.
have been one of the NEC members who have, together with other NEC members, been advocating that situation we put NEO.
Let me step on your toes.
Sure.
Okay. NEC members are planning to petition the Judicial Board to disqualify you because you were at Senate meeting, NEC meeting, we took a decision, and you have decided to disrespect the decision that NEC members took. And so we should disqualify you. And so I'm just stepping on your toes, so you should pay your dues ahead of time so the petition will not hold before judicial body.
Respectfully, sir, I admit I am a NEC member, but that doesn't give me the unitary powers to just, should I say,
from
the... You have all the power.
Okay.
So I do. So I have committed myself to that. So what I'm saying is that, so please, what I'm saying is that I have put in the effort, right? But the money hasn't yet been released. And right when it's released, we'll make payment of the dues.
Okay.
And
so
you have money, so when you can take the money from
let me be clear. Let me state. I say, Emmanuel J. Kwadieba. Oba Danica.
Who said, please?
Kwadieba. AJ Emmanuel J.
Yes.
Oba Danica. I say, Training enim dahwa. Yeah, mountain. What you say?
I do, but not to the fullest.
Okay.
If the excuse my language.
Training is a drum.
Yes.
No, two of you are the training. 2 of you are the drum. Okay. He is the side of the drum.
Okay.
And you are the surface of the drum. So you are there. The surface is there. So you should leave the side of
Thank you, sir. I never knew she had a PhD.
Which article gives the association the mandate
For Congress, I can't recall it.
for Congress, it's Article 10.
Thank you.
For Senate, it's Article
I know the UN has a head in charge of their affairs in this country.
Okay, so now let me. There is that. You see that we have the officer in charge is the UN resident coordinator.
Okay.
Now he's in charge of all these policies, but of course we have sub auxiliary offices that also work, in line of all this. But I want you to be aware that all the policies we have, especially on the case of the SDGs, you have to really be on top of issues. Because if you send a letter to any of the subsidiaries without going through the appropriate channels, your letter will be dismissed.
Very well.
And his name is Mr. Charles Abani. Okay, so if you are interested in pursuing these goals, which I would encourage you to do, because these are policies that would put us in the limelight as an association. Okay.
Thank you.
Nasia, you'll be commenting on educational matters, in this country. So I want to know, what do you know about Nasia?
Please, respectfully, is that an abbreviation?
Yes.
And please, what if you could declare on
within the educational settings?
So the abbreviation.
It's under the Ministry of Education.
No, I just want the actual abbreviation.
Nasia, Nasie. What does it stand for, and what is their mandate?
Sir, please, I have no idea about that. I have no idea about the
at all
abbreviation.
Okay, National School Inspectorate Authority.
Yes, but I have an idea about what they do.
Their mandate.
Yes, please.
But you should have told me.
I have heard about the national. I think it's one of the new structures under one of the new regulators that has been introduced or something.
So what is their mandate?
So their mandate is to just like the name goes, inspectorate. Their mandate is to ensure that various educational institutions in the country are being run by the best of standards that is actually required of them. So
which level?
Come again, sir.
Which level?
Think basic school.
You think, or it is?
It's basic school.
Because you don't guess here.
Okay, sir. Basic school.
Basic school.
Yes.
How about NACA?
NACA is National Curriculum. It has something to do with national curriculum.
What is their mandate? And okay, it is National Council for Curriculum and Assessment.
Yeah, okay, sir. So NACA's mandate is to ensure the introduction of, or is to design the education, is to design curriculums or the curriculum of various courses or various programs read in various schools. So they just architect, they are the main architectures when it comes to planning what and how knowledge should be churned out in our various classrooms. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swansea. Last question, and that's a good question for me. Ghana is experiencing high rate of current unemployment. What will you do about that as USAC president?
Mr. Chairman, with the issue of high rate of unemployment in Ghana, I think in my earlier submission, I made a point about entrepreneurship. I think that students in our universities these days should be given extra skills when it comes to that. It looks like the average Ghanaian university student or even tertiary student feels that they should be out of school and government is the responsible agency or organization to actually employ them, to be able to have them have some level of should I say living, So to me, I think that we should be able to imbibe in students before they leave school some level of entrepreneurship education, so that irrespective of the program you are reading, you also have a certain belief that you can do something for yourself.
As USAC president.
So, sir, with what I'll do, it's actually something the current administration have begun. That is the skill training and support. We should be able to, just like USAC has been doing over the years, hold a lot more seminars on entrepreneurship and to be able to partner agencies, both private and then the public sector, to be able to run more entrepreneurship and skill training projects in our various institutions. so that students, before they come out or before they graduate from these institutions, have certain added on skills or certain skills to be able to fit the job market. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. We wish you all the best. We hope, should you qualify through this session and then make it to the ballot screen. You mean it's a ballot sheet, and you're given the opportunity. You see these policies through, and the ones that don't look feasible enough. I hope you would find time to work on those issues.
Sure, sir. I have been enlightened by yourself.
Thank you very much. You're dismissed. You're dismissed for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Can we have the next candidates, please?
Sure.
Immediately.
Sorry.
Mashishema Namenya bibi ni besia Mamenye niya Amemede makumenyina Mamano Baby I made dream to Sana munkobi mo Mepeyina Ami baby I made dream to me Sana mechili munkobi mo Mepeyina Kana me yama o Odonu kofu pinsase Mosima modonu kofu pinsaso Efibo wasembade Akukudiri na wuka senti wasembado Baby I made dream to me Sani mechili na munkobio Kaka selo wantase Ami baby I made dream to me Sani mechili munkobio mo Mepe ina Kana me yama o You do love kitchen. Mafia with pepper soup, you know, you love chicken. In you book, you do love kitchen. I mean, mafia with pepper soup, you know, you love chicken. Until for fry, I get for fry, fancy natty. At chicho, at ocean, I'm an address I had. Most of my so me more, boy, romantic. Other would in a kumemo, okay, you namantic. That could boy, I'm a demo being in your nonsense. When they met them, I say the fact is, yeah. Other no coffee beans, I say. Most of my mother no coffee beans, I so. Efipo wasembade akunkuduru na buka senti wasembado ba baby I made dream to munsan mechi na munkobio maka silwantase ami baby I made dream to munsan mechi munkobio pepe ina kana me ama o.
And if your night should turn to day, a lot of man to man is so unjust. Children, you don't know who to trust. Your worst enemy could be your best friend, and your best friend, your worst enemy. Some will eat and drink with you, then behind them sus upon you. Only your friend know your secrets, so only he could reveal it. And who the cap fit, let them wear it. Who the cap fit, let them wear it. Said I throw me con, me no call no foul. I say in cup, clap, clap, clap. Hey. Some will hate you, pretend they love you now, then behind they try to eliminate you. But who jobless, no one curse. Thank God we're past the worst. Hypocrites and parasites will come up and take a bite. And if your night should turn to day, a lot of people would run away. And who just stop it, let them wear it. Who the let them wear it. I take a down, I throw me gun. I take a down, I call no foul. I take a down, I cup, cup, cup. Yeah, yeah. Clap, clap, clap. Some will eat and drink with you,
Good evening. How are you doing? How are you doing? Oh, can you have a seat, please? Thank you. That's Mr. Isaac Nee IET. What does the A in your name stand for? I.
Yes.
IET or IET?
Yes, the middle name is Ni
No, is it IET or IET?
Ayiti.
IET.
Yes,
Oh,
we
okay.
have the Teshin Ayiti and also Ayiti.
And this is
Also,
IET.
yes, Ayiti.
The two of them that are supposed to do the work have left.
A minute.
Give us a minute, please. Okay.
We can go. It will be on him.
Okay. That's fine. Mr. Isaac, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can you tell us a bit more about yourself and why you're here?
Yes. Before I say that, Vice Chair, kindly allow me to express my
Why are you qualifying my title? Where's the wise coming from? Or you know, I could be very stupid. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I'm very much happy to be seated here before you today. And
Go ahead.
okay, thank you. I'm very much happy to be seated before you here today. And I believe that this is not just going to be an interaction for me, but an opportunity to also learn. Thank you. Yes, for my personality and the reason why I'm here in fulfillment of Article 45, Clause 1 of the USA Constitution, which states that any student who is interested to occupy an office shall be subjected to a 7-member committee to which his candidacy will be validated.
So you're here to get your candidacy validated.
Exactly.
Okay. I see here in your CV that you. Okay, in your certificates, I saw. Okay, now I see it. President, local, National Ghana Union, Ghanaian students. Is it Union of Ghana students or Ghanaian students?
Union of Ghanaian Students.
Is it Ghana students or Ghanaian students? It's not Ghanaian students. Looks doesn't have a word Ghanaian. Ghana students, not Ghanaian students. So is that a different association from what we already know, or that's perhaps a mistake?
That would be a mistake.
Okay. And then you're the current SRC president.
Yes, sure.
Oh, tell me about your work at UMAT. Briefly.
Thank you. I have, as soon as I took office last year, I made it my sole mandate to ensure that security system will be reduced. I mean, when it comes to
Security systems will be reduced.
No, I mean, the constancy at which students are being attacked will be reduced.
So
to which
threats.
threats,
Okay.
to which we collaborated with the security to ensure that patrol system,
Which security?
the UMAT security,
Okay.
to ensure that the patrol systems are being intensified. And one of my most precious achievements is the initiative of the campus ride, which it would be a privilege for me to invite you, which will be launched this Friday.
What is the campus ride about? Is it what we have in KUSD?
The campus ride is going to be a commercial system ride that is going to ensure that students are being transported from one place to the other. It's also going to run an emergency transportation where when students are sick, it can run that activities as well.
So those are the two achievements you can tell us about. That's nice. You want to be a national, want to be the head of all university students in Ghana. I have a very simple question for you. Can you give me 3 challenges university students in Ghana are facing currently?
Yes.
Yes, let's take them.
One of the most I'll talk about
Challenging
accommodation,
issues, yes,
the challenging issues. I'll talk about accommodation.
Accommodation.
Yes, accommodation.
Okay. What
I would
about
also-
accommodation?
Yes, the accommodation. Let's
No,
take.
what's about accommodation?
What about
What
accommodation?
is it about accommodation that is
Yes,
challenging?
the lack of accommodations for students.
Limited accommodation.
Yes.
When you say lack, it means there isn't any at all. So limited accommodation, right?
Limited accommodations.
Okay. Is that the only issue with accommodation?
Talking about the.
Or you want us to move on to the next problem?
I can break it down. Accommodation, if you want me to.
Oh, that's what you did. You said limited accommodation.
Yes, as well as the hike in fees.
Hike in
The
fees for
the accommodation.
Okay. 2.
And I'll talk about the security of students.
Security of students.
Yes.
On university campuses.
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 Security of students.
On university campuses.
Yes, on university campuses.
Interesting. 3. Mind you, we're talking about general problems of Ghanaian university students, not the problems you have in UMAT.
Yes.
Okay, the last one.
Financial stability. I'll talk about financial instability.
The students have financial instability.
Yes.
That's a major problem for Ghanaian students.
Yes.
Oh,
Major
okay.
problem.
That's an interesting one. Yeah, real interesting. Let's talk about accommodation. What's your plan?
My plan is to introduce the boom policy or the BOT
You mentioned 2 things about accommodation. So limited accommodation. Yes.
Yes. The plan is to introduce the boom policy.
Boom.
Boom. BOOM. Or the BOT policy, which stands for the build, own, operate, and maintain. And then the BOT stands for the build, own, and transport and transfer.
The first one was
Build, own, operate, and maintain policy. And then the second one is going to be the build, own, and transfer policy. This is going to be a policy that is going to be introduced to major stakeholders, people that are going to believe in the vision, to which hostels, accommodations. Permission to continue?
Yeah, go on.
I'm listening. To which the hostel accommodations are going to be effective on campus. So we are looking at the university providing to investors a free land, because I know that one of the major challenges of university is
Okay, good. We're back on. Yes. Listen, there are some universities that have enough land to have people to do the boom and the BOT. But there are other universities that might not have the land. What happens to those universities?
to those universities. We are going to now occupy ourselves with a new strategy policy,
which will be
now bringing the hostel managers around the university into one umbrella. I'm saying the word one umbrella because
we're talking about limited accommodation right now.
Yes.
When you bring the hostel managers or hostel owners together, what does that do?
Yes, we are concentrating on the university. The university do not have enough accommodation.
The university does not have.
Yeah, okay, sorry. The university does not have enough accommodation to accommodate the students they have admitted. To which I believe that private entities are now using that opportunity to extort money from the students.
But it looks like we're talking about hiking prices. And accommodation, you mentioned 2 challenges. Limited accommodation. I thought that was all we're looking at a solution to.
Yes.
Right, it looks like we're talking about hiking prices.
No,
I'm talking about limited accommodation.
But no,
but
you're
in
talking
the sense that
okay.
Yes, in the sense that the university do not have. So
the
now
university does not have.
Okay, the university does not
or
have.
unless you're saying the investees do not have.
Yes, we are talking about the whole universities, I believe. So yes, and based on that, we have shifted them out of campus. So I'm now looking at the external accommodations now. So how to bring them on board is what we are looking at now. So I believe that
bringing them on board what?
Bringing them on board as in forming a common platform where all hostel managers will be on, and then a cap, all right, will be placed on that, where I believe that is going to increase the accommodation for students, because one, students cannot even patronize this accommodation that has been given.
Mr. Iti, let's look at this. Where I'm coming from, we've had a similar situation where all hostel managers have an association that they have leaders who deal directly with the university. Yet hostel prices still spike. So what you're saying has been tried and tested. It hasn't changed the problem. Please think through a proper solution. Now the BOT you're talking about, how is USAG going to engage universities? Because mind you, USAG's relationship is with the students and not with the management of the university. When it comes to the implementation of things like this, you have to deal with management. Maybe you might go through the students, but in the end, the final contact in the university is management, even though it's in the interest of students. So you have to think through that policy. Number two, security. Let's talk about security. You think there's a security problem with, now you said on university campuses. I doubt there's a security problem on university campuses. Could you give me an example of security issues on university campuses?
Yes, on the 7th of July.
On university campuses. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? On the university campus, security is tight and correct. Students who are off the university campus are the ones who are at risk. Do you agree?
Not all.
Not all?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Maybe then there's a different perspective. Please tell me.
I can give an example. On the 7th of July, 2022, a student was stabbed at UG.
On the university campus?
On the August 2021, a student was stabbed in UMAT.
On the university campus?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And the last one, which is here at UST, that's a rape case that happened recently.
On the university campus?
August, yes.
KUST University campus?
Yes.
No.
This year, August.
The August, yes, the case that happened.
When in July?
In July. This year, August.
No.
Last year, August. KUST students were raped on campus?
Yes.
On the university campus?
Yes.
No.
According to the
source of information.
Yes, on the internet.
No.
Is there?
No.
On the.
Do you have any sites you can make up so that we can set it up?
Maybe you can type the year.
What?
The year, which August, 21st August, 2022.
When I type that, we might not have rape case.
Maybe in KMSC.
The reason why I'm saying this was, this is my school. Now, on the university campus, it will be very difficult to do something as silly as you're saying. Off the university campus, it's possible, then the source is wrong. Off the university campus, yes. The KUST University campus itself, the university campus itself, has tight security. If you're talking about off the university campus, did they stay where in the university campus?
6 students for Kwame Nkrumah University Science and Technology, they inside police custody after them allegedly gang rape one level student.
That's off campus. That's not on campus. That's what I'm saying. That thing cannot happen on campus.
It's off campus.
It was off campus.
I think it's very, very necessary that you also know the member institutions, because we have when you mention security, because of where I'm coming from, in my school, I'm not boasting about this, but in KUST, it is very hard for issues of security or threats of security to happen on the university campus. If it is off the university campus, I would agree with you. But on the university campus, like you have said for UMAT and UG, KUST, it doesn't happen like that. Now, this rape case issue happened off campus, not on the university campus. I just wanted to clarify that so that that information isn't out there that a Kenyan student has been raped on the university campus. But let's go on with the issue of security. So the plan is to do what?
The plan is to engage in the operation illumination. This is to ensure that areas that are dark, areas that are prone to attacks will be illuminated with lights, where it's going to aid ward off criminals.
So USAG is going to sponsor that?
USAG is going to advocate in making that possible.
Oh, the SRCs cannot do that. USAG has to do that.
The advocacy of USAG is to contribute to the developments on campuses.
So here, your solution to security is advocacy?
Yes.
Okay. Financial instability of students. Okay, let's see how that's a problem. Could you explain that before we look at the solution?
Yes, according to the Act 1080, yes, it states that
Act 1080
of the parliamentary Act, yes. It states that students in the economy, that's the economy, if there is economical challenges, there should be consideration on the amount of charge that is being placed on students, especially. I'm talking of students.
Yeah.
So with this particular part of the clause, I am now looking at considering the economical crisis that is surrounding the students, the economical crisis surrounding the students.
The economic crisis?
The economic crisis surrounding us.
There is an economic crisis surrounding students currently?
Yes, I believe that there is no much funding system.
There isn't enough funding system,
yes,
okay?
On the, in the country now. Right.
To fund what exactly?
To fund any running activities. Yes.
When you say any running activity, what do you mean?
I'm talking about, let's say, programs. Yes, programs.
Programs is quite ambiguous here. As in the studying of the program like engineering, or programs like Salafest, or what do you mean by programs?
Let me be more
specific. Do you mean?
Yes, let me be more specific on this. In my local constituency, as a president, I ensure that I run a system where I can now give students scholarships. Students that I know that they are not financially endowed.
The SRC gives students scholarships?
Yes, I give about 66 students scholarship to help them run their academical course on campus.
Okay.
Yes, I'm very much of the view that there are students that are financially handicapped.
In all other universities?
In every university you find a student.
Okay.
Yes, that is facing that financial crisis.
Okay.
So I believe that with this particular statement, the financial instability, it is now on the students that we are looking at, students that are not financially capable to patronize accommodation on campus. They are not financially capable to even pay their academical institution. So these are systems that I believe that...
Yeah, I want to understand how USAG comes in here.
All right. Okay, with USAG, we are now looking at bringing up program. For instance, I am now envisioning that once I become the USAG president, I will now institute the endowment fund.
USAG endowment fund?
Yes,
with
USAG
money
endowment fund. Money from avenues such as fundraising, partnerships, and reallocation.
Let me understand this properly. You want to fund close to 1 million university students, or some university students in selected universities. What's you want to create a fund with USAG where you're going to raise funds from, what is it, corporate Ghana, or wherever it is you're going to raise the funds to support the education of university students, needy university students, right?
Yes. When we start contributing to this, I believe that we are going to get people to also support. The reason why I'm saying
How
this...
many students do you think you can support with this idea?
Yes, I have a policy in my policy document, which is that...
How many students do you think you can support with this idea?
We can support not just from you and...
How many students?
Looking at 1,000 students, at least we can contribute on that.
Contribute what?
the support of financial assistance.
So you'll be giving them money?
Not giving them, but ensuring that paying
for what, their hostels?
Not necessarily.
Then what would you be doing for them?
You see, the financial instability cuts across everywhere. Hostel.
I want you to think through that policy. How about getting these people who will be giving you the money to run scholarship schemes that will support those students, rather than you creating an endowment fund to support those students? And by what criteria would you be selecting those students? How would you? No, it doesn't sound feasible. Of course, there's a challenge when it comes to the economy of a country. I agree. A number of university students are finding it difficult to pay fees. Their parents are finding it difficult to pay their fees, to pay for their hostel fees, to give them money for upkeep. But I think some universities are where I'm coming from, that there are lots of avenues for students who don't have money to pay their fees, to get opportunities to pay their fees. I don't know about yours, but this policy about you sponsoring people to pay for their fees, we started that in Kenya about 10 years ago.
Yes.
Yes. So, thank you very much. I understand my time is up. Yes. But the issue is, I don't think this issue of financial. So you think financial instability is a challenge for university students, and that is something USAG can solve? Is that it?
USAG can solve based on advocacy and also generating of funds from other avenues.
But the association cannot even generate enough funds for itself.
Yes.
And you're talking about going to generate funds to support 1,000 students, university students.
That I agree. Yes, the endowment fund is not just to solve this problem we are talking about. It's an avenue. Yes, it's an avenue to which. Mr. Chairman?
Oh, go ahead, I'm listening to you.
Thank you very much. It's an avenue which I believe that is going to be the financial backbone for USAG. That's the first reason why I'm looking at this. And the support was generated out of the results of the vision and mission of USAG. I'm looking at giving the focus and then the vision to the USAG. Hello?
Yes, we are listening.
Yes, I'm looking at the focus and the vision that will be presented to the students' body. That is where the motive or the initiative came from.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Please, how are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm doing well, sir.
Okay, I just have 3 questions. Okay, and if you answer them well, that will be good for me. So answer them well. My first question is that, what is the aim of education to you as a person? Why are you attaining education?
Thank you very much. I am looking at this. I want to look at this in the general perspective, but since you said you, I would be concise on this. Education to me is to seek to increase my interpersonal relationship skills, is to also help support me in being innovative and creative, and to also make me intellectually contributive to the society to which I find myself.
So are you saying without education you can't do all that you said?
Exactly.
You can't do it?
Exactly.
Okay, so my second question. What will make you fail as a USAG president?
Fail? Once the mission and vision to which I was looking forward to push isn't achieved, I believe that would make me, that would fail me.
Okay, I wanted to ask 3 questions, but how you answered this question, I'll conclude it there. So it's possible you fail if you are given the nod, because you've given a possibility, which is attainable. You understand? Thank you. Mr. Chair, I think I've...
Mr. Aite.
Yes, sir.
Please, you are the current country president for UMAS.
Yes, please.
That makes you automatically a next member of USAC.
Exactly.
Were you at the last Senate meeting at Somenya?
I was.
Were you at the next meeting?
I was.
What was the decision on USAC dues? Do you remember the decision that NEC took on USAC dues?
Yes, I remember that.
What was the decision?
The decision was for the universities to pay their dues on time so the activities of USAC can effectively commence.
Mr. Aite, how many weeks more to Congress? We have less than 3 weeks to Congress.
Yes.
I learned UMass has not paid its dues. Are you aware?
Exactly so, sir.
Please, can we have the dues now so we can continue the vetting?
I would like to explain further on this request.
Please go on.
Yes, as a patriotic citizen of USAC, I was one of the few people that was coming up with the ideas to which a letter from USAC should be written to all NEC members where we can now take it to our heads. Now, the problem that we are facing as local SRC presidents is the fact that the administration do not even recognize the body. I'm using the word recognize because I personally ensured that this budget reached the top, to which a request came back to my office asking for the constitution of USAC to ensure that this particular request is legitimate. So to which I believe that I did not intentionally slow the process. It was based on my heads up there. So I called on the attention of the president so he understands the system as modalities are being checked in place to come and to bring the money. So surely we would definitely pay our dues to USAC.
You pay before Congress or on the day of Congress?
Before Congress.
And so I should hold you on record that you pay your dues before Congress Day?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ite. Who is the current patron of USAC?
Dr. Angela Oforiata.
Okay. Which article gives the association the mandate to appoint patron, and who is to appoint patron? Which article gives the association the mandate to appoint patron, and who is to appoint patron?
Article 20 of the USAC Constitution.
And who is to appoint Senate? Who is to appoint patron?
The Senate.
Give the panel the article that states the quorum of Congress and Senate.
Please come again, sir.
Give the panel the article that states the quorum of Congress and Senate. Article 10 and Article 14 states the quorum of Congress and Senate.
Thank you very much.
Which part of the Constitution, under which chapter, talks about the directive principles of USAC, and how many articles are under this chapter?
Please come again with that question.
Under which chapter talks about the directive principles of USAC, and how many articles are under this chapter?
That will be chapter 2 of the USAC Constitution.
How many articles are under chapter 2? How many articles are under chapter 2?
How many articles?
Yes, are under chapter 2.
Articles. 4 articles.
Is that
4?
There's 3 articles, Article 5, 6, and 7. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Adam. All right, thank you, the Chair. Mr. Aite, right? Aite.
Yes.
All right, so I just have just one question for you. For presidency for at this point, I guess I have just one question for you. You bear with me that there are there is a challenge facing graduates in this country. That's graduate unemployment. Do you agree that's a challenge being faced?
Yes, I agree.
So what will you do as USAC president, just in case you are elected, to solve this challenge that graduates are going through?
Graduate unemployment. Yes, I'm going to look at educating the students that are currently in school. The reason why I'm saying this is we are now to advance the knowledge of people to be self-entrepreneurs, right? To ensure that they can generate solutions in a problem. They can generate solutions in a problem. I believe that a developing country and an already developed country, a job can be more found in a developing country, if you should ask me. Because we are losing most of our students to the diaspora because of the belief of job employment. But I believe that since Ghana is still a developing country, there are more.
So what will you, as a USAC president, do to solve this problem?
Run a campaign of tutoring students or graduates.
So you want to teach graduates on what?
On entrepreneurial skills.
How will you teach the graduates? Because in a year, there are over 50,000 graduates all over the country. How are you going to teach all of this?
We have the media to our disposal. We have the we have the media to our disposal.
So you, as a USAC president, will go sit on a media house, a TV channel, and then you do what? You educate them?
Not necessarily.
So what's the plan? What's the plan? Solve it as a challenge as a USAC president.
The plan will be now to run webinars and seminars.
For who?
For students that are in this crisis. That's graduate students, to help them develop that skill in running.
So that's when they have graduated?
Excuse me?
That's when they have graduated?
That is, so when they graduate, they would have that skill.
But don't you think that you could have done a systematic sort of problem solving, that once they're in school, they're well equipped with all of these skills, and before they graduate, they are well to do than being unemployed, than you waiting for them to graduate before you now tend to teach them or show them what to do?
I talked earlier about the advocacy plan, where we are going to now nurture them whilst they are in the university. I started with them first, so we are going to now run a system of education on how they can now develop their skills in the working areas to which they find them, so that's their interest. So if, for instance, I don't even know that I have a skill in sewing, through this, I believe that I can develop that skill.
So for example, I never knew I had a skill in sewing. How can you make me know I have a skill in sewing? Take it up.
Yes, there are pragmatic steps to which every individual is being trained to find his skills.
So you mean you go to all universities in Ghana to hold this workshop and trainings for them, for everyone to get to identify he or she can do in starting a business?
No, I'm going to start with the NEC members. I'm going to start with the SRC presidents. I'm going to start with the NEC members. I'm going to start with the SRC presidents. You see, we are now having reps in various universities, and we also have...
So are you indirectly taking this up as one of your policies now?
It can be added as an initiative to help...
Aside the over 10 policies you've, I think, outlined here?
It can be a part of an initiative. The webinars or seminars can be inclusive. I mean, the agenda for a webinar or a seminar can be...
Just a last follow-up on that. Would you say that there is a systematic problem with our curriculum being taught in our education system today, causing this spike in unemployment rate in the country?
I am a true believer of that. For instance...
So what do you think can be done about this? In your power as the USAC president, if you do admit that there's a systematic challenge or problem,
yes,
specifically with our educational curriculum, what will you do as USAC president?
This year, we are being taught principles of law on campus, which is actually expanding our knowledge in the working areas. my concern I placed online to the lecturer was this type of courses needed to be taught as first year, because we are now valuing the course at which work.
So what will you do as a USAC president in this case? Just go direct to the point and then challenge me, like, you get it? Yeah, so don't try go whining around all of those. I just asked a straightforward question. You admitted there's a challenge. I'm asking, what will you do as a USAC president in this case? Because the university students fall under your domain. And this is a challenge that automatically, if one is not being conscious, will fall victim to.
Yes.
So what would you as a USAC president do to solve this systematic challenge of we not having a curriculum that is preparing us well for life after school?
I will place a courtesy call on the Minister of Education to put our petition before him, to which I believe that there would be summoning of VCGs where discussions can be held there. That's my belief on that. That's after we have had a salient discussion with the Minister of Education on this subject matter.
I don't think there has been a recent change in our curriculum, and that's fine for us.
There is more room for improvement, if you ask me.
All right, thank you.
Chair, am I permitted? Good. Another NEC member. Congratulations in advance.
Thank you very much.
Have you ever heard of AFTA?
AFTA?
Yeah.
No, please, can you?
AFC, FTA.
No, please, kindly educate me.
Yeah, so the African Continental Free Trade Area. I am asking because a series of questions that were taken through or that were asked by my colleague bordered on youth and unemployment. And as a university student, very soon would also be passing out and fall victim to this same challenge. One thing is that the AFTA presents certain opportunities for student entrepreneurs to take advantage of. I want to know what you would do in your capacity as the president, as if elected, to facilitate a process for student entrepreneurs to take advantage of these opportunities offered by AFTA.
First and foremost, you just educated me on AFTA. So what I will now seek to do as a president will now also again place a courtesy call onto this organization, understand the mission and vision of this and how we can inculcate it to the direction or the directive principles of USAC, which it can be of beneficiary to the students we seek to serve.
Because, and this would be my last intervention. Because USAC is a block under NUCS, which I'm sure you are aware of, anytime there's an incident and NUCS speaks, USAC follows suit. It's as if USAC has become a follower of NUCS. As if we don't really have power on our own to do our things. It's like we just follow what is trending in NUCS. What do you make of that? Do people who hold that view, and how are you going to solve that? What are you going to do differently in your capacity as the president to convince those people that USAC also has its own mandate and that we own that independence, to deal with our issues in our own way?
Thank you. Yes, first and foremost, those people would need to understand the separation of powers here. Yes, you rightly said that USAG is a block under NUCS, to which, yes, we fall under the umbrella of NUCS. That's not two ways of that. But once it comes to discharging of duties, I am much confident that the duties of USAG and that of NUCS need not to conflict. USAG equally has the voice to champion affairs of students, especially the accredited universities and university colleges, both private and public. So once they are doing their responsibilities or their core mandates, that falls within their principles. I don't think there should be any problem with it. So we need to educate them on the separation of powers between these two entities.
How do you intend to put USAC in the limelight? You know, your predecessors have done much, but what do you, in your own way, intend to do to put USAC in the limelight?
I have, as part of my policy, the USAC Spotlight. Yes, this spotlight or this initiative seeks to move around campuses and ensure that the works that is ongoing on campuses are being brought to light. By so doing, we are also going to ensure.
Will you be visiting those campuses by yourself?
Yes, definitely.
How much did it cost you to leave Yuma, Takwa, to this place?
Roughly,
Mr. President.
Roughly 150.
150 cities. That's for in. Then you return. That will make that will give us 300 cities. Will you be touring alone?
I understand where you are going.
Okay.
I understand that. But I'm not looking at the expenditure here. I'm looking at the impact USAC is going to have.
No, but it must sound feasible. One of the things chairman has been very concerned about has to do with the feasibility of your policies. And throughout, he has been very consistent, punching holes into some of these policies. That's what I'm asking. I know Dr. Anderson has done his best going, and I know what he has gone through. So anytime I hear we talk campuses, I'm tempted to believe that you really don't have grasp over that particular policy. You've not consulted him to know what it entails.
I have done that. But since I believe you also agree with me that leadership is a progressive development.
Okay.
This is what we have met. This is what I came to meet in the administration. I have had a discussion with the president, and he has discussed.
Okay, so how do you intend? I know you be I know, I understand that. You know, you sound diplomatic here, but how do you intend convincing member institutions to pay their dues in time to enable you undertake some of these activities? For instance, the one you just mentioned.
This is a simple 2 words: inclusiveness.
Why? Is there any exclusivity? Have you identified any exclusivity in terms of USAC's operations?
Yes.
For which reason they are not paying their dues?
So I'm talking about inclusiveness and belongingness, sense of belongingness. I'm making these two statements because of the
Have you paid your dues?
Not yet.
Have you not paid? Is it the case that you've not paid because you don't feel part of USAC?
No. That is
you've not paid because you feel you don't feel included in activities of USAC?
That is not the case.
So you've mentioned these two key words, which are the bedrocks of your policies policies you be or strategies you are going to be using to convince member institutions to pay their dues in time. That's what I'm asking, because my questions are premised on the answers you provided.
Yes, I understand that. I am still of the view that once we make people feel included.
So I'm asking, have you paid your dues? You said no. So I'm asking, these two words you mentioned, which of them has made you not to pay your dues?
There are some few challenges to which I explained to the chairman. That is the problems we are facing with the management in our university. But notwithstanding, I know that there are some major problems within some campuses to which they feel that they have not been involved in the affairs of USAC, to which they are with a delay in making certain progressive acts.
So when given the nod, you feel you'll be better placed to put policies in place and to encourage them to pay their dues in time. Is that it?
That will be it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, please, can I...
Some nice policies in mind, but then how you want some water? Could you get besides some water, please? How you would implement them and how feasible they are is one of the major challenges I've seen in most of your policies. So I advise you, should you pass through, and eventually should Congress give you the nod, give your policies some kind of visibility studies to know how feasible they will be, and also have interactions, right? Have interactions with the current president. Well, he is the current president, to find out what some of the things you're talking about, he has already started working on. To see the challenges he's facing, so that you have a fair idea of the challenges you face as you embark on your journey, should you be given the nod at Congress. It's been a nice time talking to you. For now, you're dismissed.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But before that, do you have any question for us?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, quickly, before we dismiss you.
I want to find out what advice would you give to my personality to add up the growth in championing the affairs as a youth
stakeholders consultation. Always consult. It's very, very important. You don't have to take everything you hear, but you must always find out what is going on. Stakeholders consultation as a leader is very, very important. It makes or makes you. So always consult.
Okay.
Is that okay?
The last question.
You said you had one question.
I did. All right, two.
Quickly.
And what is your expectation for the next Usag president?
What is my expectation?
Your expectation.
My personal expectation.
Personal.
It doesn't count here. Thank you very much for coming on this mess.
Thank you very much. All right.
What tribute to the distant background? Huh? They're not like, yeah, of course. Mr. Chair. And you brought them and you come and introduce them to their panel.
I will do that right now. Since I'm off.
Besides the human service discrimination, you don't start seeking for the welfare of the Ghanaians that came here before you came.
Okay.
They are all suffering. It's like some people are happy. My senior members are here. That we are not. The chair is here. This is the way. What you do, ladies, you come and introduce them to me.
I knew it. Oh, bad! Oh,
We are cheated.
Love you, no day for me, yanga. Oh, yanga. No, tell me, no, 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 no. Oh, 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 oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo, 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 lo. Oh, 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 oh. You got me like, oh, 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 oh. Shawty gon' give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh.
Mr. Vibes on Vibes.
As I reach my house, I see me got a small wall. As me I wake up, she did my mind don't walk. Yeah, one day two, one of you folk go us. Now so me I go down, to make me link go up. As I start to get alive, you know my heart it is. Baby girl, if you leave me, I don't go love again. Because
you get many girls we put my heart for bed. Baby, you feel my pain. Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl. No, tell me no, oh. Baby, come give me your lo. Tell me like Shawty, come give me your lo.
Give me trabaye, make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I live, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too long, I'm telling you. What do you want to do? Everyday party. As I been at the start to move, make you smoke a go. Just stay bounce with the groove, no carry do. If you lose God, then go bounce with your boo. I can vouch for my crew, I'm telling you. And to they do, lifestyle of a group. Make you dance, no they look, then go they look. And say if it's not enough, if I do 99 good, it go remain one. Don't know how to show you my love without asking up. But I can buy you a new AP, straight from AJUMAKO. So give me trabaye, make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I live, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. It's been too long, but darling, it's you. What do you want you? Everyday party.
Battle Royale Dragon Ball Super is now available in PUBG Mobile. In this mode, players will experience a whole new kind of combat.
Do me like I take Ramadan. Don't want to feel nothing at all. You like go juju calabar. Give me moral like I be bouncer. Moon paragon. Take me higher, don't want to land. Until now I don't understand the why. No matter what I do, it's not enough. If I do 99 good, it go remain one. Don't know how to show you my love without asking up. But I am faded. Just a shake it, get it label. Baby, trabaye, make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I live, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment. Baby, trabaye, make you know they shall like it. I don't want nobody to keep my matter killing. For this life I live, I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days, I want to spend them on enjoyment.
Nakasumbala jano de waste time, oh nah. Me I want fire bazooka, oh nah. Mr. Money no dey waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Say baby to find no dey too shine, unaka. Show why me need. Mr. Money no dey waste time, Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Hello, you carry back a lot of filo. I'ma check a phone, no go dey ghost to go. Ready to pay what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza, Shina say yon falapa. Agata from Osaka funi bulala. Nishe lo japa. Omo aje bota no be me gapa. I no like nonsense we a go bota. Nishe lo japa. Omo aje bota no be me gapa. I no like nonsense we a go bota. Sunga la ja sunga la ja sunga olo sunga la ja sunga olo sunga
what I say. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now.
Tell me what you see when you look at me. Sungbalaja go my body. My problem is I too sabi o. Pop Marley for the pool party o. I got out ya dakba. Like Oshuka, VVS is on my neck, zero fuka. You take Bugatti, give me sugar. Cause you know you carry it, give me super. And let's sunga. Oya Timo Pata, Biti Konga.
You carry back a lot of filo. I'ma check a phone, no go they ghost you. Edu to be what 10 kilo. Kumatingaza. Shina sa inyo falapa. Agata from Osaka funi ulala. Nishe lo japa. Omo ajebota lubi migapa. I no like nonsense we ya kubota. Bota. Nishe lo japa. Omo ajebota lubi migapa. I no like nonsense we ya kubota. Bota. Sunga la ja sunga la ja sunga Olu sunga la ja sunga Alaye mi sáré tẹ bọ́tì lọ. Gbogbo nǹkan kọ́ ló máa fi ń jọ́gọ̀jọ́. Ká lọ ṣe shopping jọ. I know they send that they chop my life. 100% we dey gbádùn lọ. Àwọn tí o fẹ́ wa kọ́ máa struggle lọ. The money long cause I don fàṣẹ. Now everybody want to tear my shirt. I just blow but I know myself. Before them use me, I go use my sense. Ọmọ bá tó ń pàṣẹ. Anita go down sẹ́. Ọmọ dúdú ọmọ pupa èmi lọ́ máa fẹ́. Range Rover méjì.
Welcome, Mr. Dubusi.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little about yourself and why you're here this evening?
Well, thank you very much, the chair. My name is Patrick Kusi Edu, a student from the University of Cape Coast, reading BX Social Sciences, majoring in economics. Patrick has been an inspiration to so many youngsters in the University of Cape Coast, all because of my leadership skills. Because always I uphold the desire to take up leadership mandates to make great things happen. And as a result, in my second cycle education, I took up some leadership positions and I made things happen. And University of Cape Coast to level 200, I became a hall president. And level 300, also filed for a nomination to become the SRC president. But things couldn't go the way as planned. But in the midst of it all, the wins, the risk, and the failures, it has made me a man and has put me into a better shape where I have gathered so much experiences and powerful ideas to run for the noble office and the highest office of the Usag. And so today I am here to put myself to be scrutinized and be vetted so that I become an official candidate to run for the Usag presidency. Thank you very much, Chair.
You want to head all university students in Ghana, right?
Yes, please, Chair.
Can you tell me 3 major problems university students are facing currently?
All right, thank you very much, the Chair. Out of these problems, I developed my...
Hold on, Ms. Anderson, if you could, Dr. Anderson. Yes, you can go on now.
So out of these problems, I drafted my policies. And one problem that I saw was that most of the students that we have in our various institutions, or some of the students, to say, are physically challenged. And it seems like attention hasn't been...
Major problems that all university students are facing. or a majority of university students are facing. Let's just list them. I don't want you to explain. We'll explain later. Let's list them. One.
Alright, so students are facing an increment in school fees. That's one problem. And an increment in the prices of hostel fees.
Are we assuming the increment is all together?
No, please. Point by point.
One increment, second increment.
Yes, please.
So
and
fees,
also
2 increments of what? Hostel fees?
yes, hostel prices.
Hostel prices, okay.
Yes.
And then the third issue would be?
The delay in the student's loan. Yes, please. The delay.
Delay in the disbursements of student
disbursement
loans.
of the student's loan. Yes, please.
You think that's a major challenge?
It's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing currently in the chair.
Okay. So increments of fees, what's your plan?
All right. So
do you have a plan in the first place?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So what's your plan?
I have a plan for it, and it has been captured in my policy document.
No, I'm asking you, what's the plan?
My plan is to advocate for subsidize. We have to subsidize the increment of fees, or better still, to maintain the prices that we are already having in our various institutions. And so the plan is that the National Executive Council and the National Executive Officers will come together to hold a die-hard interview whereby we invite all these.
Could I get some silence in my vetting room, please? Thank you very much. Go on.
Whereby we hold a die-hard interview to invite all the various officers in charge of these fields so that we query them on the reasons why we are facing such challenges and how
USAG would query vice chancellors as to why there are increments in fees for university students. That's what I'm hearing from you.
The chair, that's not how I wanted to put it.
No, but that is what I heard from you.
No, please.
You will call the officers in charge, and the last I checked, the officers in charge of these universities are the vice chancellors. And so, USAG executive officers will summon vice chancellors or vice chancellors of Ghana Association. That's that group. You will summon them and ask them why they are increasing school fees.
Thank you very much.
That thank you should run through for all the questions. So don't thank me for any of my questions again.
All right, thank you very much.
Let's go on.
The chair, what I'm trying to put, the reason for this point is that, or how I'm trying to put the point is that we are not summoning them. In fact, these various agencies, such as the Get Fund, the student loan, are all seeking for the betterment of we, the Ghanaian university students' interest. And so we are liaising with them. We have a dialogue with them, not as in to challenge them, but rather to find the reasons why the delay in our students' loan are occurring.
We're talking about, we're on point number 1, increments of fees. Now we're talking about delay of the release of student loans.
The chair, I believe that all these are fused into this.
No. I asked you.
Okay.
What are the 3 major problems students are facing currently? 1, you told me increments of fees. 2, increments of hostel prices. 3, the delay of the release or the disbursement of student loans. No problem. At least those are the problems you have identified. So increments of fees. Do you have a plan? You said yes. What is the plan?
The chair, as I already mentioned, I said that we call the various stakeholders, and I know that the various stakeholders aren't the vice chancellors only or the chancellors of the various institutions only. We also have some people who have a say, such as the Ministry of Education.
Do you know who sets fees for universities? Public universities.
The chair, it has escaped me.
When it escaped you, it means you knew it.
Yes, please.
So you knew it?
I am not sure with my answer that I want to bring out, but then...
You say it. If you're wrong, there's no problem here.
Please, I believe that JP, probably.
No, it's not. It's a parliament of Ghana.
Okay.
It's a parliament that sets the fee. So I think wherever it says you're sending your advocacy or at the moment is misplaced. So do your due diligence.
Alright, sir.
Good. Post office. Plan.
Alright, so sir, my research has showed that we don't have any body that advocates for the decrease in hostel prices.
So last I checked, Dr. Anderson is working earnestly. Last year, in my school in particular, there was a petition from students about the decrease in hostel fees. So when you say there's nobody advocating for the decrease in hostel fees, I disagree with you. Where did you get your information?
Alright, so the chair, through I'm a labor economist student, in fact, through some of the knowledge and the things I learned, that's the conclusion.
Where the source?
From
Are you assuming
no, please,
that
it's
there's
not
nobody
assumption.
advocating?
It's not an assumption. Please, I'm not talking actually about as if the student body or something, but taking for instance, we know that we have UTAG as a body or as an agent whereby they lobby for an increment in the payment of their salaries. But for hostel prices, we don't have an agent or a body that lobby or negotiate on the table for the students. You know, the chair.
Sit down. Well,
thank you very much.
Go back to the chair.
Thank
Feel
you.
comfortable. Good. Think through what I asked you and answer.
All right, the chair. So I'll come again, and what I'm trying to say is that, taking for instance the UTAG, we know that the UTAG is an association that represents the various lecturers on an interest, sometimes lobbying for an increment in their salary, but then for hostels or for the increment in prices of the hostels, we don't have a unified body.
Oh, there are. The various houses of the universities where these problems are.
Please, I'm talking about the managers for the various hostels. As
There are.
they
In my
form.
school, there is an association of. No, you said you did it based on data. As I have data that says otherwise. That's why when you say it, I say what I also know. So that we know where you got your data from. Because in KNUST, there's an association of private hostel owners.
Alright.
And I know UW will also have some. UCC has one. You don't have one. Okay, UCC doesn't have.
We don't have. Yes,
Oh,
please.
you're in UCC?
Yes, please.
Okay, so then your school doesn't have, but then other schools do.
Alright.
So don't use your school as a yardstick for everyone.
Alright, please. Then I think I have a plan now.
You go and think of a plan again.
Alright.
No, I'm asking.
I have a plan. I have a plan now.
You have a plan now?
I have a plan now.
You've thought through the plan now?
Yes, please. And
Please
the
tell
plan
us
is
what the
that
plan is.
we sit down, we sit at the table, then we discuss the price negotiation with these various bodies.
Have
or
you
the
found out
stakeholders.
if that has been done before?
No, please.
In this case, we're not using your school as a yardstick. Have you bothered to find out if this has been done before?
To my best of knowledge, I haven't seen.
Do you understand what it means to approach somebody who has made an investment? If I've been a civil servant I started work at say 27, so I've been a civil servant for 33 years, and I've made some money, and I decided to put up a hostel, and students are coming to use the place. You start want to come and tell me how to price, how much I'm charging students.
Alright, say yes, I understand it, and
Oh no, now I'm being the devil's advocate. I'm speaking from the perspective of the hostel owners. So tell me how you would approach this issue.
thank you very much. And that has always been the challenge.
I thought we said no thanking me anymore.
That has always been the challenge. But I also think that, or I believe that they can put a human face to this situation.
You don't think that has happened? You don't think that has happened?
I haven't heard of anything of that sort.
Okay, you haven't heard.
Yes, please.
Go and think through that policy again, or think through that solution again. Now, the delay in the release of student loans, the plan.
All right. The chair, I talked about a plan whereby we invite the stakeholder for the student loan. That's the leaders of this student loan or trust fund, so that we sit together with them. Then we find out the reasons or the challenges that they are facing, not only for
The
ourselves.
challenge is that there is no money. This is not the first. It's not as if you don't know this. There is no money to give to students as loans. This is not news. The administrator for the student trust fund has already said this. So when they get the money from the government that they disperse to
The chair, I was saying that there is a delay. There is a delay. For instance, UCC, I have a number of friends, a quite number of friends.
No, you said you want to know what the cost of the problem is. And I'm telling you, it is because the government has not released the money to the fund. That is the cause of the problem.
All right, so the chair, then I think based on that fact, we will sensitize the entire student body that this is the problem, and hence they should take heart when there is such a challenge.
Oh, that's your solution to the problem.
Definitely, the money will come, the disbursements will come. We are not saying that the money wouldn't come, and so we have to find a different way to talk to.
The problem is the delay, meaning the key word here is delay. So there should be a clear path to why or to fixing the delay. Or now you agree that is beyond your reach, or you think there's something you can still do about it?
Aside talking with the government that they should foster their...
You give them money yourself?
No, please. But then we can also talk with the government that they should speed up with the disbursement. I mean, they should release the money to the stakeholder or the SLTF so that they can also give it to us on time, so that we can make good use of it, use to pay our fees and all that. But then, even if it delays, if the situation goes beyond that, then we can't find any solution to it. The best we can do is that we tell the students' body that they should hold on, they should take heart, definitely it will come. And then we go into negotiation with the students' management that if there is any intention that they will defer a student because of the delays of the student loan, then they should hold on because of this challenge and that. And so I believe that since the money will be coming, there shouldn't be any worries there.
Before I hand the microphone over to her, you went to KUSC SHS?
Yes, please.
But decided to go to UCC for your sexual education.
This is just a follow-up question. Did you say you are the SRC president?
No, please. I said I filed nominations for SRC president, but then things couldn't go the way as planned.
So you didn't serve as anything in SRC?
I was a student's representative. I mean, I represented my hall at the SRC Council. So I was student representative at the SRC Council. I represented my hall.
I'm asking this question because when it comes to student loan and management, they don't listen. When you are telling them, yes, they will find you. When you are telling them that, please pardon these students, because government has not disbursed funds, they don't hear. When the cycle is closed, it's closed. Honestly. Do you have students facing this challenge?
Yes, please. Yes, please. I can recall some few students who face these challenges. And then I think we need to talk with the management from UCC, especially.
As for UCC, they will listen.
Things worked out. Things worked out. So probably we have to also leverage on such a technique that we use in UCC. Then we talk with the other management from the various institutions. Then we see that probably things can also go wrong for them.
So that's why you left KUSHS to UCC. So because things work better there. Okay.
Who responded?
How on? The Honorable Sisu. Your questions.
Oh, right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. 5 minutes. Okay. Patrick, how are you doing?
I'm very good. Say, it's what about you?
I'm also good. You seek to lead, all university students across the country. How much of a responsibility is this to you?
Thank you very much for the question. But the responsibilities are already stipulated in the Constitution, and specifically there are 4. But then I know that whilst working with the other executive, there will be plenty. But being a student leader before and going through all my leadership experiences, I know that it, though wouldn't be easy, it will be something more of, sort of a rocket science. But then I know that it is possible that we can do it because it has happened before and we have been able to do it. So it didn't be a burden at all.
You sounded so technical in giving me an answer. Now I want to delve into student entrepreneurship. What plan do you have for Ghanaian students, especially in this time of joblessness and youth unemployment?
Thank you very much for the question. Please, in my policy document, one of the thematic areas I've captioned it warfare. Welfare.
Okay.
And one of the policies under the warfare is that it's seeking to bring into light the various ideas of the various university students that we have in Ghana. We make their ideas a substance. And so what we are going to do is that we layers or collaborate with the various agencies that are interested in this entrepreneurship. Then we challenge the ideas of these students so that we can support them, especially in this difficult time or economic crisis. Yes, please.
Have you ever heard of AFTA?
Come again, please.
Do you know what AFTA is? AFCFTA.
No, please, I haven't.
Okay, so let me help you. African Continental Free Trade Area.
Okay.
This is still in line with entrepreneurship then, because that is where we all believe entrepreneurship should be the bedrock of our national growth. Okay, and that is the only way we can solve the joblessness and the youth unemployment. So they are into trade facilitation, okay, and they have within the sub-region and African on the continent. If you have any business you want to undertake, or you want to do business, you are from Ghana, you want to do business in, say, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa, AFTA will give you a platform, facilitate this for you. So how are you going to take advantage of all these opportunities offered by these bodies in order for Ghanaian students? Because of course, you don't know, right? You don't know what AFTA is. Now that you have come to know what it is, how do you because you see, do you know Robert Mugabe?
Yes, please. I've heard of the name before.
Okay.
Yes, please.
There was a summit where he was chastising the world, the Western world, of being a problem. And another African leader, Paul Kagame, was also at the summit, and they asked him, what is Africa's problem? He said, we lack information. What is the youth? What is our president? We lack information. Because he feels that information is what we need in decision making, in taking initiative, in taking advantage of opportunities. So we need information. How would you break that barrier to make sure that we have enough information on opportunities that these bodies present, so that we can take advantage of them?
Okay, first of all, I would like to appreciate the fact that you have given me another opportunity or another agent probably to work with when all things go or when all things be the goal. I would say that in my policy, I mentioned quite a number of agents, such as the Magdan group of companies. I also mentioned SIDO. I also mentioned NAYA. All these are some of the agents in our country and overseas. So liaising with them, I know that they are very interested in bringing out the very best ideas of the student that we have.
Have you had any engagement with any of these bodies?
Yes, please. Not long ago, we had Magdan in our institution, and in fact, I had opportunity to talk with one of the officials and how we can also bring this thing into a pushing.
Magdan is already organizing the Magdan Connect across campuses. Yes, so what new thing are you going to do with Magdan? Because the Magdan Connect is already ongoing. So liaising with Magdan what do you seek to achieve? What support would you require from McDan?
Alright, so that's the reason why I mentioned quite a number of options in there. I said we have SIDO, we have Naya, and right now you have also mentioned AFSA. So after, thank you very much. So we will collaborate with them.
Right.
I'm
behind time. What do you know about NASIA? How about NACA? Okay, NASIA is the National School Inspectorate Authority. They are in charge of supervision and inspection, making sure that the basic education is managed. Okay. How about NACA? Do you know the reason why I'm asking you these questions?
Please, you can tell me. Sir.
Yes, it's because you see, issues be emanating from the educational sector, and you, as the president, are expected, okay, to address them, to speak to issues. So if you are not conversant or you don't know these bodies who are in charge of some of these things, how do you speak, facts? Do you understand? All right. To end, of course, which I know I have been under pressure to hand over the mic. What one thing do you want to be remembered for as Usag president? You've given the nod.
Thank you very much. I believe I'll be the first person to initiate the special need plan, and that is with the students that we have in our various campuses who are very physically challenged. We have a special plan for them. We buy them drills and the various materials that they would need in order to continue with their academics and learn effectively for the future.
Please, can I ask you a question? Is it for students who come in disabled or the students who face? I want to know if there's can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Is it for students who become or face those disabilities when or whilst they are in school, or those who come in like that?
It could be both of them. I mean, both parties, because we know that once you're disabled or physically challenged, you are part of the team.
So as a buying them the bills, that's it.
Not only the bills. In fact, there are a lot of sophisticated materials out there that we can also leverage on to help them. And once being a AJUMAKO president, in fact, that was one of the ideas that we championed, and it came into fruition. And so now, talking with you, we have a physically challenged library in AJUMAKO, whereby the physically challenged or the disabled who are in the home are always using it and having a very free, comfortable life, living as a normal student in the institution.
I'm proud to say my school, KNUST, has a whole national transport system that conveys students of such status around. So maybe you could copy that to very special transport systems. Yes.
I'm quiet because we just want to remind the gentleman of what he missed. Yes, we just want to remind the gentleman of what he missed.
Thank you very much, Teche.
We just want to remind the gentleman.
It's not that hard. The name. Mr. Patrick, what makes you the best candidate for this position?
All right, thank you very much, Madam, for the question. I've already said that some time ago I took up some leadership positions, and at certain times I wanted to go for some leadership positions, but I faced risk, and I faced failures, and that has shaped me and molded me into who I am today, and has made me a competent candidate to run for such an office. So with all these gathered experiences, I know that I can channel them to this office and make a very good
So do you think the other candidates are not experienced enough? So you are the best because of what you have been through?
Not to say that, but I would say that everybody has his own experiences, and that's what makes me so different and unique from them. And so I believe that leveraging on that,
things can work out for me and for the administration as a whole.
Okay, let's see how it goes. I'm quite impressed with some of your innovative policies, but can you please throw light on mass NHIS registration?
All right, thank you very much. My research that I did a research, and it was found out that about 31.2% of the Ghanaian populace are not even having NHIS card. And some of them, students, are also part of these people of this percentage.
So what's your target group for this project?
For the students, please.
Which students?
The university students that we have in Ghana.
So how would the deployment be?
All right, so what we are going to do is that we partner with the NHIS so that they subsidize.
Who is the current director for NHIS?
Escape me, please.
So you don't know. So
I read about it, but then
okay.
Yes, please. So we partner with them, then they subsidize. Not that we are going to bear the cost, but then ordinarily or ideally, a normal student will enter the office and they will charge a high price. But I believe that as an association, when we partner with these agents and tell them that this is the initiation that we want to bring on board, and we bring all our human resources together and set out.
1 minute. If I get you, so university students going, going to hospital with an NHIS card should be subsidized for them. Is that what you mean?
Not that, but then I mean that what I'm trying to mean is that we are partnering with them and telling them that this is the challenge that we are facing. In fact, some of the students that we have in our various campuses hardly get some monies even to fend for themselves. So how much more the hospital bills and the rest. So what we are going to do is that we are partnering with them, we negotiate with them, lobby with them.
One minute, there are hospitals in most of the universities now that you can attend with your student ID at a subsidized price, or you don't have one at UCC?
Thank you very much. Please, we have in UCC. In fact, you send in your ID card and they subsidize things for you. But sometimes the national health insurance is also needed, especially when the cases are
to
the extremity.
So how are you looking at deploying this mass NHIS registration? How?
So as I already said, please,
we
are partnering with them. Then we set ourselves into the various campuses.
How many campuses are you targeting in 9 months or 8 months of your service?
I know that the NEC or the National Executive Council also work with the National Executive Offices. And so we will leverage with them and liaise with them so that at the various campuses that we have in Ghana, probably we can do it at the same time. And so we divide ourselves probably into the southern sector, the northern sector, or the eastern sector. Then we take up the mandates, then we set out, then we make sure that we do it gradually.
Do you have budget for this project?
Yes, please, we don't have a budget now for this project.
No, I mean, how much do you foresee going into this project?
Please, I believe that it's a loss, and whilst there is a commitment from the side of the student too, I know that things wouldn't be all that difficult.
Honestly, I don't see this policy. I mean, I made notice that I'm impressed with some of your policies, but for this one, I don't see it being feasible. But I wish you all the best.
Madam, it's very feasible.
It's very feasible.
I'll chase you. Because it's very feasible because while serving as a hall president in the University of Cape Coast, there was a time where they were deactivating the SIM cards, and I took it upon myself to go into the telecommunication network offices. We talked with them, and they came into the campuses and did it for us for free.
I understand, but this policy might not reach some universities, right? Okay, my last question. Will you support a student demonstration?
The 56th National Union Ghanaian students, president of the National Union Ghanaian students said something. He said, we have gone past the days whereby we had rallies, we had demonstrations on street for our voices to be heard. So then I have a policy in there that we want to organize a die-hard interview. The die-hard interview will see to it that we present our plight, our concern in the more amicable and diplomatic way, so that we don't cause conflict, more like something of a conflict on the street. But then to rather solve it amicably so that we all reach into an agreement. And one thing is that mostly when organizing demonstrations and rallies, some of the institutions, especially those at the far ends and the hinterlands, find it very difficult to even afford their bills or their fares to even join the demonstration. So the best thing we can do is that why don't we organize ourselves at a different or a particular place, then we all come in together. We dialogue with the various stakeholders, then we see
The
how far we
stakeholders
can.
are not listening to you. I have such challenge in my school currently, and we are planning on going on demonstration. So,
I believe that in every situation
so
there's
it's
a way.
okay. Maybe there are peaceful demonstration. What about that one?
Peaceful demonstration is fine, it's very advisable, but then the one which is involved with routes and all this stuff, I believe that we need
Okay, this is a practical scenario. When you come to game park heritage, there are students who are facing challenges with their previous registration. They weren't able to pay their fees on time. They were not able to pay their fees on time, and then the cycle was closed. But as it stands now, they've paid their fees. But with game park, it's not about paying the fees into your account. You have to register to become a student for that semester. Now, we are introducing an auto progression system, okay, where if you are not able to pay your fees for a previous semester, if you don't meet some academic records, you can't progress. Okay. Now, these students, there are over 100 students who are agitated, who are frustrated, who are under stress, wondering what they will do when this system is being introduced. We've exhausted all avenues in the school. Now we've written to council, so we are waiting to hear from them. As president, which advice do you have for me?
Thank you very much. So, please, as you already said, we are waiting for them. So, we wait for the final verdict from the council. And if it is positive, fine. If it is not positive, then I think more talk should go into that. And I believe everything will be fine. Yes, more talk. Because there's nothing, I believe that there's nothing, we can't ignite in the students the attitude of demonstration because of the 100 students that we have. It's still about talking, and it's still about lobbying and negotiation. Even if it is a demonstration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, I can hear you, madam.
How are you?
I'm very good, please.
Are you feeling good?
I'm very fine. Please, what about you?
I'm doing good. As the president of Usag, should you assume that position, you'll be expected to what? Be responsible to appoint
Yes, please.
officers, right? To work with. So the impression is you should know some of the functions or duties of the people you're going to be appointing, or people you're going to work with, the officers you're going to be working with.
Yes, please.
So, can you give me 3 functions or duties of the PIS?
The PIS.
PIS.
Yeah, do you know who the PIS is?
Press Information Secretary.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
3 functions.
All right, so I know that the Press Information Secretary should see to it that there is a publication of a communique from the association, so that it reach out to the various students' body. And so, and the second function is that the PIS should also make sure that he lays with the various PROs of the various institutions that we have in the universities, so that he can also effectively deliver his mandate. The third one, I think, I'll leave it there, please. Yeah.
What are the traits a person needs to be a successful president?
Okay.
Be very, 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 very cautious. The kind of answer you're going to give me.
Thank you very much for the question again. I just have to recall some of the points that I learned. But then, I know that the president should be tolerant, should be very, very sociable, and should have the spirit of advocacy, so that at least he can also have some kind of unity among the executives. Thank you very much.
What's the difference between advising and supervising someone?
Advising, in my own language, I would say that to advise somebody is to give the counsel or a direction. Is to give a counsel a direction, but to supervise somebody takes the form of responsibility, whereby one serve as a watchdog or make sure that a certain duty or a certain task is being performed. Thank you very much.
What's your level of tolerance as a leader?
I would say that
on the scale of 0 to 10.
I will rate myself 8, because the remaining 2 is situational based. You know, as a leader, we are all human beings and we are fallible.
Rate the current administration.
In fact, I will give them 8. The reason is the remaining 2 is because they aren't done with their office yet. So probably, who knows, they are going to complete the 2 with it, and probably they'll get the 10%.
What was the last book you read?
How to Lead by Joe Owen.
What's the impact it's had on you?
But Joe Owen said that every administration should be built on 3 pillars: the ideas, the people, and the action. And so I think this is a summary of the whole book, that as a leader, you should build your administration or your office on these 3 ideas. That you should have the ideas before you serve in your office. You should have the ideas or the policies that you want to render, and then you get the people involved, the various segments. So in this sense, we're talking about the various national executive officers, talking about the various national executive council, the senators, and the Congress. We involve the people so that they make the dream comes into fruition. Then the action is where you find the various resources.
Describe
and
yourself in 2 words. Just 2. 2 words.
I am good. Respectful and intelligent, I see.
In 2 words.
Respectful and intelligent.
2 words.
Four.
2 words.
I'm able.
There's been recent killing of females on campuses and in our society. As a president, would that be a priority in your administration? And what would be the plan?
Thank you very much. In fact, honestly speaking, I didn't put this thing in my policy documents.
You didn't think about it?
No, not that I didn't think about it.
It's going to be what?
Honestly speaking, I didn't put it in my policy document. But what I'm trying to say is that
when a man
wait,
kills
wait,
you, kill
no please, wait.
Oh, cut off here.
So I know that, but I must give this appreciation to the current Usag president, Dr. Itifo Anderson, has done so very well. In fact, he involved the various, the whole administration. I remember the last time when you went to talk with the IGP.
Conversation. What would you do?
I believe that I'll continue from where he has started. In fact, he was looking at resolving the various conflict that has been happening in the various campuses. But since this thing has become part of the situation, we will also include it in the agenda. Then we see how we can also resolve this.
How you will resolve this is what I want to
Then
hear.
we deploy the various security men, and we make sure, you see, sometimes based on we have, the ladies are being, in fact, sorry to say, they are being killed based on so many reasons. Probably it could be a misunderstanding between their boyfriends and themselves. Let me use it as an instance. And so we will involve the school counselors also to be part. Or money. I don't have a girlfriend, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
There's ladies behind you were like,
Please, do I have?
What did he say? What did he say?
Hello. Please repeat your answer. Honestly speaking, please repeat. I don't have a girlfriend.
So what do you have?
I have friends who are girls.
You have what?
Friends who are girls. I don't have a girlfriend.
You have friends who are girls.
But you don't have a girlfriend.
Yeah,
Those girls, I can mention Tina.
don't follow you again. Stop walking to Cape Coast, please. It's not to be trusted.
But if I'm single and ready to make it, so anyone who is ready for me. I'm sorry to put that in my but even if the person comes, you put the person in the
Advice Mr. Do advise you stop talking. you think we'll sit with these ladies for 2 days and then you come and tell them.
Man, please go on. Sorry.
All right, Mr. Edu.
Say.
Yeah, that was a great speech you just gave me. Right? So the chair, in his commencement questions, he asked you about 3 problems facing university students, and you outlined 3 of them. But my records, you mentioned about fees.
Okay.
You did mention about postal fees too as well.
Okay.
And the delay in the release of student loans.
Yes, please.
These are challenges you have been able to identify concerning university students. But I can't find in any way your policy documents where you seek to want to change or cause or initiate a change or a solution to any of these challenges that you have outlined, though you are the president for USAG.
Alright, so I've built my policies on 4 thematic areas. I looked at academics, welfare, health, and advocacy. So when you look at the second sheet, down the page, you see that there is written a die-hard interview, and it is written over there that we are going to engage in talks with the various stakeholders and agencies that are in charge of our student loan, our guest fund, and the various fields that we can also talk about. And so I mentioned it over there. Yes, please. Thank you.
No, so in this case, you're saying die-hard interview. How's that going to happen? I'm going to move from, because I see if you've outlined get fund, that's student loan here, and ETC, well, I don't know which of these. So I got to move from one institution to another institution to another institution just talk about it, just to have a dialogue with them.
Thank you very much. Please, when you read it,
Your battery is dead.
We can't be on live anymore.
No, we are live.
Yeah, caption only.
Your caption only has.
Okay.
Yeah, also who is who are important to attend the camera to
We'll
us.
have the debate.
No.
Yeah, give the camera to.
They can hear. No, they must see.
No, they didn't see
So
him.
he's just facing this one very soon because we can't get to the place and do it.
Oh,
Are you
okay.
saying, so you're changing the battery?
Yeah, so they're fixing the battery and then they'll get back to us. But in the meantime, I think.
Yeah, I think we can go on. Let's
Come on.
That was your first question. You said you had 6, right?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, the chair. So you made mention about press conference as one of your policies you want to implement.
Yes, please.
Why would you, instead of the press and information secretary, do this? Because I see this particular one to be rather for the press and information secretary than the president.
Thank you.
You can't come and say that you want to organize a press conference and that is an achievement for you being in the highest office of University Association of Ghana.
Thank you, sir, for the question. What I'm trying to mean is that I am going to work in collaboration with the press information secretary so that we see this come to the day of.
But you always work. So this we asked are things that you need to prioritize. So are you saying that press conference will be one of the priorities? So any small thing you do or the government does, you're going to have a press conference about it?
As one way of advocating for students, but I had to because I'm so much into the advocacy. So I had no option than to add it. And so as one way of advocating for them, I can't leave such a point unmentioned in my policy document. Although it's under one office, but then I'll see to it that it comes into effect through the President Information Secretary. Thank you, sir.
Now, exchange program. Have you had any trip abroad before? Have you traveled out of country before?
No, please, I haven't traveled before.
Have had any experience?
And I'm hoping to travel very soon.
Oh, amen. You shall. Just keep pushing.
Thank you.
So, have you helped anyone to go on an exchange program before?
I haven't, but then I have witnessed someone going on an exchange.
Witnessing isn't enough to show you can, in this position, have that to happen.
Thank you.
Because in this first place, you're telling you have no experience or whatsoever.
Thank you.
Personally, or maybe helping someone else to go through that.
Okay. The chair, looking at our policies, in fact, I got inspiration from the recent initiation that our International Affairs Office in UCC brought, and that is they are into a 5-year exchange program with a university outside. And to my surprise, my welfare chairperson happened to be part of those who traveled outside when I was a hall president. And so I asked him that how did all these things came about, and he told me that the International Affairs Office in UCC collaborated with 2 young couples, married couples, outside who were interested to have this thing done, and they made it see the day of light. And so I believe that as stipulated in the that we had even students from Denmark who have come here to stay, to study and to have some ideas coming from here. And I know that definitely some people from here too will be going to Denmark for such an exchange program.
All right, thank you. Are you a Christian?
Yes, please, I'm a Christian.
Are you an honest one?
Yes, please. I'm a very honest one, thank you.
Are you sure?
I am
Because I don't see any area of honesty in you with all that you have told us since you stepped foot here. You're just saying words for us to believe in what it is you want to say, but in reality, you know you can't do them.
So,
convince me.
It's possible. It's possible because with all the things I've said over here, in fact, some of them we have evidences to them. I talk about exchange program. We had a mixed president doing that, and it has come into fruition. And so when I say
it's possible, enough of that. So now, if you're a Christian, an honest one, of course. I know you uphold the values of the denomination you belong to. Yes. On your day of worship, and there happened to be a national assignment as USAG president, which will you choose to do?
All right, thank you very much, to say. In fact, quoting from the Bible, I'll paraphrase, but it says that the Sabbath was made for man and not man for the Sabbath. And one thing is also is that for my knowledge, or for my best of knowledge, the history that I've read from the various books, I know that the Sabbath day, because I'm a Sabbatarian, the Sabbath day was the day that even the priest did a lot of hard work. And so it was all for the betterment of the humanities. I mean, then during that time or during that Bible era.
So you choose USAG over church?
Not that I'm choosing USAG over church, but I know that I am working for humanity, and God appreciate that I work for humanity. And so working for humanity on the Sabbath day isn't something bad, and it isn't something new, because even the priest in the olden days even did it.
Okay, all right. By the way, happy Sabbath.
Happy day, thank you.
I'm Sabbath.
Hey.
You
to say you are Sabbath. You are Sabbath. We understand. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Mr. Dukusi,
Say.
you have been here since yesterday. In fact, I came to AJUMAKO with this beautiful lady. She refused to crash on me, but she's crashing on you. You can check. I'm sad.
I shall look into a marks for him again. Fashion, I think you've done well. I've actually one of a few. you're one. This is honorable space. You're actually. I think I didn't say this, but because our vetting has ended, and we have a small component we have to see through before. Yeah, it's here. We have a small component we'll have to attend to. And I think I can say this now, but you're one of the few people who have appeared before us that has kept his demeanor from the beginning to the end.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I didn't ask you to clap. I haven't discussed it yet. But I think you have kept a cool head from the beginning to the end. My only problem with you is that you try to make a pass at my girls, and I won't allow that.
Sorry, I didn't
yes.
do that.
But we wish, yes,
At your girl, coach.
Can I finish my closing?
Yes.
As my girl. Yes. Are you okay?
Yes.
So should you go through, qualify or be validated by this committee, I hope the things you have mentioned, you see them through if you're given the nod by Congress. I'd like to wish you all the best. You're discharged for now, or dismissed for now. All 4 candidate aspirants will be back for very short debates, and then we'll officially dismiss all of them and call it a day. So we'll take a 2 minutes break, and then we'll arrange the place, rearrange the place, and then we'll have them come in. But do you have any question for us?
I don't have any question.
Thank you very much.
But I would like to.
Don't say anything that would put off the entire everything I've said about you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate the various the interrogation. I'm very grateful, and I've learned a lot. Thank you very much.
Sure, you're dismissed.
Happy.
Master Harry Adams.
And I DJ Benny. Hello?
So what?
My girl went in now. I said, I'm
Are we okay?
Oh, now we have like, oh, good disqualify.
The way back has been giving some assurance.
Every day you disqualify, every day disqualify. Disqualify me. I will go home. Disqualify, I will go home.
He said, are you here to fetch them or you are here to collect them?
DJ. DJ. Mr. DJ.
Hey.
Yes.
Thank you. The chair. Thank you. The chair. Every individual, one way or the other, needs education on mental health awareness. Now we are looking at stress. Stress can even relate to
the likes, I don't want to mention some of these, but you understand them. The Jama, those who play the Jama squad, the moral boys. Okay. You understand the Jama squad, the moral things, you know the way they do their things and all those things, right? Ban of them is said to be one of the contributing factors to the rising of mental health issues that's leading to suicide on various campuses. Do you think this is true? And should that be a reason why we should bring back this pressure groups of the language? Just in 1 minute.
1 minute.
No. Let's project here. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much for the question. Please, I know that the pressure groups that we have in the various campuses, in fact, banning them has its own effect. So I don't agree to the fact that it's contributing to the mental health effects of the students that we have in the various campuses. But I believe that it also has its own effect. And some of the effects is that, taking for instance, KUSP as an example, we know that the Koti and the Katangas have been banned from their morale. And hence there has been this pressure whereby it's pushing them but to do a whole lot of stuff that they shouldn't have done. And so I believe that there is more other factors that is contributing to that, but then not the pressure groups that we have in the various campuses. Because when it comes to UCC, for instance, we have a lot of pressure groups that in UCC. So in fact, it's not a pressure group, but more like a traditional group with the morals, and they do it so nicely.
Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Well, I don't see these pressure groups as having a connection with mental health. I actually see it as they making the environment lively. Let's take my campus for instance. My campus, for instance, is a very, let me use the word, pressure campus when it comes to academics. Right? There is no free time to play, there's no free time for engagement. So, a community as such is going to help to actually distress the students. Now, if they will be banned, now we are looking at maybe vandalism or destruction of properties. With that, I would agree. But as to mental health, I don't see the correlation between that. So I would not agree for the abandoning of pressure groups on campus. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my earlier submissions, I made a case about the essence of socials on Nigeria's university campuses, and of course, this JAMA or morale or the activities of these pressure groups can also be classified as socials in a way, but not to a larger extent. Now, to me, I think it can't be generalizing. I mean, we can't generalize the whole thing because not all students find it so much attractive. Because if you want to even do the comparison, how many students are part of this pressure group and the like? And so, for me, I would say for those for students who find those activities very interesting, and now that they've been disbanded, I can bet on the fact that it is forcing them and their mental health and the like. But to me, I think that we can't generalize it here because not all students find that as a means of socialization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Zodoi.
Thank you, the Chair. The Chair, I believe that stress is also part of mental health. And I believe that in my campus, we have Gatti Hall and the pressure groups there in Guardians. Sometimes I go there and they will be having fun and I even feel like joining. Sometimes when I get stressed in the hostel, I come around and I see them and I feel like joining. So I believe that during their section or their play, their dramatic session, I believe that most of them have fun, which reduces stress. So I believe that it's not causing any harm, but it's rather promoting reducing or the reduction of mental health issues among university students.
Sure. Mr. Swazibafu will start answering the next set of questions.
Hello.
Hi, madam.
Hi. The question is to all of you, but then Mr. Swazi is going to begin. Is the cancellation of whole week celebrations a solution to hooliganism on university campuses. Should I take it again?
I believe they heard you.
Should I take the question again? Is the cancellation of whole week celebration the solution to hooliganism on university campuses?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The issue of hooliganism on our various...
Mr. Speaker.
Sorry. Apologies for that. The issue of hooliganism on our various university campuses has become a matter of greater concern. We find students in our universities who, on a normal day, or who ideally we think should be very concerned involving themselves in vandalism and the like. And for me, I think it's a matter of great concern. When I came here earlier, I made a case about the encroachment of students' powers, right? I was talking about something around that. And for me, I think it is because of some of these acts that the halls on our various respective campuses find and themselves in. And so, on the conversation around the cancellation of 4-week celebrations, to me, I don't think that is a solution to hooliganism, because in an educational institution, what your focus should be on is the transformation of the mind. The fact that you have cancelled 4-week celebration does not mean that the mindset of the people have been changed when it comes to hooliganism or when it comes to vandalism and the like. So for me, 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, it's a major question.
Thank you. So for me, the issues revolving around Atanga Policy in the University of in the Kwame University of Science and Technology, the issues between Commonwealth Hall, Sabamesa Hall, precisely on the University of Ghana campus and the likes. For me, I don't think that the cancellation of 4 weeks does the magic. That even comes with more problems here and there. And so I think that university management will find more pragmatic solutions, possibly providing adequate security during these 4-week celebrations, and then charging the leadership of these halls when some of these issues arise. I think with that, each and everyone responsible for the organization of these 4-week celebrations will be very responsible, and they make sure they put in the requisite measures to ensure that these things actually are halted on our various university campuses. And so the cancellation of 4-week celebrations does not in any way end hooliganism on our various university campuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. No. Yes, I did.
Thank you very much. This problem, we must first look at it in a more professional way. Now, we have to identify the problems that constantly leads to hooliganism. Now, the problems, once you're able to identify the problem, there is a school of thought that the problem one identified is a problem half solved. So once you're able to tell that this is the problem to which always leads to hooliganism, then we can find solutions to it. Now, let me ask the questions on problems. It could be overexcitement. What is going on in on the campus that are having, let's say, the whole week? What is going on there? We can find out if they are actually motivating alcohol intake or whatever that is going on in there, or let's say what is actually motivating the actions of the people that are creating this act on campus. Once we have been able to juxtapose this point, then we can find out maybe we are not having enough security to mitigate that problem, or we are not having we are not putting the people to check. These are also measures that I believe that we can look at. So for cancellation of whole week, I don't believe that that will solve the problem. Either way, there will still be hooliganism without whole week celebration. So I'm believing that the whole week celebration will also contribute in the social activities of students, which is also a requisite requirement in our institutions. As an intellectual hub of various campuses, I believe that we should also find solutions that can also profit the students on campus, and as well as controlling their actions to which entertainments are being given to them. So please, on my submission, I'm to submit that the cancellation of 4 weeks isn't the solution for hooliganism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ete.
Well, thank you very much.
Please, looking at the cancellation of the whole week that we have in our various campuses, also believe that it's not a solution to the hooliganism. The reason is, not long ago, I was a home president and we had a dirty rain program, and we know how big such a program is. A lot of people from all walks of life in the campus came, we met, we partied, and nothing of that sort happened. But then we can also take instances whereby some years ago we noted that some people from University University of Science and Technology also engaged in hooliganism where there wasn't anything like a whole week. And so we should look at it in such from such angle. Mostly we'll be thinking that there is a correlation. Yes, there have been a correlation before where there was a whole week and there was hooliganism, but that is not always the case. And so I must conclude that cancellation of whole week isn't the solution to hooliganism, but then there is something more that we can also look at aside the cancellation of the whole week, so that we can end the hooliganism. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, moving forward. No use scaring yourself as a case study, I beg you. It's all right. Please, could you pass the microphone to me?
I believe that the cancellation of the whole week.
You won't use Kenyans, would you?
No.
I
will use my institution.
Yes, use your institution. Yes.
Mr. Chair, my institution, we had one of the whole week celebration which brought a lot of issues. So the next year, the whole decided to have another whole week celebration, which management was kind of refusing. But then along the way, we had a long talk, which we brought a lot of proper management in place. So we were able to have a very nice whole week celebration, which there was no issue. So I believe that if proper planning is being implemented, there will not be any issue. And I believe that there should be proper guidance and counseling before the celebration begins. I believe that when there is a proper security system, there will not be any issue. And the whole week celebration will rather bring fun to the individual students. And they will also find the school interesting. Thank you.
Our next time a question for Mr. Ike.
All right. As young leaders, we are all, in one way or the other, very critical of the leadership at the national level vis-a-vis their corrupt nature, corrupt activities in engaging in. And so I want to find out, I have realized painfully that our elections, Congress, national elections are characterized by same corrupt practices. Leaders, student leaders, aspiring leaders being used for institutions to earn their vote buying. How, first of all, do you agree that this form part of the corruption that we are kicking against at the national level? And what do you intend to do to curb this?
Yes, thank you very much. The corruption, when we talk about corruption, it's a very large and a broad topic for discussion. Notwithstanding, allow me to narrow it down to the question you just asked. When it comes to paying of captations or bribing, as you said, other institutions in order to earn their votes, I am not in support of that action. Notwithstanding, I believe that as a leader, you should be able to sell your self-worth and market yourself in such a way that the students to which you are seeking their indulgence to serve them are going to, one, have the confidence in you, secondly, and see you as the leader who is capable to lead that office.
bribing is just one way or the other, and crouching their mental stability, thinking faculty, where they can see through the spectacle of democracy and say, okay, this is the man for the job, or this is what this person can do. But once you put in money in the system, you have clouded the judgment of the people, hence leadership suffers. So I believe that to ensure that we have a hard-working government, mitigating the payment of funds to people to influence their vote isn't the right way to do. I would now put to you as an advice that in ways to mitigate that, the first and most important thing is to educate all member institutions, accredited member institutions for that matter, that it is their duty to exercise their franchise by electing a capable leader who will serve in the office of the USAG and ensure that the needs of the students are adhered. Now, once they are aware of this, and once you bring out that patriotism in that student, they now fight for patriotism, not for their own personal cause or parochial interests. So in order to kick out parochial interests in the society, we have to educate our leaders. Educating our leaders can start from NEC. NEC members can also educate their people back home. And then we can also start by the general conversation or oral, as my colleague referred to as Article 7, by educating the Senate, so we can talk about a common interest when every individual will see the necessary cause to which they can push this agenda or this cause. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. The chair, I would say that in this situation, it will be a situational based situation, because one way it can be a bribe, and one way it can be generous. That's institution. Now, it all boils down to the understanding and agreement that exists between the candidate and that institution. So if the institution agrees that they are willing to support such a candidate, but then they don't have the means and the resources to do it. In fact, some institutions can even go as far as to seek for sponsorship in order to come for a congress. And so if someone is being kind and being generous to support them, I don't see it to be something which is more feasance. But then I would say that an agreement should be established between the institution and the candidate. Now, taking, for example, if I'm not here to jab AJUMAKO campus, but we all know the situation of grounds for AJUMAKO campus. Things are hard for them. They don't have their dues being paid to them. And hence, they are finding it difficult to find the means to come for congress. They are now lobbying with the management to find dues so that they can at least pay for their congress dues. And so, having such an institution and out of generosity, helping them, I don't see it to be something bad. But then, if they support you, that's fine, you just go with that. But if they don't, and you try to overdo it or go into the extremity by paying more than what is being expected, or going back to doing something of that sort, should be considered as something bad. Thank you very much. Yes,
Thank you, the chair. The chair. I believe that when we have, I believe that a leader should be someone who is ready to serve the followers. And the leader, you have to bring a strategic policies that will be focusing on the followers that you will be serving. And if you bring a strategic policy, the followers are going to, the voters are going to work deep into their policy to make their voting. And I also believe that when the voters also keep taking bribes from the aspirant or the candidate, it motivates them to also do such almost all the time. So we the voters should always look deep into the policies. That is my advice for any voter. We should look deep into the policy of the said candidate before we make our commitment. But then if we focus on getting some personal benefits, that is where we'll keep on having issues year by year. So I believe that as a voter, you need to watch the policy of the candidates before you make your decision. I also believe that as an association, you the sitting president, should get the voters register on time before the voting day. So with that, during the Congress or the voting day, there will not be buying of voters. That means the voters register will be ready and then it will be worked on time. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the issue at hand has to be stated very critically. Now, I begin with the definition of vote buying. What is vote buying? A situation where you induce someone with money for the purpose of getting their votes. That becomes vote buying. Now, this issue has to be stated critically because we are in a case where, or there could be a case where a member institution that has to appear for Congress doesn't have enough funds in their accounts to be able to fund the travel for them to be able to mobilize and then come for Congress. So there are two things here. If I am giving them the money, okay, at a point where they have also, should I say, withdrawn from their SRC coffers to be used as Usag dues, and then they come to Congress and then they fail to pay dues with it, but then tend to extort from me, and then so that I give my money and then they keep theirs, then it becomes corruption. But some member institutions could be in instances or situations where they do not have enough money. Some have, let's say, a 10 member voting right or something. Maybe they may come with amounts that can only do 2 votes. So in that case, because I also need their help, I would want to support them with some funds so that they can get a lot more of their people to go and vote on my behalf. When that happens, that also becomes corruption, but you can't compare it to the first one. Now, you can't compare it to the first one because with the first one, they came with the money, but they have refused to pay the dues and are rather extorting from me. So in that case, the giver becomes corrupt, and then they also become corrupt. But if I'm giving the money to them purposely for them to add it up to their money, so let's say they are supposed to pay 1,000 cedis, they have just 200 cedis available. They have 800 Ghana cedis and this is the deficit to be able to have their 800 million to vote. If I give that to them purposely for the votes, then I don't think it has anything to do with corruption. But in the event where they keep the monies and then they rather come to me to extort from me, and I want them to go and then vote on my behalf, then the giver becomes corrupt. They also become corrupt. Thank you very much, sir.
What can you do? What are you doing?
Come again, sir. What am I going to do to get that? Well, sir, practically, the only solution to keep that would be to ensure that as an aspirant, maybe you don't find yourself wanting. But the point is that practically or technically, it can never happen. I really don't see a clear solution to the matter, to be frank with you, because the aspirants at that time, at that dire consequence, needs votes. You get it? So they just want to support. And so for me, I think that if we want to get a pragmatic solution, maybe the deans of the various groups will have an interest in ensuring that their various institutions keep a proper account of the monies they are giving them to be used as Congress and the like.
Thank you.
Thank you too, madam.
Our final question, and then we can leave you to go and have your well-deserved rest. We'll start from Mr. Ibu.
So this is to everyone. What's your take on political parties' interference with student politics?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, I will say that this student politics or student activism, I will name it student activism, and not student politics. Because when it targets with the name politics, it looks more like that of the national politics. And so I'll say student activism and student advocates. Now, the situation on grounds is such serious that we have some of the political parties infiltrating in our congress and our elections. And so they are not making the well-qualified candidates the victorious of such elections, but then they try various means to have them being to have the elections being rigged. Now, what I would say is that it's not a good act, or it's not a good signal from such political parties. Although the aspirants may be in need, probably the farther they can go, or the extreme that the political parties can go, is to sponsor the aspirant probably with a money or a resources, but to go to the extent of having an influence on the elections or on the people running the elections there. Independent electoral commissioners is not advisable. So I would say that the infiltrations from the political parties should be kept, and we should also make sure that the administration, the association, the executives also should make sure that they put in place the necessary measurements so that all these political infiltrations can also wouldn't occur anymore. And I have received an assurance from most of the student leaders that from henceforth there's going to be a free and fair elections, roots, gaps, Usag, and everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Doi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Chair, I believe that due to the influence of some political party, due to the influence from the political parties, most of the national executives or student executives becomes a ceremonial executive, since they feel that when they try doing something that will be a benefit for university students, they may be offending some of these political party and some of these influential people that are partisans. But I believe that if we have an effective leadership who would not fight for his or her interest or for any political party, a strong executive that will fight for the interests of the common Ghanaian students, I believe that we are going to have an effective leader that will promote the association of university students of Ghana to another level, which is why I want to come for the presidency. And I am someone who never listens to any.
You are diverting from the question. I asked your take on political interference.
Thank you very much. So my take is that we the student executives should fight for the interests of the university student or our followers without listening to whoever comes influencing us. With that, any executive that will come for the same position will also follow the trend, and will have an executive that will be loyal to the common Ghanaian student and not to any political party. So that is my take. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Swansea.
Mr. Chairman, the issue of political party interference or student politics on various university campuses and politics at the students at the national level is becoming like a problem. For me, I think we have to consider it this way. We have political student associations on campus. So I speak of the thing and the test course. If political parties find themselves involved in this kind of politics, I mean the test course and thing politics, there's nothing wrong with it. We all know that the politics around the SRC, the National Union of Ghana Students and Usag have to remain apolitical. But I think that this whole problem is caused because we find a lot of student leaders who aspire to hold these SRC and Usag offices as members of these student wing of the two major political parties. That is Tescos and P. So even with NUTS, it got to a time where there was NUTS MPP and NUTS NDC. Why do you think these things were happening? It was because, I
I mean, it is because every political party wants to have, in quotes, their boys at the home of affairs as far as youth and Usag is concerned, so that they can be doing activism that favors their respective political parties. And so I think that political parties have in a way generated some level of interest because of the kind of power they realize students have. Because on any day, if there's an issue bothering Ghanaian university students, and let's say the NUC's leadership actually declare some sort of a demonstration, and then there's this level of like what the trade unions will say, an industrial action. I don't know how we put it in our case. If there's a demonstration nationally, it makes the government unpopular. So that is why they take interest in the politics of the SRC on various campuses, youth and users. But I think it is very problematic because it affects free activism. It doesn't give student leaders, young leaders, who are the home of affairs as far as SRCs are concerned, as far as youth is concerned, as far as USAG is concerned, to be able to state their clear positions on matters. And when that happens, it means that we tend to feel the people who entrusted their faith in us and elected us into office. So I do not in any way support the interference of political parties in the politics of the SRC youths and USAG at all levels. Thank you very much.
Sure. Mr. Isaac.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. With this question, I don't understand why we are even talking too much on this subject matter. I mean,
they have spoken too much.
Yes, too much. I'm saying this.
Cut it short for us.
Yes.
We are even tired.
Let's look at the Article 1+3 of the Usag Constitution. Yes, of the Usag Constitution. We understand that this is a complete breach of Constitution. And hence, we shouldn't tolerate this. The association is a non-partisan association. And hence, we are not going to look at the interference of political leaders in the affairs of the student career. So to solve this, we must call out a call of duty of responsibility to every accredited institution to ensure that this particular problem is cured. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Oh, let's put our hands together for them. So you're saying none of you are affiliated to any political party? So Dory?
You're a neutral person.
You're neutral. You're not affiliated to any party. You're on record.
You're a neutral person.
Any party?
Yes. You are yet to make a decision.
Okay.
So you are not a party card holder. You are not a party card holder.
I am affiliated to a political party, student wing, but I would like to.
Oh, we'll not ask you.
We'll not ask you.
I am.
You are affiliated.
So you belong to a party. A party card holder.
Okay. Are you affiliated to any political party?
Affiliation?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
And a party card holder. A party card holder. Are you a party card holder?
Yeah.
You're not asking which party.
We are not asking for which party, but you are a party card holder. In fact, you being a party card holder in this party. We want to be sure whether you are
move on with this.
Mr. Edu.
It looks like the
Yes, please. I am an addict affiliate of a political party.
A party card holder.
It's personal.
A party
Nobody is
card
asking you. We
holder.
haven't asked anybody yet.
But then it's personal. And
nobody is asking who.
And I don't allow it to interfere with my students.
You are not a party card holder.
Because nobody has asked you. He said he's an addict.
You're biased.
I should be honest. I think I should be honest. Yes.
You are a party card holder.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Before we leave, I'd like you to all make a promise on record that moving forward, should all of you qualify and have your candidacy verified or validated, you're going to ensure that your supporters will not cause chaos during Congress. Do we have your word that that will not happen? Do we?
Yes.
Why is the Chief Justice?
You have our word.
Oh, are you speaking for them or?
I'm speaking on behalf of.
Is he speaking on your behalf?
Yes.
Is he speaking on your behalf?
Yes, you have a word on that.
No. Is he speaking on your behalf, Swansea?
Why is that Usag Chief Justice?
You want to speak individually? Okay, Mr. Aiken, let them say what they have to say. Yes, Swansea.
Why is Usag's Chief Justice?
I would like to speak to them.
Are you there?
Chief Justice.
Who is the chief of staff?
Why is the Chief of Staff?
Chief of staff, are you here?
Hey, Miss Green.
Who is your chief of
We
staff?
actually recorded it so they can make the oh, but it will be a live recording, so let them make their declaration.
Please go ahead. I would like to speak to the camera.
Yeah, that's what we even want.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I told you.
My name is Emmanuel Swanzibafo.
Thank you.
Stand for peace.
Please
Whatever
stand
you
up,
ask
stand up,
for
so that we can see your full length. Nobody said that we edited.
Right. My name is Emmanuel Swanzibafo.
Thank you.
And I stand for peace. Whatever the outcome of this election will be, I would accept in good faith. Thank you.
You are the man.
That is his personal opinion.
That's my personal opinion.
Not
Not the panel. My personal opinion as Gilbert Texas, SRC president for ACC, not a member of the committee.
That is his personal opinion, not the opinion of the panel. Please go ahead.
My name is Michael Tetewugui, and I stand for peace and effective leadership. So you are following the right person, and I want you to support them again.
I am campaign.
Please do it again.
Do it.
No.
When declared.
What I said is, my name is Michael Tetewugui, and I am for peace with effective leadership. So they are following the right person.
Yo, you are the man. Do it to them.
Alright, my name is Patrick Kusi Edu, and in no way will my camp bring chaos and conflict to the Congress ground, and hence I implore all other institutions to follow suit and join steps. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I invite the current president, His Excellency Dr. Oh yes. Or would you want to say it again?
Hey,
he was the one who went first.
Yes. No, but he didn't say it on camera.
His conviction is clear. He didn't say it on camera.
Yeah, he wants to start.
He wants
please
to
stand. Please stand.
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Isaac Aite from University of Mines and Technology. I know University of Mines and Technology has been noted for one of the peaceful universities in Ghana. So I can assure and attest all supporters that this election, wherever it may go, we will assure the peace and the sanctity of our association. Thank you very much.
You are the man.
Before we leave, please stand up. With Mr. President as my witness and the audience here and everybody watching, I would like you to promise that regardless of the outcome of the Congress,
a few words
from you. Oh, of course. Please go ahead, Mr. President.
Alright, good evening to us all. I know majority of those who are watching who joined this vetting process are online, and so I send my greetings to every student who joined this screening process. I believe that we all admit this has been a very just, a very fair process. Whatever might have seemed to be an intimidation of some sort was just a test of temperament. And so I know that this very competent panel is going to produce a very clean result for us all to move on with this election. Myself as president, I joined the commitment that you've made toward this election. And I also want to add my own commitment that if for nothing at all, I as president will maintain my position in making sure that it works a free, fair and just process in electing the next leadership of the association. Last year we set a record as USAG by having one of the most, if not the first, most peaceful election ever at the National Student Front. And that was the election that brought me into office. So if I cannot do anything, what I can do is to maintain what brought me into office. So I'm hoping that we are not just doing this by giving our words, but we are going to make sure that we are going to remain resolute in protecting this process that has been laid down for us. And then I know definitely one of you four is going to take over from my administration. And so I wish you well in your endeavors in the build up to the election. And if there is any need for any clarification of any sort, please feel free to always reach out to us. We'll help you make sure that we have a good succession in place. Thank you so much. And to the panel, USAG is very grateful for the wonderful work that you have done for university students across the country. Thank you so much.
I gave the president the opportunity to speak. And I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our host, the president of UEW AJUMAKO campus.
With that, I also remember the main reason why we brought this vetting here is because over the years, campuses like AJUMAKO have not had so much of a feel of the national students leadership. And so if this is a place that you were vetted in your aspiration, please, when one of you wins, please make sure that you always look back on the good that AJUMAKO has done for us, and then let's reward AJUMAKO accordingly.
Madam President, do you have any words for us?
Yes. Our host, Papa.
Please give it up to her. Give it up to her.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all of you. My name is Sophia Moyo, the AJUMAKO SRC president. That's University of Education, Winnipeg. This College of Ghanaian Languages. And at our meeting, I said it that AJUMAKO campus is made in Ghana. And I'm sure USAG have witnessed that in a way, though the students are not around within the Saturday, Sunday. I would like to use this opportunity to thank USAG very much for honoring this invitation to be here in AJUMAKO campus. Because this is a way exposing the campus to the world, to the university students all over. And also, I would like to use this opportunity to recommend the campus to USAG again. In the future, any activity that you would love to do, if I am not here, please try to come to the campus again. Host your program here so that at least students around can also come to the campus. I'm the vice-president and the chairperson to this particular vetting panel. And our able aspirants, Sylvia, on behalf of AJUMAKO campus SRC, say thank you and we are most welcome. Thank you very much.
For the sake of university students in Ghana, all university students in Ghana, I'd like you to greet each other to show peace and agree that whenever, should you win or not, whenever you're called to serve the university students of Ghana, you will. Mr. President, please lead that charge. Thank you very much. Yes. You shake them first. Hey, that's you can shake us. Come and shake us. Hey, panelists, we're not done. Where are they? Where's my secretary? Please come and stand beside me. She's in the right. Thank you very much for making the time to be here. We're most grateful. We shall update you on whatever it is we must. As soon as it is, whatever, we'll update you on our results and positions as time goes on. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Yes. Okay, don't shake us. We better. Hey,
Union President, those of you who haven't paid your dues yet, please, you have up to Tuesday to pay your dues.
Mr. President, please.
If you haven't paid your dues,
SRC President,
yes, so that my presidential grants are yes, our results, we are holding on to our results until you pay your dues. And so, our president, we are just until we pay your dues.
you have a problem with that. We will go to and you decide to